Chapter 1. Master Senju, the development of the cross-border teleportation ninjutsu you decided 20 years ago has completed preliminary experiments. In a square full of technology, Orikaiwan was taking Uchiha Senju to observe the cross-border teleportation array that took 20 years and consumed countless manpower and material resources to build. For Orikaiwan, who advocates science, the Emperor's move is completely the thought and creation of a true great man. But for most other people, this is a symbol of Uchiha Senju's self-righteousness, waste of money and labor, and a war madman. He who unified the entire ninja world actually wanted to spread the war to other worlds? How much does he have to get to satisfy his greedy ambitions? The experiment on this ninjutsu has basically been declared over. Both the summoned beast and the shadow clone can successfully reach another ninja world through this ninjutsu. At present, the channel can carry 3 people to descend to that world together, but because the stability of the channel is poor, it is safest for only people below the super shadow level to enter. Senju nodded. 20 years. A full 20 years. The teleportation array is finally completed. The Otsutsuki clan has always been like a sword hanging over his head. Even if he has developed this world to the extreme, he has no confidence to resist the arrival of that clan. Now that the door to the parallel world is open, his future is bright. That's right, he is a time traveler from the 21st century, and he is also a hot critic who is familiar with the original plot. He traveled here at the end of the First Ninja World War. His mother is from the Senju clan and his father is from the Uchiha clan. His birth is a taboo. Only after his parents offered sacrifices to the heavens did he escape and survive. Because of his 2 bloodlines, he was born with Sharingan, sage body, and is proficient in various attribute ninjutsu. After the Second Ninja World War began, he single-handedly slaughtered the entire ninja world and abolished the ninja village and the state system. He unified the world and established the first unified country in the ninja world. For the common people, they don't care who is in power. They only care about how much rice costs today and whether they can afford oil tomorrow. But for ninjas and daimyo, Uchiha Senju touched their big cake. Countless conservatives began to sabotage after the establishment of the empire and tried to restore the ninja village system. Uchiha Senju was furious and bloodbathed the ninja world. The number of ninjas in the world was reduced by 1/3. Since then, no one dared to make trouble, and the title of tyrant was also hung on his head. The peace pursued by countless heroes in the ninja world came in this bizarre way. 3 people below the super shadow level. Now the ninja world has no distinction between countries and villages, and all ninjas belong to the empire. And Uchiha Senju is the first emperor of the empire. He has the absolute right to dispatch anyone. As for the first wave of advance troops, now countless outstanding people in the ninja world are working in various key positions in the empire. For example, Minato Namikaze is the director of the National Transportation Bureau. He is responsible for many affairs every day, and he certainly cannot easily take out his time to open up other worlds. Another example is that the Senju clan is an important staff member of the National Infrastructure Bureau. The Hyuga clan is even in charge of various hospitals in the country. There are many excellent talents. This makes it difficult for Senju to make a decision. He soon thought of several people who have been idle recently and have great luck. It is said that Uchiha Daitsuki, Hitaki Kakashi, and Uzumaki Nagato. Yes. Daitsuki and Nagato are not to be mentioned. They are all sons of luck in the same era. Daitsuki's double divine power can ensure a certain degree of safety for the 3 of them when crossing the passage, and his divine power can also be used as a storage space, which is really a must-have for home travel and cross-border killing. Nagato's reincarnation eye implanted by Madara is still in his body and has not been activated. He is currently stuck at the level of Super Shadow level. He only needs to go over to break through and become a Super Shadow at any time. Kakashi graduated as a Jonin at the age of 6, became an elite Jonin at the age of 8, and surpassed the level of Kage in swordsmanship at the age of 12. He has rich experience and knowledge and absolute rationality. In the original work, he was not only arranged to be the bodyguard of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but also served as a Hokage. These three candidates can be said to be the most suitable at present. As for Uchiha Shimizu, his eye technique is indeed suitable for the strategy of a world, but he is currently in the province of Earth to perform a task of brainwashing a certain pyramid scheme organization, so he can't come back for the time being, and the CD of the God of the Sky is too long. It takes several years to cool down after using it once, which is not suitable as a vanguard. Orakai, if a large number of ninjas are put into Daitsuka's Kamui space, can we take this opportunity to bring them to another parallel world? Orakai shook his head. No stable transmission channel has been established, existences below the level of cage cannot resist this force of space, even space ninja tools such as Kyunkan Bag and Kamui, and things in ninjutsu will be crushed by the space turbulence. I know. Uchiha Senju nodded. After casually asking about the progress of several scientific research projects, Senju appraised Orakai and the three people he summoned had arrived. Master Senju. The three people saluted after seeing Uchiha Senju. Senju nodded. The cross-border transmission project has been preliminarily completed, and now the Empire needs you as the first wave of advance troops. Facing that unknown world, our current information is basically blank. The danger level of this mission is Super S level. From the moment you step into this transmission array, you are at risk of falling. The Empire is humane. This mission is voluntary. If you want to withdraw, please ask now. Uchiha Senju glanced at a few people. Since the three of you have agreed, please complete this mission well. This is related to the future rise and fall of our entire empire. Dato, always pay attention to Nagato and Kakashi when crossing space. If anything happens that will endanger your lives, teleport to the Kamui space as soon as possible to ensure the personal safety of the three of you. Got it. Kakashi, you will temporarily serve as the captain of the trio. If there is anything you can't handle, remember to report it in time. If you can't contact the Empire, all decisions will be made by you. Yes. Nagato, this is the latest genetic medicine developed by Tsunade Medical. It contains my 6 paths chakra, which can help you open the samsara eye instantly and reduce the consumption of your samsara eye. Thank you, Master Senju. In addition, this is a nano bracelet jointly developed by Aberame Biology, Akashi Machinery, and Orakai Technology. You can use it to locate each other and communicate and report to me at any time. It also contains most of the Empire's ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, technological machinery, biomedicine, and other knowledge, including the method of building a portal. Uchiha Senju took out 3 high-tech nano watches. The 3 put on the bracelets, and suddenly a tingling sensation came from their arms, and then a lot of various knowledge poured into their minds. This is the nano bugs biting their flesh and connecting their consciousness and then using certain illusions to infuse all the knowledge into their brains. The 3 people were excited. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the knowledge in it is enough to offset any task reward. Okay, in addition to the task of gathering information and gathering intelligence, I have just told you about the remaining personal tasks through the bracelet. Next, please set off. Chapter 2. Konoha 64 years. The Valley of the End. A violent vibration swept across the 4 directions, and the surrounding air began to distort under high temperature. With a burst of space-tearing sound, 3 people appeared here out of thin air. Hey, is this the Valley of the End? Nagato's eyes were a little gloomy. It seems that this is another world. It's really strange to see such a desolate Valley of the End for the first time. Dato looked around excitedly. Crossing the border. I didn't expect that Orakai would succeed. Kakashi couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. In the Empire, the Valley of the End is a famous tourist attraction in the Fire Province. It is crowded every day, providing a large amount of GDP for the Fire Province every year, and creating tens of thousands of jobs. Now there is nothing here except the statues of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama within a radius of 100 miles. Desolation is the first impression of these three people on this world. In the distance, Jiraiya, who was using the geographical advantage of the Valley of the End to collect materials with a monocular, suddenly felt a spatial fluctuation, and then three powerful chakras appeared. He reluctantly glanced at the depressed faces of the young women playing in the river. Who is it? Will we be discovered? He made a hand seal with a guilty conscience and used the transformation technique to transform into a toad. He was a little confused. These three chakras were a little strange, as if they did not belong to Konoha, but they were a little familiar. He slowly approached the three people. As the distance decreased, his pupils began to shrink violently. These three chakras surpass the Jonin. Thinking of the recent turmoil in Konoha and the surrounding villages were all eyeing him, he approached boldly. Let's all try to see if we can contact the Emperor. Kakashi gave an order. Wait. Kakashi, are we contacting like this? Nagato spoke to stop him. It's okay, Nagato. We have come to this world to prove that cross-border is feasible and successful, which is already a merit. Daito comforted, he thought Nagato was worried that the three of them had not made any achievements yet. No, I'm not worried about this. Do we really want to bring the war to this world? The Emperor's cruelty is known to everyone. I don't want to see him sacrifice countless people to achieve himself in the future. This world is innocent. Although he has not experienced war, he is also one of the bystanders of the Second Ninja World War. He has also been taught by Jiraiya, and he knows the value of peace. Now he is the prophetic child Nagato before he lost Yahiko. Kind and gentle, he considers others in everything. 2 words can be summed up as a saint. Nagato, this is a mission. I hope you just listen and do it. It is not necessarily wrong for us to come to this world. The Emperor also said that if the path of this world is correct, then we are here to seek cooperation. Kakashi looked at Nagato. Nagato was silent for a moment and laughed at himself. Right or wrong, isn't it the Emperor who has the final say? Which of his ideas in these years has he really sought everyone's opinions on? The war has just ended, and the entire ninja world needs to be repaired everywhere. He keeps saying that he longs for peace, but after unifying the ninja world, he immediately ignored the people's livelihood and used the whole country's efforts to study cross-border teleportation ninjutsu, hoping to spread the war to the parallel universe. I really don't understand. Nagato's tone began to be filled with resentment. How big a territory does it take to satisfy his vain and overbearing heart? Daitsuki also had mixed emotions when he heard this. Yes, the Emperor is stubborn and self-willed. Any decision is arbitrary. The so-called Republic is simply an excuse for his dictatorship. Okay, don't say any more. The Emperor trusts us and lets us serve as the vanguard. At least now everyone has enough food to eat and lives in peace and contentment, right? Kakashi consoled. Live and work in peace and contentment? I only see that everyone is overwhelmed by life in order to realize his grand ambitions. Kakashi was silent. Okay, then I'll contact the Emperor. As the bracelet was injected with a large amount of chakra, a shadow appeared in front of the 3 people. Uchiha Senju smiled as he watched the 3 people who successfully arrived in the parallel world. Thank you for your hard work. A low and majestic voice came from the bracelet. Report to the Emperor, we have safely crossed the border and are currently in the Valley of the End. Kakashi reported truthfully. Okay, I have transmitted your detailed tasks to you through the bracelet. Remember to put your own safety first in everything. Uchiha Senju glanced at Nagato, who looked like a frost-bitten eggplant, and he sighed. Remember, we are here to correct the wrong world and seek peace and cooperation, not to kill people. It was plundered by others, so don't have any psychological burden. Seeing that Nagato was still silent, Senju spoke. Nagato. Do you remember the standard for judging whether a world is correct? His tone became cold. Nagato naturally did not forget. This concept has been repeatedly promoted since the Emperor unified the ninja world. He answered with a stiff face. The ninja village state system is wrong. The unified republic and communism are the correct path. Do you remember the core values of socialism? Remember. Okay, I won't say more. Nagato, complete the task well and think more about your past self and your family. After the communication was hung up, the big snake couldn't help but say, Emperor, although Nagato is powerful, aren't you afraid that he will betray you at any time? And I think he may not understand what you say later. He has not experienced that war-torn period. At most, he was hungry for a few days. Betray. Senju smiled. This ninja world is unified because of him. How sick and broken is the world without unity, doesn't he know? The current Nagato is a typical armchair strategist. He has not personally experienced the tragedy of war and family destruction that Jiraiya instilled in him. His parents were also saved by him, so this kid doesn't understand the pain of losing relatives and companions at any time. The concept of communism has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. When the time comes, he doesn't believe that Nagato will give up such a good system and restore the former ninja village system. Take a step back and say that with his strength beyond the 6 paths, what if he really turns against him? Of course, Nagato with the Samsara eye is a very good knife. This time it has been sharpened, and it will be easier for him to use it. Seeing that the communication has been hung up, Kakashi sighed. And Nagato was already clenching his fists and full of anger. Sure enough. The Emperor is still the same. What does his last words mean? Blackmailing me with my parents? Haha, Nagato, accepted this mission to maintain world peace. I am the son of prophecy chosen by the immortal. Now that I am in this world, Emperor, don't even think about bringing war again. Before, Nagato was curious about why Jiraiya said he was the son of prophecy, and the future world peace depends on him. In the years at the Hokage University, he has been thinking that he is just an ordinary college student, not to mention that the ninja world has been unified. How can there be a chance to save the world in the future? At this moment, Nagato, who was full of anger and extremely dissatisfied with Uchiha Senju, suddenly realized. The immortal is not deceiving me. I am the son of prophecy in the mouth of the Toad Immortal. The hero who saves the world. Chapter 3. Have you guys come up with your mission? My mission is to collect as many rare materials as possible, which will be used to build a two-way transmission channel in the future. Kakashi spoke. The Emperor asked me to pay more attention to me in this world. If possible, we can exchange eyes to awaken the eternal Mangeki. Dato looked excited. In addition, to attract talents. Kakashi glanced at Nagato. My mission is to capture the tailed beast. Nagato spoke with a deep expression. Nagato, according to the parallel world information provided by the Emperor, we may be in the land of fire, and Konoha village is not far away. Although it is a parallel world, the two of us may be easily discovered because of our identities. You used to stay in the Hidden Rain village, and no one in Konoha should know you. You are responsible for collecting intelligence now, and Dato and I will collect materials for building the transmission channel first. Kakashi glanced at Nagato meaningfully. Action separately. Nagato also had this intention. Come to this world? Cross-border? Emperor? War? Communism? Jiraiya stood on the treetops and listened to the intermittent voices in the distance. His pupils were shocked. He was very clear about the spatial fluctuations that the three people had just descended. The psychic Miyaboku mountain toad was that kind of feeling. But the other party was from another world? One was familiar, and two were impressive. One was Kakashi. He didn't wear a forehead protector, and his eyes were deep. It was obviously not the copy ninja Kakashi of Konoha. The other was his disciple in the Second Ninja World War, and he regarded Nagato as the son of prophecy. The last one was a little familiar, but it was a pity that I couldn't remember it. It seems to be Minato's apprentice, but didn't that guy die in the battle at Konobe Bridge? Jiraiya looked at one of the three people looking at him, and his mind was focused. Sharingan. But after all, he was one of the three ninjas, and Jiraiya, who had hidden himself in advance and prepared, avoided Dato's casual glance. Jiraiya's back was wet with sweat, and he was breathing heavily. Uchiha's people. He frowned. Seeing that the three people had split into two groups, he gritted his teeth and split a shadow clone. You go with the two of them. His own target was Nagato. Because among the three people, he could see that Nagato was the most hesitant and the most resistant to war. In addition to their past companionship, he believed that he was most familiar with Nagato. But there was something more important at hand. Jiraiya summoned a little toad, stuffed the information he had just collected into the other's mouth, and said to bring it to the third generation, then chased in the direction Nagato left. A town on the border of the Land of Fire. Nagato did not go to Konoha immediately, he wanted to understand this world well. You said that ninjas are all garbage? He made you displaced, and 3 ninja world wars broke out in just a few decades because of interests. In the tavern, Nagato was chatting with a drunk man. Isn't there anyone who can lead everyone to form a country and share the benefits? The man looked at Nagato with disdain. You are indeed a young man. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just say the simplest thing. You are from the Land of Fire. If you were the ruler, would you give more resources to other countries? Wouldn't you all want to benefit your own country? Nagato thought of Uchiha Senju. He treated everyone equally, whether they were from the Water Province or the Fire Province. He never favored any place. For this reason, he often heard people complain in school, saying that Uchiha Senju, as a person from the Land of Fire, why did he take such good care of people from other countries? They should be reduced to slaves or taxed more to make it easier for them. Many people privately scolded Uchiha Senju, saying that he was cruel to his compatriots and did not care about blood ties at all. Then each country can elect one person? Then evenly distribute the resources. The people around laughed when they heard this. Guess what the 5 Kage do? Do you think the 5 Kage didn't talk before the war? Isn't it because of the uneven distribution of benefits that they fought? I'm stronger than you, why should I listen to you? The people next to him drank and laughed and ignored Nagato. At this time, Nagato remembered what the emperor said. The ninja village system is the cancer of the world. Looking at the people next to him, he hesitated to speak. Walking on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rivers, he looked at the muddy and bumpy road and his mood became worse. You know, in the Empire, not to mention the roads between provinces, even the roads between villages are all rammed by Earth-style ninjas. Countless people in the Empire want to return to the ninja village and the era of the CO rule of the country by the daimyo. For them, it was a romantic and beautiful era. The consciousness and bond between people are like a raging fire. In that era, 2 people without blood ties can sacrifice for each other. Neither the shadow nor the daimyo can cover the sky with one hand. They cooperate with each other, and the country is also developing prosperously. Everyone is free and happy, the air is sweet, and the whole country is not as oppressive as the empire. Everyone is under so much pressure that they collapse, and countless people are so involuntarily that they want to commit suicide. He once imagined that he was one of them. When he stood on this land now, he fell into deep self-doubt. In the distance, countless people had sallow faces, each carrying a small bag, and their eyes were full of numbness to life. It looks like they are fleeing. Who said that this was a romantic and beautiful era? Nagato wanted to ask what these people were doing, but the other party just glanced at him, who was dressed neatly and elegantly, and frowned and quickened his pace. There was no other way, he could only buy some food and give it to these people to get a response. They were fleeing. To the left of the river country is the wind country, and to the right is the fire country. A sandstorm that rarely occurs in 10 years swept from the wind country, and the country was in a period of drought all year round. Most of the people in the river country had not harvested a whole year, and famine was coming. They had no choice but to move to the fire country. Nagato frowned and didn't understand. Why is this river country so vulnerable? When the sandstorm came, wasn't there a prophecy or weather ninjas who foresaw the disaster in advance? Why didn't anyone stop the sandstorm as soon as it appeared? How could something that could be easily solved by 10 wind escape ninjas be so complicated? What does perennial drought mean? If you have a perennial drought, you can easily fill a river with 1,000 water escape ninjas. If you want to solve the problem once and for all, you can easily get the groundwater out by sending hundreds of earth escape ninjas day and night. Why is it so complicated when it's such a simple matter? No one cares when tens of thousands of people are fleeing the country? What are the leaders of the river country doing? Are your leaders not doing anything? You can ask the water ninjas to fill up the rivers, ask the earth ninjas to dig wells where you are, and ask the wind ninjas to blow away the sandstorm. Chapter 4. Your Majesty, there is a severe drought in the province of Kawano, and huge sandstorms have blown up in many places. Tsuna held a report in front of his chest, not caring whether the big thunder that had been squeezed and deformed was uncomfortable. Don't press it, it will explode if you press it again. Tsuna smiled and put the document on the table. I know. I'm talking about that report. Uchiha Senju smiled helplessly at the smell of alcohol on Tsuna. Drinking again? Why? Are you going to criticize me? How do you want to punish me this time? Okay, drink less, it's not good for your health. He didn't understand that Tsuna's fate had already changed because of his appearance. His younger brother Nawaka didn't die, and his friend Kato Dan was still there. But Tsuna still got into the habit of drinking. Ahem. Terumi Aoi also walked in with the information at the door, and coughed at the two people who were ambiguous in the office. Do you want to join? Tsuna invited. Terumi rolled her eyes at her. It's not the right time yet, Master Senju. Regarding the drought in Kawano province, I need your signature here. I have already drafted a solution. Although the three of them had played happily here more than once, the victims were the most important thing at the moment. Senju took the document and read it, his brows slightly furrowed. The sandstorm has been resolved by a team of wind-style jonins. They did a good job. In order to ensure the subsequent irrigation of farmland and the livelihood of the people in the province of Kawa, we hereby approve 1,000 water-style jonins to carry out river water injection work, and another 100 earth-style jonins are needed to open and reinforce the river and dig wells in various severely affected areas. Do I need to sign for the dispatch of more than 1,000 jonins? Isn't this a waste of time and manpower? This process needs to be optimized. I don't need to sign for such trivial matters in the future. The governors of each region have the right to decide on matters related to people's livelihood, and neighboring provinces must cooperate unconditionally. Yes. Mina Terumi nodded. Have the supplies been approved? Uchiha Senju frowned as he held the document. The first batch of temporary emergency supplies has been transported by Minato and his team, and more subsequent supplies by Deidara's Clay Bird team are on the way and are expected to arrive tonight. Tsuna replied. Strange, didn't this kid say it would affect his art research? After learning about the victim's situation, he volunteered to step forward, but the research on nuclear escape may have to come to an end. Tsunade continued. The severe drought in Kawa province has occurred several times in recent years. Previously, we built a cross-border portal but never dealt with it. Now we have to solve this problem once and for all. The empire has been established for 20 years, and it's a joke that people are still hungry now. Contact Dehi and ask him to take a group of people to Kawa province to plant trees. The Oasis plan in Wind province was stalled before and will continue now. Also, for things like the severe drought in Kawa province, prevention is the priority in the future. Don't wait until something happens to rush around looking for people and food. In the future, all the water and earth escape ninjas who are about to graduate from the ninja school will be sent to Kawa country for internship. If a severe drought occurs in the area they are responsible for, their graduation will be delayed. Yes. The two women recorded it. Parallel Ninja World. Water style ninja? How much does it cost? It shouldn't be cheap, right? Young man, you are well informed. Do you know how much it costs? To be honest, I am old and I really don't want to leave my hometown. If it doesn't cost much, I will pool with the villagers to hire a water-style ninja. Nagato's throat was surging and his mouth was dry. The income of a water-style jonin, averaged out to 1 day, should be your monthly income. He calculated it according to the salary of jonin in the imperial system. That's not much. Let's all pool our money. Can you help us contact the water-style ninja you mentioned? Nagato hesitated and said, I'm afraid you can't afford it. If you want to solve the drought in your country, you will need at least 1,000 water-style jonin for a week. Before he finished speaking, the old woman fell straight down. The person next to him pushed him away, his face full of anger. Is it fun to tease us like this? Why are you so mean at such a young age? You tease poor people like us, are you still a human being? Nagato was puzzled. Why doesn't your daimyo care about you? Doesn't your country have a daimyo? The people around him sneered. Daimyo? They have so much money that they can immigrate, why should they care about us? Some people insulted Nagato, while others saw that he was so ignorant of common sense and instantly realized that he was the son of a big family, so they showed a flattering look on their faces, and then pulled him to sell his child to him. The gentle and soft-hearted Nagato was broken. Human trafficking? The traffickers are the children's parents? This world is hopeless. Seeing him dazed, the old men holding the children finally couldn't help it. My lord, please, my granddaughter is young, sensible and obedient, and can be your slave, so please accept her. My lord. My daughter is very beautiful, you can take her back and raise her as a child. You can do anything? Sell yourself as a slave. Nagato felt a little dry at the corners of his mouth. They nodded. Oh my god! The evil slavery still exists in this world. What's good about being a slave? Don't you know that such a child will have no humanity and dignity when he grows up? They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. I can't survive, can dignity be eaten? Nagato finally felt a deep malice towards the conservatives in this imperial world. Who is saying that the ninja village system is good? Who is spreading rumors that the people live and work in peace under the joint rule of the daimyo and the ninja village? Nagato injected the potion given to him by the emperor into his body, and a powerful force awakened in his body. In the distance, Jiraiya was secretly shocked when he saw this scene. Wait! Is he disappointed with this world? Jiraiya's heart tightened, and he appeared in front of Nagato in an instant without caring about exposing himself. Among the three people, Nagato was the most shaken. It would be very important to win him over to Konoha or to obtain some intelligence. Jiraiya pretended to be indifferent and commented, "Don't look at these refugees. They are miserable now. In fact, as long as they arrive in the land of fire, there will be a large number of nobles and merchants willing to accept them. Selling children is just their personal behavior of not wanting to bear the burden of children. This situation does not exist in the land of fire." When Nagato heard this, the revived power in his body was suppressed by him. Really? Why are those nobles and merchants willing to accept them? Jiraiya smiled. It's a good thing that the other party is willing to communicate. That must be because the land of fire is rich and powerful, and everyone's heart is full of love and justice. Jiraiya wanted to say that this group of people was very cheap labor, but he changed his words when he was about to say it. You are new to the land of fire, right? I think you need a guide. I can take you around to see the cultural landscape of our land of fire. Jiraiya invited him in a familiar manner. Nagato hesitated a little and nodded. Indeed, you can't tell anything from a small place. I was a little impulsive just now. Are you a ninja from the land of fire? As soon as this was said, the people around him immediately felt like they were facing a great enemy and avoided him like snakes and scorpions. Chapter 5. Looking at the crowds dispersing around him, Nagato was somewhat confused by the deep disgust and fear in their eyes. You know, in the Empire, when civilians know that you are a ninja, the envy in their eyes cannot be concealed. Even when he went on several missions, those civilians always wanted to give him some things and gifts to get associated with him. He felt that the Empire was very corrupt, and as a small ninja, people gave him gifts to get associated with him. But he never expected that ninjas in this world would be so unwelcome. The disgust and fear in their eyes were almost condensed into substance. He couldn't understand that even a genin's productivity was 100 or 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. How could such a person who could benefit a large area be hated? Haha, their reaction is normal. There is no ninja village in the land of rivers, and their own ninjas are basically recruited by their daimyo to control them, so they are sensitive and disgusted with the word ninja. This situation is impossible in our land of fire. The people are in awe of ninjas. Jiraiya looked at Nagato and frowned slightly, and he explained with a smile. As for me, as you can see, I am just an ordinary little ninja in the land of fire. Nagato was slightly disappointed. The master in this world is so weak, especially when he felt the weak chakra that the other party could not control just now. He shook his head. You know, in the Empire, Master Jiraiya was crowned as one of the 3 ninjas by the Emperor, and his immortal power is about to enter the 6 paths. Perhaps he can compete with him with the newly opened Samsara Eye. And this alien master couldn't even do the most basic control of chakra from overflowing. Looking at Nagato standing there, Jiraiya raised his head proudly and smiled uncontrollably. Hehe, you are scared by me? But that's right, my strength is even better than some cages. I just deliberately leaked a little chakra for him to sense and then showed this look. I guess he knew that a little ninja here was shocked by this strength. I hope this will dispel their idea of invading. Jiraiya was very satisfied with his behavior just now. Traveling around for a long time has made him understand that the best way to deal with conflicts is to fight without bloodshed. For example, his scheming behavior at this moment shocked the other party. I don't know what to call you yet. Jiraiya looked at the other party who was still in a daze, and he asked. Me? You can call me Nagato. Nagato. Jiraiya frowned, but was relieved in an instant. Yes, they all said that they came from a parallel world, so it was no problem that they had the same name and appearance as his apprentice. But Jiraiya was just curious about one question, the same name, the same appearance, and even the same age. What is the difference between that parallel world and his own world? Nagato, our fire country is very hospitable. Where do you want to start to learn about our fire country? Faced with this alien master who was pretending to be friendly but was actually testing him, Nagato was not disgusted. It is definitely better to have someone to lead than to guess aimlessly. And he stood up fearlessly after feeling the momentum he just burst out. Doesn't this show that his self-sacrifice and patriotism are outstanding? A fire country where even the most basic little ninjas have such a spirit of sacrifice, it must be very beautiful, right? Just now, I was indeed impulsive. How can I, who is going to save the world, see the leopard through a small tube? With this thought, Nagato said, I want to go to the capital of the land of fire first, and then go to Konoha village. Jiraiya's heart tightened. Sure enough, he still hasn't given up the idea of invasion. Jiraiya has been traveling around the world for many years, and he made up his mind in an instant. He decided to communicate more with this Nagato on the way, and then see if he can convince him and get more information from him. If his idea still doesn't change in the end, then design an ambush to capture the other party, and never let him bring war and disaster to Konoha. Konoha Village, Hokage Building. The former second-generation Hokage Guard, now the Konoha-born F4 gathered together. In addition to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the two second shadows who hold real power, there are also Yuditen Koharu and Midaman En, two old and short-sighted kitchen gods. At this moment, they are discussing the information from Jiraiya that they just got from the psychic toad of Miyaboku Mountain with serious faces. Hiruzen, are you sure this isn't Jiraiya? Did Jiraiya's novel material go to the wrong place? Sarutobi Hiruzen was smoking a pipe, his eyes were cloudy. Danzo, do you think there really is a parallel world? Danzo narrowed his eyes and said nothing. To be honest, even if he was in their position, he had never heard of the news about the parallel world. But based on the experience they have gained in their long life, there are 3 immortal lands and countless immortals, and the parallel universe may also be true. According to the situation of Lord Jiraiya at that time, this should be true, because his expression was extremely serious, and he was in the Valley of the End at that time, and I could indeed feel 3 extremely powerful chakras. Toad added at this moment. Because of Jiraiya, Miyaboku Mountain has always had a good relationship with Konoha. Well, no matter what the reason is, since we already know the situation in advance, there will definitely not be any major consequences. After all, there are only 3 ninjas who are suspected to be at the level of cage. Yuditen Koharu spoke indifferently. Konoha can't even get a complete cage now, but her words show that she doesn't even take 3 cages seriously. Danzo, you will continue to investigate this matter. If you can capture and interrogate them with low losses, that would be the best. If not, spread the news. If not, let us bear the threat of this so-called parallel universe. Mito Kato-en didn't care much about it. The ninja world is turbulent now. How strong can the ninja from this parallel world be? Besides, is the cost of traveling so easy to bear? The situation in the ninja world is grim now. The emergence of a new world may allow conflicts to be transferred externally to ease their internal conflicts. Leave this matter to me. We will give you a satisfactory answer. But since you are all here, I have a question to ask the Hokage. Danzo said, looking at the Sandaime Hokage with a gloomy look. As far as I know, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has left the village. Lord Hokage, won't you give an explanation? Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and said indifferently, people always need to grow up. Don't worry, Kakashi will watch over it, nothing will go wrong. Thinking of Kakashi's eyes and his strength, Danzo snorted coldly. It's better to do so. Jinchuriki is the biggest reliance of the village to check and balance other villages. I don't want him to have any problems. If you don't have the ability to teach him, you can hand him over to the root. I will make him a qualified war weapon. After saying this, the pot shadow stood up and slowly disappeared from the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and muttered to himself. After all, he is the descendant of a hero. Chapter 6. Whoosh! 3 Kunao flew towards Kakashi. A hint of disgust flashed across Kakashi's dead fish eyes. No, what strength do you have? You're still a wandering ninja. Kakashi, isn't this world too chaotic? Dato's eyes had just turned into 3 Megatama, and the dozens of wandering ninjas in front of him were already immersed in the illusion of his Sharingan. These are not as strong as the ninjas who just graduated from elementary school in our empire, but they dare to come out and learn to rob and seize bodies from others. It's really against the sky. Dato couldn't stop complaining, and Kakashi sighed helplessly. Tell me, what year is it now, how strong are you, and are there many wandering ninjas like you? Kakashi asked a ninja controlled by Dato's illusion. The ninja looked dazed and answered subconsciously, it is the 64th year of Konoha. The strongest among us is Doma, whose strength is comparable to that of a Chunin. There are many wandering ninjas like us on the border of the Land of Fire. Most of the people here are poor and weak. Even if they are bullied, they have no money to go to Konoha to post missions. After all, a sea-level mission requires 30,000 to 100,000 copper coins. Dai-Tu's eyes widened when he heard this. Do civilians need to go to distribute missions themselves? Don't the daimyos of the Land of Fire care? Why should the daimyos care about the lives of civilians? If they are willing to care, we won't be wandering ninjas. Dai-Tu smacked his lips. Kakashi, the daimyos here are even more beastly than our Lord Senju. I thought our emperor was stingy enough, but I didn't expect the daimyos here to be the real bastards. Kakashi frowned. Dato, watch your words. The emperor is stingy because the empire needs funding for new construction and the development of cross-border ninjutsu to build portals. When have you ever seen the emperor indulge in extravagance? Ah? Still extravagant? The emperor said monogamy is good, but he turned around and took away both Tsuna and Terumi. Kakashi was also stunned when he heard this. The emperor's influence is indeed not good, but there are many political factors involved. You can't just look at the appearance of the two adults and judge them so easily. Dato rolled his eyes at Kakashi. I'm not interested, I only love linear. Okay, then let me ask you, which country is the weakest at present? The weakest should be the Land of Water. I've seen a map before. They are surrounded by the sea, and they are closed to the outside world and have no communication with other ninja villages. Their hidden mist village ninjas are almost never seen outside. Even the famous 7 ninja swordsmen turned into the 3 lucky treasures after meeting a Konoha ninja. After getting enough information, Dai-Tuzen's Sharingan illusion was activated, and this group of people committed suicide by cutting their stomachs. To be honest, I don't feel any guilt for dealing with these guys, and I even feel that I have dirty my hands. But Kakashi, it's strange. Why do a group of genin dare to become bandits? I really feel sorry for the civilians in this world. A good life is broken up because of the greed of a group of people. This is impossible in the Empire, but here it is as normal as eating and drinking. In the Empire, every ninja is registered, and your identity information, home address, etc. are all available on it. Even the ninjutsu you know and the ninja tools you own need to be updated from time to time. It is illegal for unregistered ninjas to use ninjutsu and ninja tools at will. For this reason, many people have angrily scolded ninjas for having no human rights and privacy, and that everything must be disclosed to the Empire, which is a complete violation of their privacy rights. At that time, Shido also followed the Emperor in his incomprehension, but what happened now made him rethink the deep meaning behind the Emperor's move. The last robbery by a wandering ninja in the Empire was 3 years ago. The laws in the Empire are extremely strict. Unregistered ninjas who dare to harm innocent civilians will be sent to detention for reform at the least, and the whole body chakra will be directly abolished to seal the acupoints in the body, and their descendants will be prohibited from practicing ninjutsu for 3 generations. For this reason, many ninjas cursed the Emperor for losing their privileges, and when the policy was just introduced, a group of people discussed slaughtering several villages, including ninjas with bloodline limits. Everyone knows that the Emperor cherishes talents the most, and he values strong people like bloodline limits. But no one expected that the Emperor would treat them the same way they treated civilians without hesitation. Until the end, these people were shocked why they, as strong people with bloodline limits, were not as good as a group of civilians in the eyes of the Emperor. Now the two of them looked at a head in the distance. The heads of men, women, old and young, women and children were placed there at random, and they understood it instantly. After having privileges, they will exercise their greatest rights without scruples. How can the Empire be stable in this way? Great unification is indeed right. The Emperor is really great. The two people have a great change in their hearts about the Empire and the Emperor. Okay, Dai-Tu, what we have to do next is to speed up the completion of the tasks assigned by the Emperor. The mistakes of this world are already deeply rooted. Now we will go to the country of waves and take the ship to the country of water. Let's start the attack from the country of water. Kakashi ordered. The closed-door policy of the country of water is just suitable for the two people to act. At present, if they gather tailed beasts or a large amount of chakra materials, they can build a portal connecting to the original world according to the drawings provided by the Emperor. With the closed-door policy of the country of water itself, it is also possible to avoid alerting the enemy now. When more powerful people from the Empire come, it will be smoother to attack this world. The two entered the area of the Land of Waves openly. Perhaps because the Land of Waves was indeed poor, they had never encountered any wandering ninjas. And because the people here could fish by the sea, compared to most people in the Land of Fire who were skinny and sallow due to hunger due to poor harvests, the number of people who were skinny and emaciated was relatively reduced. According to the merchants we met on the road, there is a merchant named Kato in the Land of Waves who has a ship to the Land of Water. It seems that we have to go see him first. Kakashi spoke. They have the ability to cross the ocean, but that will consume chakra and easily affect subsequent plans. Resting on the boat to keep in good physical condition is naturally the best choice. Yes, but before that, we have to eliminate a little mouse following us. Daitsuka's Sharingan glanced at a tree behind him inadvertently. The two were once classmates and good friends who grew up together. Kakashi naturally understood what the other party meant in an instant. The next moment, Kakashi appeared under the tree that Daito was looking at. Before Jiraiya could react, a knife with a cold glow slid across his neck. Then the sound of the short knife cutting through the air reached his ears. Bang! A burst of white mist dissipated, and Jiraiya's shadow clone was instantly eliminated before he could react. Chapter 7 Land of Fire. Jiraiya and Nagato were galloping in the forest, but suddenly his face changed and he staggered and almost fell off the treetops. What's wrong, Jiraiya? Nagato stopped and asked. Oh. It's okay, the old problem came back. At this moment, the nano bracelet in Nagato's hand flashed, and Nagato narrowed his eyes and injected chakra into it. In Jiraiya's shocked eyes, he digested the projection of the memory brought back by the shadow clone. Those two people, devils. Especially the Kakashi in the parallel world, his swordsmanship is exactly the same as the former Hotaki Sakumo, the Konoha White Fang who was forced to death by the teacher, the third Hokage, and the whole village. No. His swordsmanship is several times stronger than Sakumo. His own shadow clone is stronger than the average Jonin, but he was beheaded by a sword before he could react. And the way they communicate at this moment? Why is it so convenient? Jiraiya had a bad feeling in his heart. He had a deeper understanding of the empire they were talking about. Hey, Nagato, we are being followed by someone. It's a shadow clone. I think the real one might be near you. Be careful. Kakashi's voice came from the nano bracelet. Okay, got it. Nagato glanced at Jiraiya casually. Jiraiya's hair stood up all over his body, and he was as if he was facing a great enemy. Nagato looked at Jiraiya with a smile. Is there anything you need to explain? He was proficient in the 6 attributes of chakra and had noticed it when Jiraiya used the transformation technique. However, in order to avoid killing, he did not expose the other party immediately. Jiraiya was very generous. He lowered his head and said in a hoarse and low voice, I'm sorry, I didn't follow you with any malicious intent. You landed right next to me. As a member of the Konoha Ninja, I can't remain indifferent. I heard what you said about the great unification and empire. I can't accept that you brought the war to our world. Our world finally ushered in a short peace. I don't want the disaster of everyone being displaced and losing their companions to come again. Jiraiya said very sincerely. I can clearly feel your kindness. I don't think you are willing to easily sweep the war into our world. To be honest, I have an apprentice who looks exactly like you, also called Nagato. I feel like we are old friends when you appear. Jiraiya began to talk to the two of them, trying to stabilize the other party in this way. If you don't mind, I want to take you to learn more about our world, and then you can decide whether to bring the war to our world, okay? Our world is already bad enough, and I really cherish this hard-won peace." After saying this, Jiraiya solemnly bowed to Nagato. You know, Nagato can't stand verbal persuasion, not to mention that the person who is verbal persuasion is his master in a parallel universe. A few words of Naruto's verbal persuasion can make him give up his lifelong ideal and use the reincarnation to revive the entire Konoha, not to mention that his master is bowing to him at this moment. Nagato's heart tightened, and he hurried to support Jiraiya. After all, he is an enemy and an invader, but Jiraiya is doing such a great courtesy to him just for peace. Thinking that he came with a mission and a standard to judge this world, Nagato sighed. He helped Jiraiya up, his expression gloomy. "Sorry, some things are not within my power to decide. You continue to be my guide. If your world meets the standards, I will try my best to prevent the war from coming and try my best to make the Emperor reach cooperation with you." Nagato wanted to say that if things reached a certain level, it would be okay for him to stand on their side. But when he thought of the scene of encountering that batch of refugees, he buried this sentence in his heart and didn't say it. As for persuading the Emperor, over the years, every measure implemented by the Emperor was discussed, but in fact, the group of former shadows and current governors tried to persuade and stop it together, but as long as it was decided by the Emperor, it seemed that everything was carried out with iron and blood. Can he really persuade the Emperor who would not listen to others? Seeing that Nagato was silent again, Jiraiya tentatively said, "Then let's go to the capital of the Land of Fire to have a look." Nagato nodded. "Let's go." The Land of Waves. Kakashi and Dato finally escaped from the deserted wilderness and arrived at a town. This town is small but well equipped. As the sky gradually darkened, the two planned to get some information here to confirm the location of the fleet and set off early tomorrow morning. The two walked along the way. After walking and stopping, the two soon stopped at a bookstore. Daito looked at Kakashi with a wicked smile. "Go if you want. Don't hold it back." Kakashi snorted in a sultry way, and after entering the bookstore, he left an explanation, "I'm just here to investigate intelligence." Daito looked at the people coming and going and took a deep breath. The sky and the earth in this world are the same, but he doesn't know what he is like in this world. According to his talent level, he should be famous in Konoha, right? Seeing that Kakashi didn't come out for a long time, Daito walked in impatiently. "Hey, Kakashi, isn't it just to buy a copy of Jinping Mei? Why does it take so long?" Kakashi was arguing with the boss at the moment. The boss looked at Kakashi with a somewhat ugly face, and answered seriously, "Sorry, customer. We don't have any charming women as you said. We are a bookstore, not a custom shop." Kakashi's face also darkened. "I'm not talking about prostitutes, I'm talking about books with women. Think about it again, Jinping Mei." The boss shook his head. "Sorry, let alone gold, there's no silver either. What about the ghost father? If that doesn't work, my female roommate can do it." Kakashi was a little anxious. He forgot to change the book in his hand in a hurry. He knew the contents by heart. How could he accept it now without a new one? "Sorry, there's nothing." Kakashi was struck by lightning when he heard this, and he was stunned. He, who has always been steady and thoughtful, also had the idea of invading this world for the first time. "There's nothing even like these, what a joke. This is indeed a wrong world that needs to be corrected." Kakashi couldn't imagine that, let alone entertainment projects like the photo scroll, there were no good books. Entertainment is the foundation of whether a world is developing well or not. From a glimpse, this world is really hopeless. Daito wandered in front of the bookshelf for a long time. Knowing Kakashi's shy and reserved nature, he quickly found a book and handed it to Kakashi. "Take a look. This should be a specialty of this world." Kakashi, with a gloomy face like a bereaved mother, glanced at Daito's. Seeing that the other party looked serious, he picked up the book. Intimate Paradise. Chapter 8. Looking at Kakashi, who was fascinated by the book, Dai-tu sighed helplessly. Haha, you are a wise guest. This is Jiraiya's masterpiece. It is very popular in major countries. It is said that the books sold can circle the ninja world 7 times. Okay, boss, pack up all these books and take them away. Dai-tu took out the money he had just obtained from killing those wandering ninjas. I'm afraid that group of people never thought that the money they worked so hard to earn was used to buy adult books. Looking at Kakashi, who was immersed in the world of virtual books, Dai-tu sighed. I don't know what Kakashi in this world looks like. He is so stuffy and wears a mask every day. He must be less popular than me, right? But just when they went out, they heard a harsh voice. Teacher Kakashi. So you are here. Naruto's excited voice sounded behind them. As the two turned around, the 3 members of Team 7 appeared in front of them. The two looked at the short blonde man in front of them, wearing yellow clothes that had been washed so much that they turned white, and with mottled fox whiskers on his face. Before they could take a closer look at the 3 people, Naruto's voice sounded again. Hey! Teacher Kakashi, you look quite handsome without covering your eyes. However, when he noticed the book in Kakashi's hand, he pouted and looked at Kakashi with disdain. What? Teacher Kakashi, you said you wanted us to collect information, but you came here by yourself. What a boring adult! Naruto glanced at the intimate paradise in Kakashi's hand, expressing his indignation for arranging the 3 of them to collect information while he sneaked out alone to buy adult comics. Daisuke and Kakashi looked at each other, and both of them noticed that something was wrong with the boy in front of them. It seems that there is an extremely large amount of chakra in his body, but it is currently sealed. It's hard to judge. Daisuke's Sharingan turned, and he transmitted the information to Kakashi. This is the Emperor's invention. It can transmit sound by connecting chakras at close range. Now it is very useful at this moment. It seems that I am their teacher. As expected, the ninja village system still maintains the mode of 3 people per division. Dai-tu, I will stabilize them and see if I can learn more about the situation. Behind Naruto, Haruno Sakura was staring at Sasuke in a daze. At this moment, Sasuke's pupils shrank sharply and the whole person fell into a sluggish state. That is our Uchiha's uniform, he is a Uchiha. That's right. The Sharingan. The 3 Magatama Sharingan, these are the eyes unique to our Uchiha. Sasuke was excited at first, and then quickly calmed down. How is it? How is the intelligence collection going? Kakashi asked. Teacher Kakashi, you just separated from us. How long has it been since you asked us how we are collecting intelligence? Sakura, Sasuke, and I have just discussed the plan. Naruto told everything in detail. So the man behind is called Sasuke? Is he Fuyu's son? He is also wearing Uchiha clothes, and he looks a bit like Sasuke in our empire, but unfortunately his temperament is too different, and his strength barely reaches the qualified standard of the empire's genin. Dai-tu and Kakashi communicated through voice transmission. As for this Sakura, she is a little unknown. Kakashi, do you know her? Kakashi shook his head. What about this yellow-haired boy? He looks a bit like Minato's child, but unfortunately the difference is too big. Just talking about this appearance, there is a big difference, and it is even more difficult to compare their strengths. Dai-tu complained. In the Empire, both Sasuke and Mingren are famous twin stars in the entire Empire. Sasuke used Shuriken in one hand to perfection at the age of 4, opened the Sharingan at the age of 5, and opened the Mangekyo at the age of 8. His talent is much stronger than his brother Yu. He passed the Chunin exam at the age of 6, became a Jonin in the same year he opened his Mangeki at the age of 8, and exchanged his Mangeki with his brother Yu at the age of 12 to achieve the eternal Mangeki. His strength was close to that of the 6 paths. And Akito was not inferior to Sasuke. His father was Minato Namikaze, and his mother was the descendant of the red-haired clan with the purest bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Compared to Sasuke, Akito had passed the Genin exam at the age of 4 and was proficient in using various ninjutsu. With the powerful chakra of the Uzumaki clan and the powerful genetic power of Minato Namikaze, he could change his red hair to yellow hair. He also inherited Minato's talent. The endless chakra allowed him to use the shadow clones at will, and then comprehend the truth between heaven and earth and study various ninjutsu. At the age of only 10, he broke through the super shadow, and the power of the wind escape rays Nan was even more powerful. He passed the tailed beast ball and fought the 9 tails without losing. Compared with Sasuke, Akito is more popular with teachers and female classmates in the school. His appearance, which is comparable to that of Minato, makes him popular in the school. He is gentle, elegant, handsome, and unrestrained. The two are now taken away by the emperor for training, saying that they can comprehend the power of the 6 paths. But what about this world? Look at this Naruto, a short and weak man who is so frustrated. He spilled all the information in a few words without any vigilance. Sasuke is the same. He has nothing but good looks. He stares at the two people vigilantly without any temperament of the imperial twin stars. Not to mention the strength. Kakashi, this world, seems to be worse than we think. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Kakashi explained, "Oh, I just saw a suspicious person here and chased him all the way." This excuse can well cover up the existence of Daito beside him. If they don't know Daitsu. As expected, the next moment Sasuke asked, "Teacher Kakashi, who is this person next to you?" There was a little anger in Sasuke's words. Since the man in front of him has opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he should be very powerful. Why didn't he save the family members on the night of the genocide? In Sasuke's heart, being able to open 3 Magatama is already an extremely powerful existence. After all, only his brother Itachi and his father had 3 Magatama in the family. On the night of the genocide, he only opened 1 Magatama. Oh? Him. Kakashi smiled, and the 3 points hidden in his words just now really worked. This is a good friend of mine, called Daitsu. I came here just now because of his appearance. As a man, a strange desire to win and compare came up. He couldn't accept that everyone knew Kakashi but not himself. He is Uchiha Daitsu. At such a young age, he opened the Manjiki, and his pupil power was extremely practical. He couldn't be unknown in Konoha. You know, he is also famous in the 5 provinces of the empire. He smiled and looked at Sasuke, and asked tentatively, "Sasuke? Don't you recognize me?" Sasuke frowned and shook his head. Daito was delighted, as expected, he was called Sasuke. Then his judgment was correct. Daito smiled and said familiarly, "Haha, I talked about you with your father a few days ago. Is your father okay? Remember to say hello to your father for me when you have time." Chapter 9. Naruto swallowed hard, and he looked at Kakashi in disbelief, and found that he had no intention of stopping him. Then he looked at Sakura, who was already angry and had clenched her fists. As for Sasuke, although he had lowered his head and was trembling all over, Naruto could see that his 1 Magatama Sharingan had already appeared in his eyes. There was even a tendency to develop into 2 Magatama. Seeing that the 3 people showed different states because of this sentence, Daito frowned slightly. Did I say something wrong? But the next moment he suddenly realized it. I know. I understand. I understand. I understand. Fuyu has always been very strict with the 2 children. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he is naturally under great pressure every day. If the 2 children don't work hard to consolidate his rule, it is inevitable that he will become majestic and indifferent. According to the calculation, the time of the 2 worlds is almost 64 years of Konoha. It was only 20 years ago, when the empire changed dynasties in the 44th year of Konoha, and the empire is now 20 years old, so the 2 years added together are basically the same. Sasuke in the Empire is now 12 years old, and Sasuke in this world should also be 12 years old. At the age of 12, he barely even reached the level of genin, so it is understandable that the father-son relationship between him and Uchiha Fuyu is poor. With this thought, Daito immediately praised his wit. His brother Yu has loved him since he was a child, even if he has poor talent. Yu is not a person who will put pressure on his younger brother according to his personality. In the Empire, Yu is a person who wants everyone around him to live an easy life and is willing to bear everything. Then Yu in this world should be similar, right? Daito was thoughtful, and he glanced at Kakashi proudly. Hehe, everyone says that I, Daito, am cynical, unlearned, and can only graduate from the Imperial University with a Mangeki Sharingan. I usually don't want to use my brain, but now I understand the essence of the matter, Kakashi. Open your eyes and watch me do it. Sasuke, don't be so discouraged, your father did that for your own good. How is your brother doing recently? He was practicing ninjutsu with me some time ago. Looking at the 3 people trembling and not saying a word, Daito was puzzled. Did he say something wrong again? Hey! Bastard! You even joke about the dead. Do you still have humanity? Naruto yelled and cursed. Although he often played pranks, he would never joke about the dead. Teacher Kakashi! What kind of friend are you? Sakura was more rational, but it was difficult for her to calm down at this moment. She looked at Kakashi indignantly, hoping that he would come out to do justice at this moment. As for Sasuke, he was completely red-hot at this moment. That man! That man! Now his face was flushed with anger, more red than drinking 3 bottles of white wine. He raised his head, and the 1 Megatama in his eyes had turned into 2 Megatama after extreme emotions. Normally, it should be activated in the battle with Bai, but now it has been a few days earlier. The next moment, Sasuke disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he was holding a kunai and stabbing at Daitsu's waist. Hey! Kid! Don't be so impulsive! Daitsu subconsciously clamped Sasuke's hand with the kunai. He was already dumbfounded. What the hell? Dead? Who died? Uchiha Fuyu? Fuyu died? He is the head of a clan, a veteran strongman in the Empire, with super shadow strength, and can open the eternal Mangeki to split the 5 shadows in a Gundam posture. Even if he is seriously injured, there will be a group of Uchiha clan members desperately protecting him. Who can kill him? Who can kill him? Fuyu in this world is dead? What a joke! Scumbag! Where is that scumbag? Tell me. Did he ask you to come? Even though Sasuke activated the 2 Megatama, he couldn't see clearly how the other party attacked. When he realized it, his hand was like being clamped by a pair of pliers, making him unable to move at all. He used his fists and feet, but unfortunately, the other party didn't even look at him, let alone the Sharingan. He just relied on subconscious movements to resist all his attacks, and even controlled him so that he was powerless. How is it possible? Bastard! Sasuke's pupils contracted violently. You know, during the Genin exam, even Kakashi had to use some tricks to block his set. Now that his 2 Megatama is activated, how much stronger is his whole body than before? Why can the other party stop him so easily? At this moment, the only thing that can move his whole body is his mouth. Just when he was still thinking about how to get out of trouble, Naruto, his good friend, had already attacked Daitsuki. Go to hell! You bastard who likes to make fun of dead people! Daito was still wondering who the scumbag Sasuke was talking about. The next moment, he was distracted from resisting Naruto's attack and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his hand. Ah, it hurts! He spoke heartbreakingly, and slapped Naruto away with 1 slap without restraining his strength, and then swung his hand to try to shake Sasuke away. Dato was shocked when he saw Naruto lying motionless in the distance with his head stuck straight on the ground. He won't die, will he? Sasuke was still biting him tightly, and he was afraid that he would slap this kid from the same clan to death with one slap, so he had no choice but to activate his divine power. The Mangekyo flashed by. Bang! Before Sasuke had time to think about why the other party suddenly lost touch, his upper and lower rows of teeth collided fiercely and almost broke into pieces. This almost gave him a concussion. Dato had no time to complain. He hurried to see Naruto, who was stuck in the ground and unconscious. Sakura was already scared. When she came to her senses, she glanced at Naruto, who was saved by Dato, and did not help him anymore. Instead, she helped Sasuke to see if he was injured. In her heart, Sasuke was more important. Besides, with the teacher's friends around, what could happen to Naruto? Kakashi supported his forehead speechlessly. Dato, you are a guy who can't do anything but make trouble. You are asked to talk nonsense when you don't know anything? In the end, you have to use your eyes that you despise but have to rely on? However, Kakashi has noticed the details in the words just now. Originally, he came to this world to investigate the situation and thought that this was an insignificant world, but now he found out that he was wrong. The civilians here said that ninjas, even genin, would go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, but that doesn't mean that the high-end combat power of this world is bad. Although genin in the Empire can only be responsible for delivering food and watering the land, in this world, they have to go to the battlefield to hone their skills since they are genin. How can a ninja who has come out of a sea of blood and corpses be worse than the ninja of the same level in the Empire? Didn't you see that even the 26th head of the Uchiha clan could fall and die? It seems that the secrets hidden in this world are not as simple as the surface. Otherwise, how could such a strong man die unless his lifespan is about to end? Kakashi stared at Daisuke and his eyes gradually solidified. Daisuke, it seems that you are not useless. At least this time we have discovered the big secret of this world. Chapter 10. Kakashi. Dato's face was heavy. Although the subconscious blow just now made the kid in front of him dying, at this moment, the wounds on his body recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Such a terrifying recovery speed made Dato narrow his eyes. Kakashi, who received the message, also narrowed his eyes and looked at Naruto. This chakra. According to the information given by the Emperor, this should be the evil weapon unique to the ninja village system Jinhyuriki. Kakashi judged calmly. What? I thought it was just talk. Dato suddenly felt a chill. Let such a big monster mate with him and enter his body. Let's not talk about this. Although the tailed beasts in the Empire can mate with anyone who has practiced the techniques provided by the Emperor, they are also super shadow level existences. Existences below the super shadow are basically easily affected by the violent chakra of the tailed beasts and become wastes who only know how to rely on the power of the tailed beasts. And the existence below the super shadow cannot control the power of the tailed beasts, and various sealing techniques must be added to the body to control it. But this will cause great harm to your body and the development of your future potential. But this little genin in front of you actually has a tailed beast in his body? Let alone this feudal era, even in this war-torn world without great unification, if you, a genin, have a tailed beast in your body, isn't it the same as a child holding a gold brick and swaggering around the city? What do his parents think? How could they allow such evil human experiments on their children? Do they really not care about their children's qualifications? Someone in the Empire once proposed to seal the tailed beast and the human together from childhood to accompany each other to grow up. But the Emperor told them a story, and the protagonists of the story were Mingren and Sasuke. It said that in another world, Mingren had a tailed beast sealed in his body since childhood, and in the end he could only tie with Sasuke with the power of the 9 tails. At that time, everyone laughed and said it was impossible. Who is Mingren? The Uzumaki clan has strong chakra and inherited Minato's extraordinary comprehension. It is the reincarnation of Ashura. How could it be possible that they relied on the Nine Tails to barely fight against Sasuke, who relies on his eyes, and lost an arm? You should know that the reincarnation of Ashura is inherently much stronger than the reincarnation of Indra. Didn't you see that the last reincarnation of Madara with the Nine Tails was not a match for Hashirama? However, the Emperor said that the powerful power of the tailed beasts will make people subconsciously choose to use and rely on them. Once they are used to miracles, they are unwilling to learn any ninjutsu. Although what he said makes sense, everyone still doesn't believe that the Akito Rei's Nan in the story has to rely on the shadow clone to rub it. How much chakra is wasted? At this moment, Dai-Tu thought of the story that the Emperor had told, and the shock in his eyes could not fade for a long time. Emperor, did he really make up a story? Dato, this is the 8 trigram seal. This chakra should be from the Nine Tails. Kakashi's words were also full of disbelief. Obviously, he also thought of the story about the tailed beasts that Emperor San had told. The two looked at each other, and a touch of excitement flashed in their eyes. If we get the Nine Tails here, then the subsequent road will be much easier. You know, the tailed beasts are also one of the important resources for building cross-border portals. Dato, don't talk next, let me get their information, and get ready to start after confirming that there is no problem. Listening to Kakashi's chakra transmission, Dato snorted proudly. That Sasuke and Mingren, my friend just wants to test your strength, he has no ill intentions. Kakashi scratched his head and showed a humble look. Humph! Teacher Kakashi, don't excuse him. The Uchiha massacre happened many years ago. Even I know about it. How could he not know? Naruto got up from the ground and ignored Sasuke's eyes that wanted to kill him. Dato! Why don't you apologize to them? Kakashi scolded. Dato also bowed sincerely. I'm sorry, everyone. I haven't been back to Konoha for a long time. What I just said was really... At this point, Dato took a deep breath, and then a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. I don't know that the Uchiha was exterminated. But Zyuozu, don't worry, I will give an explanation to all the Uchiha clan members about the extermination. At this moment, the mission is still important. I have to ask Zyuozu later, how could the Uchiha be exterminated? Haha, who, no. Which group of bastards did this good deed? I will make them pay with blood. The dignity of the Uchiha cannot be insulted. Even in a parallel world. In Dai-Tu's heart, no one can destroy the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan must be a famous and powerful force. Sasuke snorted coldly, but there was a touch of emotion in his cold eyes. Let him go for revenge? His strength? No. Itaki. I want to take revenge myself. Defeat you myself. Strength? I am still too weak. I need an absolutely strong power that can wipe out everything. In his heart, he still hated the Uchiha clan member in front of him. Where did you go on the night of the clan extermination? But thinking about the strength of that man, he was discouraged again. What's the use of coming? Can he attack his opponent? He didn't even open the Mangeki Sharingan just now. That's right. Only people with extraordinary talents in the family can open the Mangeki Sharingan. He is just a wandering Uchiha. It's probably a question whether he knows the Mangeki Sharingan. Kakashi glanced at everyone and said after careful consideration, okay, Mingren, you just said that you guys were looking for information. How is the information going? Kakashi decided to get information from the silly-looking Mingren in front of him. As expected, Naruto didn't take what happened just now to heart. When asked by Kakashi, he couldn't wait to say. Teacher Kakashi. According to the information we just found out, what Desna said is right. That Kato is a bastard who does all kinds of evil. Naruto gritted his teeth and said. Kakashi's brain was working fast. Is this a ninja mission? This system is really good. Even though it is still used in major academies, it is really different from before. Now the tasks of the Ninja Academy are basically screened layer by layer, which can enrich their practical experience. These tasks are long and trivial, and they were renamed internships as early as the 10th year of the Empire. Kakashi and Dato have also heard a little about the task system of the Ninja Village era. It is said that for money, they can abandon moral ethics and do anything. For the task, even the lives of relatives and companions can be disregarded. According to the information they just learned along the way, many wandering ninjas defected from the ninja village because they didn't want to be used as dogs by those useless daimyos even though they have a lot of strength, didn't want to do tasks, and didn't want to become cold machines. In their view, this ninja village task system is completely a cancer. It is one of the fuses that bind ninjas and strengthen war contradictions. After exchanging the information through voice transmission, Kakashi nodded. Okay, let's continue the task. According to the current situation, if nothing unexpected happens, the self in this parallel universe is also there, and can take care of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Perhaps the self in this world is stronger than himself. With this thought in mind, Kakashi decided to take Dato to a deserted place without alerting the enemy. At this moment, a voice appeared and made the two of them feel nervous. Hey? So you are here. Chapter 11. Dasna? You still know how to come. Naruto curled his lips. Seeing the other party holding 2 bottles of wine, he couldn't help but feel a little angry. You have money for drinking, but you don't have money for hiring us? Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the person in front of him is the one who issued the task. Next, we just need to lead them away and get more information along the way to be foolproof. Just when Kakashi was trying hard to take them away, Kakashi on the other side had tracked them all the way to the bookstore. Ah! Sir, you are here again. The bookstore owner greeted him enthusiastically. He glanced at the bully dog on the ground, smiled and teased him twice. However, when he saw that the other party ignored his cold eyes, he laughed awkwardly. Damn, a dog is installed for you. Kakashi's brows were already furrowed at this moment, and his heart was tight. Again. How many people were there around me just now? Where are they now? The bookstore owner was a little confused, but he still answered patiently. Just now you came to the bookstore with someone to buy a few books by Master Jiraiya, and then 3 little brats and an old man came to the door. You were discussing something and walked over there. Hearing this, Kakashi was immediately a little disappointed. You even went to buy the Intimate Paradise to pretend to be me. Naruto, Sasuke, don't you ever doubt whether the other party is a transformation technique. Damn, blame me for overestimating you. You have obviously received relevant training. Kakashi prayed in his heart that the 3 of them would be fine, and then looked at Parker. Parker. Chase. Parker looked like a dog, and like Kakashi, he looked like he was dying. He nodded and then rushed in the direction of Naruto. But after a moment, Kakashi saw the 6 people in front of him while he was rushing all the way. Naruto. Sasuke. Get out of the way. The voice came before the person arrived. Earth Escape. Earth Dragon Bomb. Kakashi made seals with his hands, and then an Earth Dragon emerged from the muddy ground. The next moment, the Earth Dragon spit out balls of mud from its mouth and attacked Daitsuki and Kakashi. This move was to cover Sasuke and Naruto to evacuate first. After hearing what Kakashi said, the 2 over there immediately understood everything and began to distance themselves from Kakashi. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, picked up a kunao in his hand and stared at the 2 of them vigilantly. No wonder. No wonder an unfamiliar person came up to greet my whole family for no reason. It seems that this person is a fake Kakashi teacher. But what kind of transformation technique did these 2 use? Why can't his Sharingan see it? Kakashi was completely stunned after turning his head with the 2. Like. Too much like. There was no trace of transformation technique on the 2 of them, or I couldn't see through it. The person opposite was almost exactly the same as himself, even the melancholy temperament and the lifeless eyes. No. He has eyes. Kakashi was shocked. And the person next to him? Alike. Too much alike. The figure in the memory emerged, the partner who shook his belief in absolute obedience to the mission. The Obito who gave him the eyes at the Konobe Bridge. If Obito was still alive, he should be exactly the same as him, right? That person is exactly the grown-up Obito. Not only the appearance, but even the chakra is so similar. It seems that the ninjas in this ninja world are far more vigilant than we thought. They are catching up now. Kakashi. Let me meet you in this world. Uchiha rebound. Dato took out a fan that he had seized not long ago, and then wrapped the fan with chakra and started to play badminton, relying only on physical skills to smash those earth dragon bullets. Haha. Keep going. Dato waved excitedly at Kakashi. Kakashi stared at the two people with heavy eyes. The man in front of him could resist so many of his earth dragon bullets with physical skills alone. It seems that he might be a strong opponent. But at this moment, his mind was all on the other person's face and familiar chakra. Who are you? Are you the ninjas invited by Kato? Kakashi shook his head. Dato put away the fan in frustration. What is your relationship with Obito? Kakashi narrowed his eyes and stared at Dato. Dato? I am Dato, what's wrong? Dato looked confused, this guy knew me in this world? Are you Obito? Kakashi didn't say anything else, Obito was already dead, he was disqualified just now. If you are not the people brought by Kato, I want to take my 3 students away. The brief confrontation just now made Kakashi still have doubts about the two of them. Some are afraid. First of all, the opponent's unknown substitute technique and physical technique. My current task is to lead Team 7 and take good care of Naruto. I am not used to conflicting with the opponent. Now the two opponents are relatively close to Naruto and the other two. Once the opponent uses Naruto as a threat, it will be uncomfortable. Take him away? Haha, then let's see the real thing. Dai-2 naturally couldn't give up the 9 tails Jinchuriki he had just got. Of course, he would not let go of Sasuke, who might be the only member of his clan after the Uchiha clan was exterminated. One of them is an important task target required by the Emperor's task, and the other is the key to my understanding of this world's Uchiha. You know, my eternal Mangekyo has not been found yet. According to what the Emperor said, exchanging eyes with the parallel world self may make the awakened eternal Mangekyo more powerful. Kakashi, let me see how strong you are in this world. After many years at the Imperial University, he was basically no match for Kakashi without Kamui. He wanted to see if the Kakashi in this world was as strong. Whatever you want. Kakashi sighed helplessly and took a step back. Don't you plan to intervene? Kakashi on the opposite side observed the scene and analyzed the details. Do you think you can deal with me alone? Or are you just roaming around to see if I will make a mistake? In an instant, countless possibilities flashed through Kakashi's mind, and his vigilance increased to 12 points. Since you are also Obito, let me try your fire escape. Kakashi focused his eyes, quickly formed seals with his hands, and the chakra in his body began to surge. His breathing became steady and powerful, as if it was integrated with the surrounding environment. Si Wei Shenhai Wu Yin. 6 seals were made, and Kakashi's right hand formed a circle. Chakra was condensed through seals, and a huge ball of flame suddenly spurted out of his mouth. A large wave of fire swept towards Dai-2 with a hot breath. The temperature of this flame was extremely high, and the air was distorted wherever it passed. Fire style, great fireball technique. Kakashi shouted in a low voice. The flames burned fiercely, emitting dazzling light, and the guy opposite who claimed to be Obito had not reacted yet. Kakashi quietly watched the fire style he released, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He was very proficient in hundreds of ninjutsu, and this sea-level great fireball technique was naturally easy to use. What he never expected was that the other party still had no reaction until now. Was he too vigilant? No. He moved. Just when Kakashi thought the other party would dodge, he actually started to seal. Humph, that's all. If you had dodged, you might have had a chance of survival. But now, it's too late. Chapter 12. Dai-Tu looked at the opponent's 6 seals to perform the great fireball with a puzzled look on his face. He didn't understand why the opponent still had a mysterious and confident smile on his face. Great fireball technique. This is a ninjutsu created by their Uchiha clan, and it is also one of the basic ninjutsu for many ninjas when learning fire style. According to the history books, the great fireball technique required 6 seals when it was first created. Si Wei Shen Hai Wu Yin, these are the 6 seals required for the great fireball technique. With the strength and control of the chakra in the body, the steps can be simplified. Especially after the emperor made changes to the chakra system, even a genin only needs 4 seals to use the great fireball. And he only needs 2. After all, this is just a sea-level ninjutsu. You have to know that fighting is about information gap and speed difference. In the same time, the opponent can perform 1 technique while you can perform 2. If you don't win, who will? Dai-Tu moved. He put his hands together, clasping his fingers tightly. Si. Next, he stretched out his index and middle fingers. Yin. The next moment, a surging force began to surge in his mouth. Even though a large ball of steaming flames was close at hand, Dai-Tu still remained calm despite the collapse of the mountain. Just as he was about to be covered by the flames, Dai-Tu took a deep breath and the chakra in his body quickly condensed. His cheeks bulged and a large mouthful of fire attribute chakra gushed out. Fire escape. Great fireball technique. The sea-level ninjutsu used by Dai-Tu was like a raging volcanic eruption at this moment, with great momentum. The hot flames of the great fireball technique rolled forward and instantly engulfed and covered Kakashi's fireball. In comparison, although Kakashi's great fireball technique was also quite powerful, it seemed dwarfed by the great fireball performed by Dai-Tu. The whole space was illuminated by the scorching flames, and the surrounding air seemed to be ignited, making crackling sounds. After covering Kakashi's great fireball technique, Dai-Tu's great fireball technique went straight to Kakashi again, without any intention of stopping. Kakashi's face changed drastically. He couldn't believe that the opponent could resist the great fireball when it was so close. And the opponent seemed to have only made 2 seals just now. Was it because the physical technique was too strong and the speed was too fast that he couldn't see it clearly? No. There was no time to think more. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi quickly made seals, and a large piece of yellow soil floated out of the ground to form a large wall, especially the dog head on the wall. Kakashi pulled the corner of his mouth. Why is there a dog head sculpture on the earth flow wall? Is he showing off his exquisite chakra control? The earth flow wall was instantly covered by the great fireball. Just when Kakashi thought it was over, the flames actually burned the earth flow wall directly, and there was a tendency to rush out again. Just when Kakashi was hesitating whether to use water escape to cool the earth flow wall, Dai-Tu stopped the attack. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, but soon a deep sense of powerlessness came over him. The opponent threw a great fireball, and he almost used 3 techniques to resist. No. Just now, it was just a escape technique that he was not good at. Kakashi could only use self-comfort to make up for his inner fear. Next to him, Naruto was still excited about the wonderful game just now, but Sasuke next to him was completely petrified. When I was in the Genin exam, I used the great fireball against Kakashi teacher. It seemed that I had to form more than 20 seals before I could successfully release it. The man in front of me only used 2. Even Itachi would need at least 5, right? Is he stronger than Itachi? Kakashi knew that he couldn't delay any longer. His chakra had always been a weakness. He didn't feel it when he used the short sword before, but now he naturally had no advantage in the ninjutsu against himself. In this case, Kakashi sighed, raised one hand, and then put on his forehead protector. The next moment, the eye covered by the scar opened instantly. We have to make a quick decision. Instantly, the 3 Magatama Sharingan opened. Sharingan. 3 surprised voices sounded. Dato opened his mouth and showed an exaggerated expression, looking at Kakashi and then at Kakashi. He didn't understand why the Uchiha's eyes appeared in Kakashi's eyes in this world, and there was only one. Kakashi himself was also extremely shocked. You know, no matter which ethnic group, they all take their own bloodline limit very seriously. How could he get a Sharingan in this world? Sasuke was also shocked. Why did the eyes of his family members belong to Kakashi? Dato glanced at Kakashi, who rarely showed a shocked look, and joked, "Kakashi, look. You in this world even have the Sharingan." Hiss. Can my body afford it? Kakashi felt a chill when he thought of Daisuke's appearance when he used the Sharingan and was drained by a 200-pound girl. Does he have a special physique in this world? Daisuke looked at Kakashi, and the excitement that had just faded in his eyes surged again. If you also have the Sharingan. You know, he is indeed stronger than Kakashi with the Sharingan, but it is a shame for him, but he can't beat Kakashi without the Sharingan, and it's not glorious to win with the Sharingan. Now that he can compete with Kakashi who has the Sharingan, he will definitely go all out. Kakashi. Since you also have the Sharingan, then give it a try. Ha 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 ha. Dato showed an Uchiha laugh, and then his 2 eyes began to change. 1 Magatama, 2 Magatama, 3 Magatama. He has used his pupil power to perfection, and the speed of his eyes changing from black to Sharingan is also controlled by him very accurately. But it's not over yet. The 3 Magatama spun rapidly, and then completely transformed into a Mangekyo. Seeing the 3 Magatama of this fellow tribesman transformed into a windmill Mangekyo, Sasuke was completely numb. Wait. Mangekyo. Fuck. I just opened the 2 Magatama. Can he open and close the Mangekyo at will? As the son of Uchiha Fugaku, his bloodline should be the purest. Right? Then why do I only have 2 Magatama now? Am I really a biological child? Is his blood purity higher than mine? Just when Sasuke was still thinking hard and trying to judge whether he was a biological child from the clues in his memory of daily interactions, he saw that Kakashi's 3 Magatama also turned into a Mangeki that was not much different from the person in front of him. What the hell? Isn't I the only one left in the Uchiha? Why can I still meet 2 people who use Sharingan today? And they are still using the legendary Mangeki of the Uchiha? As for why there is only one left, it is because in Sasuke's heart attack he is no longer worthy of being a Uchiha. Hey? He also has a Mangeki? Kakashi, I guess this person just looks like you, maybe he is not you. Since you also have a Mangeki, then I won't hold back. Dato's voice fell, and the next moment, the blue Susanoo giant was completely unfolded. Chapter 13. Damn! Do you have to make such a big fuss right at the beginning? Kakashi was completely shocked. It was not my friend. I just missed an eye. Was it necessary? Unfortunately, it would be too much to say anything at this moment. After Kakashi dodged an attack from Susanoo, his hands also burst out with extremely powerful lightning power. This is his best escape technique, Reikari. Dato blushed when he saw this, and then he was a little absent-minded. This ninjutsu is more suitable for Uchiha ninjutsu than fire escape in the Empire. But he didn't learn it. Now the Kakashi of this world used it so easily in front of him, which made him feel a serious blow to his self-esteem. Dato blushed directly. You guy! Watching Kakashi dodge his attack and use Reikari to leave a huge wound on his Susanoo, Kakashi was also wondering why the guy in front of him suddenly went crazy. As the two were pulling, Sasuke's eyes were full of admiration. Although he only felt disgust towards Daisuke at the beginning, at this moment he was already approaching Daisuke in his heart, and even wanted to follow Daisuke. If I also have this kind of divine power, can that man still be my opponent? Just as Sasuke was thinking, a voice sounded in the ears of the three. Hey! 3, what's your teacher's name? Is it Hatake? Kakashi was a little confused when he saw Daisuke, who was already panting before he exerted any strength. Could it be that they really look alike? Ah! Our teacher is Hatake Kakashi. Sakura also saw that the two had no ill intentions, and began to explain. Also Hatake? His father is Hatake Tsurugi, right? This question stumped Sakura. We don't know much. Kakashi's father. I haven't seen him, nor have I heard much about him. I don't know the details. Kakashi was shocked. Although he is a father from another world, she was slightly surprised to know that he had never heard of even the ninjas from the same village in this world. There are indeed countless strong people in this world. A strong man like my father is well known in the empire, but in this world, the younger generation doesn't even know him. Does your teacher have some bad habits? Kakashi asked again. Seeing the doubts on the faces of several people, he said, for example, he often stays out all night in a custom shop, or has a group of beautiful wives and concubines in the house. If there is really no such thing, could it be that he likes catheters? Sakura shook her head again. Teacher Kakashi never goes to those places, and he is still single now, but he likes to read adult comics. As for catheters, I don't know. Sakura blushed when she said this. What's going on? I don't understand. This teacher Kakashi is too vulgar. Kakashi lowered his head and thought deeply. That's not right. There are so many strong people in this world, why is he so weak in this world? What's wrong with the Sharingan? Since it is not weakness caused by overindulgence, it must be congenital. Since congenital chakra cannot be compared with those cheating guys, why not use the ancestral swordsmanship? Is it because the father of this world did not teach, so it was not inherited? Also, if you are not a member of the Uchiha clan, wouldn't it consume a lot of Sharingan to keep it open? Is this eyes pupil technique so special that it is worth sacrificing these invisible conditions? Otherwise, the disadvantages outweigh the advantages. Naruto, who was standing next to them, looked puzzled as he listened to the conversation between the two. Can chakra be used up? Isn't this thing inexhaustible? Why did Kakashi teacher use up his chakra all at once? I don't think he used many ninjutsu. Naruto's big eyes showed a clear stupidity. Sasuke couldn't help but curse, idiot. That's because you used something that doesn't belong to you. Fortunately, Naruto was not too stupid and reacted. Are you talking about the Sharingan? Then why does Kakashi-sensei still use it? Sasuke snorted disdainfully, his eyes had changed a little. Of course, he covets the power of my Uchiha clan. Kakashi on the other side complained bitterly, what happened today? Why did he suddenly encounter such a monster? There is still one who hasn't made a move yet, what should I do? The task assigned by the Hokage is to protect Naruto and Sasuke. One involves the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the other involves Uchiha Itachi. The loss of any one person will bring a devastating blow to Konoha. It seems that only that move can be used. Kakashi feels that this skill is invincible. Kamui. Daito was fighting with Susanoo when he suddenly felt a large suction coming from his body. He was startled. Although the eyes of Kakashi were similar to his own, there were similar mangekais in the Uchiha family in the empire. But it was almost impossible for the skills to be the same. Because the Sharingan is a reflection of the soul, everyone's eyes can basically obtain whatever they desire and can assist themselves in obtaining the power they want. In an instant, Daisuke Kamui also started, and he first turned himself into a virtual and avoided Kakashi's fatal Kamui. Kakashi was out of breath after using it once and the chakra consumed in the previous battle. Daisuke lost the mood to play. Weak, too weak. Is the person in front of him really Kakashi from another world? Your eyes, this eye technique, are they mine in this world? Daisuke asked. Kakashi remained silent. Answer me. Daisuke was furious. If you are willing to let my students go, I will tell you everything. At this moment, Kakashi was still thinking about the mission. Do you think you have a choice? I told you that you have the Sharingan but can't open Susanoo. You can't use chakra and it's draining away so fast that you're out of breath. How can this eye be yours? Daito was a little annoyed. Many Uchiha in the Empire are only children, and one of his important tasks is to find the Uchiha people in the parallel world. Many people don't have the innate conditions like Sasuke and you, so opening the eternal Manjiki has become a big problem. Now that he knows that his tribe has been destroyed, he is already very annoyed. Now that he has clues about himself in this world, he naturally doesn't want to delay any longer. Kamui. Daito's Kamui is activated, and Kakashi is instantly sucked into the Kamui space. Just when the three little ones and Dasuna were still wondering where Kakashi went, the two appeared again. Daito held an eyeball in his hand, and his left eye was deeper than before he went in. He in this world is not like Obito in the original world who has Hashirama cells and can use Kamui at will. But at this moment, he has confirmed that the eye of Kakashi in this world belongs to him. Feeling the power of the eternal kaleidoscope and the pupil power that is about to overflow in his eyes, Daito laughed excitedly. Kami. The power of the twisted void emerged, and a mountain disappeared completely. And he only consumed a small amount of chakra for this, and the risk of blindness no longer exists. Daito laughed loudly. The experiment just now was correct. In the Kamui space, he immediately controlled Kakashi in this world, but unfortunately he was not proficient in illusion and could only seduce some wandering ninjas. Kakashi had been trained by the Anbu, so he kept his mouth shut and said nothing. But everything is not important. After gouging out Kakashi's pupil, he experimentally inserted it into his own eye. It is well known that the eyes of the Uchiha family are used as soon as they are inserted. As expected, there was no rejection reaction, and the power in the eye became stronger. This confirmed that this eye belongs to him in this world. After getting something unexpected, Daito had no interest in playing with Kakashi anymore. The Kakashi in this world was too weak, and it would be unfair for him to continue fighting. He glanced at Kakashi and spoke slowly, "Hey! Kakashi! Show your skills to you in this world. Let him know that swordsmanship is the true inheritance of the Hotaki family. Don't let him play lightning escape in the future." Chapter 14. Daito? Haven't you learned Reikiri yet? Kakashi revealed Daito's thoughts. Daito's joy of getting the Manjiki Sharingan was instantly diluted. He was angry and choked. Can talent be blamed for the attribute? Watching Kakashi walk towards his teacher Kakashi step by step, Naruto waved his fist and wanted to help. Damn guy! So despicable! He actually wants to fight in a round. Daito picked up Naruto like a chicken, sealed Naruto's chakra in 2 moves, and then threw him aside. What do you know? We are helping your teacher. Watching Daito approach step by step, Sasuke suppressed his excitement and said, "Who are you?" Daito scratched his head helplessly. It's really a headache. You said this world in a few words, what does it mean? Are you from another world? Sasuke made a bold guess. Daito looked at him with approval. This kid is not stupid. In comparison, why is Minato's child so stupid? As you can see, we are from another world. That is my partner, Hotaki Kakashi. In essence, your teacher and him are the same person. Several people's brains crashed due to the information in Daito's words. Both of them are Kakashi teacher. The 3 looked at Kakashi in the distance, who swung a knife to create a skyline and cut a mountain, and couldn't help swallowing. You dare to use the Sharingan without the blood of the Uchiha clan? Don't you know that the Sharingan that is always open will cause your chakra to drain every minute? You disappoint me so much. Didn't Hatake take Shige teach you the sword technique? Kakashi's words made Kakashi fall silent. Is it the sword technique of Konoha White Fang? It seems that I have always been proud of it when I was a child. Are you me from the parallel world? Kakashi raised his head. He was so fast that he was only concerned about dodging and didn't pay attention. Now that he saw the object in the other person's hand clearly, his pupils shrank sharply. Even though he knew that this was himself from the parallel world, he still felt a turmoil in his heart when he looked at the White Fang at this moment. This sword is the only legacy left by his father. Unfortunately, in the Battle of Konobe Bridge, he didn't keep it well and it was broken. Now he looks at this sword again, he looks dazed. He lost too much in that battle: companions, friends, eyes, his father's relics, and his right hand that can never be washed clean. Kakashi's face sank, the flash of swords flashed, and Kakashi's grey hair fell to the ground. You can still be dazed in the battle. Your combat quality is even lower than I thought. I am curious, why would Konoha, the only seedling of Uchiha in the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, trust a ninja like you to lead? Kakashi's words were full of regret. Look at what you are like now. You can't even do the most basic evasion without the Sharingan. You have gone astray. If you practiced the swordsmanship of our Hatake family from the beginning, the shortcomings of insufficient chakra and insufficient endurance can be well compensated. Kakashi was silent after hearing this. Why did he practice swordsmanship in that world? Obito was also by his side. He lost too much, how could he care about his own strength? His father's death made him give up swordsmanship. Obito's death made him feel full of guilt. Rin's death made him lose the purpose of living. The death of his teacher completely made him lose the direction of his life. Okay, it's time to end. Kakashi, watch out, this move. I'm going to let you know how stupid it is to give up swordsmanship and use eye techniques. Lightning release, thunder flash. Kakashi's figure disappeared instantly, and with the blessing of lightning release, his speed was as fast as lightning. The terrifying sword light instantly tore through the space, and the air around him was cut into a large area of nothingness by a sword. Looking at himself who still had no reaction, Kakashi's heart flashed a deep disappointment, and then the blade quickly transformed into the back of the blade and hit Kakashi heavily. Kakashi fell asleep instantly and fell into a coma completely. Teacher Kakashi. Naruto and Sakura looked at the unconscious Kakashi nervously. Don't worry, the back of the blade used at the end didn't kill him. Dato explained to the two. Ha ha ha, but Kakashi, it seems that you in this world are not that good. Dato laughed teasingly. At this time, Sasuke finally remembered something, and he said solemnly, Senior, if you are talking about you in this world, it is indeed our Uka. There was once a person in the Wave clan with the same name as you. Dato jumped up immediately, his face almost touching Sasuke's. Speak. Tell me quickly. You will be rewarded for your work. This clue is very important for opening eternity with his right eye. You should know that compared with the left eye, the right eye's virtual self-defense is a real life-saving skill. Sasuke looked at Dato, who was so expectant in front of him and suddenly couldn't bear to tell the news. Dato's heart skipped a beat, and he asked again, What's wrong? Tell me. Don't worry, no matter what the result, I will reward you. Sasuke's mind appeared a person recorded in the clan record, Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito in this world. He is the hero of Konoha. Dato was a little dissatisfied when he heard this. Good fellow, I have become a hero of Konoha in this world? I have never received the certificate of the 3 best students in the empire. Damn it! I was actually surpassed by myself. Tell me in detail. Dato hugged Sasuke's neck, showing an expression that wanted to hear more. Seeing Kakashi still stopping the bleeding of Kakashi's left eye, he shouted, "Don't pay attention to your useless variant, Kakashi, I can't beat you in the Empire, but you are far behind me in this world. Your variant is so weak, but I have been a hero of Konoha for a long time, come and listen." After confirming that Kakashi had focused his attention on him, Dato looked up and motioned for Sasuke to continue. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, then swallowed and spoke slowly. "You in this world, died in the Battle of Konobe Bridge in the 50th year of Konoha. That period was the Third Shinobi World War, you were 13 years old. After your death, you were awarded the title of Konoha Hero." Dato. Fuck. I'm dead. He didn't dare to look back. He could feel that Kakashi's eyes were full of naked mockery. Just now, he had specifically asked Kakashi to listen, but at this moment, the words just now were like a slap in his face. "A clown again, chow. Damn, why am I so disappointing in this world? I thought Kakashi in this world was already useless, and I just wanted to show off, but I didn't expect that I in this world was even worse than Kakashi's variant and died at the age of 13? Myself in the Empire I can't beat Kakashi, and now I'm in a parallel world, but I still can't beat him? Although Kakashi's variant is useless, he can still lead a class, and there are also Indra and Ashura reincarnations in the class. What about me? I went to see Ashura and Indra early. Is this better than Kakashi's variant? I thought Kakashi was sick enough to play Sharingan without a sword, but I was even more pitiful because I died before I developed." Compared to the man's face, what made Dato feel more upset and uncomfortable was Chapter 15. Compared to the problem of face, the loss of the inner self is what Daito can't accept more. Is the eternal Mangeki in my right eye missing? Fuck. He cursed the variant of this world 1,000 times in his heart. You are so disappointing. Brother, I came to give you the eternal Mangeki, but you died? Is his body still there? Daito asked Sasuke with a hint of hope. Sasuke shook his head. His body disappeared long ago after being left on the battlefield. Even the cemeteries of the clan in Konoha only have his cenotaph. Fuck. Sasuke hesitated, but out of his desire for power, he still spoke tentatively, "Senior, this is all the information I know. The reward you just mentioned." Before he finished speaking, Naruto interrupted him, "Hey! Sasuke! Do you really believe these two inexplicable guys? They just knocked out Kakashi." Sasuke looked at Naruto with a gloomy face. Damn, if this person in front of him misunderstands that he will blame them, it will be over. Konoha and the like have nothing to do with me. What does that have to do with me? I just want to pursue the supreme power. No matter who it is, as long as they can give me this power, I, Sasuke, don't mind betraying everything for him. What? Naruto's pupils trembled, and Sakura looked at Sasuke in disbelief. Sasuke! Konoha cultivated you. How can you be so ungrateful? Sasuke felt even more disgusted with Naruto after hearing this, and the good impression he had finally built up was gone. Naruto! Don't use your arrogant thoughts to speculate about others before you understand a person's life. Not everyone can be as shameless as you. You are obviously hated by everyone and you still try your best to show your kindness and let others accept you. Why should I, Sasuke, explain my actions to others in my life? This was the first time that Naruto felt that Sasuke was so strange. In his eyes, Sasuke was an orphan like himself, and they should have common topics. He didn't understand, compared to having nothing since childhood. It is truly unforgettable to lose something after having it. Daito looked at Sasuke with admiration. You are worthy of being my Uchiha. Konoha or something, just rebel. If you have power, you can call home anywhere in the world? But what does it mean to be hated by everyone, Minato's child? Seeing that Naruto was already somewhat out of control, the Nine-Tails chakra leaked out and even began to break through the chakra seal he had just cast on Naruto. Dai-2 knocked Naruto unconscious with another knife. This world is still too complicated, let's slowly understand it. Sasuke, you are also 12 this year, right? Sure enough, exactly the same as Sasuke in the Empire. Dai-2 murmured in a low voice. Senior, what did you say? Oh, nothing. Just now I saw that you can easily switch between 1 Megatama and 2 Megatama, you should have opened the Mangekey now, right? Sasuke was speechless when he heard this, his face flushed. Dai-2 understood immediately when he saw this. Oh, the Mangekey hasn't been opened yet, don't worry, it's not too late to be 12 years old. Show me the 3 Megatama, let me see how far you have come. Dai-2 stared at Sasuke with a sharp look in his eyes. Sasuke lowered his head even more. Dai-2 was puzzled. Why are you still shy? Let the senior take a look. Don't worry, the senior doesn't have any quirks. Sasuke finally couldn't hold it anymore, and he blushed. I just opened the 2 Megatama. Dai-2 was shocked when he heard this. Damn! Just now, I thought that he had mastered the control of the Sharingan by being able to switch between the 1 Megatama and the 2 Megatama so easily. You just opened the 2 Megatama. I opened my eyes as 2 Megatama, but you opened them at the age of 12? Looking at the other party's aggressive and even contemptuous eyes, Sasuke suddenly felt that the other party was looking down on him. Sasuke explained, my current body is not enough to support the opening of the 3 Megatama Sharingan. My Sharingan opened the 1 Megatama 5 years ago. He also explained with a little tsundere. Opening the eyes at the age of 7, the talent is already very good, right? You know, many people in the Uchiha family can't even open 1 Megatama in their entire lives. Dai-2 couldn't hold back anymore after hearing that. Not my buddy? Do you know that you in the other world will soon open your samsara eye, not to mention eternity? It took 5 years to transform from 1 Megatama to 2 Megatama, is your blood really pure? He felt fortunate for Zhou in the Empire. Fortunately, he had a brother like you, otherwise he would have to rely on the parallel. This Sasuke in this world will never be able to open the eternal Mangekey in this life, right? That is to say, Dai-2 still doesn't know that Sasuke is a Megatama opened by the whole family's sacrifice to heaven, otherwise he will definitely make Wu Zetian a widow, losing Li Ji. Okay, just follow me for the time being, I will open the Mangekey for you as soon as possible. You are still complacent about opening a Megatama at the age of 7. Do you know that you in our world are ready to open the Samsara Eye immediately? Sasuke was puzzled. What is the Samsara Eye? Dai-2 held his forehead, there is no hope, absolutely no hope. He couldn't help but question Kakashi's guess just now. Kakashi, I feel that you are too sensitive. This world is completely a fragile low-level martial arts world. It is far worse than the Empire in all aspects. Dai-2 sent a voice message to Kakashi. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. We'll discuss your talent later. I want to know what you mean by the Uchiha clan extermination. A hint of coldness finally appeared on Daisuke's cynical face. Ahem, that. Nagato, such things happen all the time in the ninja world, not just in our fire country. In fact, relatively speaking, our fire country is already extremely good. Jiraiya looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help cursing his bad luck in his heart. How could he encounter it in this situation? Is this what you said, the fire country is peaceful and prosperous? Nagato gritted his teeth and said every word. The scene in front of him is more than just a mess. Hundreds of corpses, blood flowing for thousands of miles. The fire spreading in the village here has destroyed most of the houses. The civilians were panicked and fled everywhere, but there was nowhere to escape. Screams and cries came one after another. This group of wandering ninjas ruthlessly harvested the lives of this village just because one of the civilians disobeyed them. Whether it was the elderly or children, they did not let them go. One civilian after another fell in a pool of blood. Their eyes were full of fear and helplessness. They tried to resist, but they were ultimately powerless. There was no mercy in their eyes, only indifference to life and the pleasure of killing. Facing the cold-blooded ninjas, many civilians could only watch their families and friends fall one by one in anger, and were brutally killed one by one. This land was stained red with blood, and helplessness and despair filled the air. Nagato was furious. His eyes were full of pity for these innocent people and anger towards the wandering ninjas. It was just a team led by 3 genin, but they dared to kill such a village of 100 people. If there were jonin, could they destroy a small country? In fact, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is Jiraiya's attitude. In his eyes, it seems that this situation has become commonplace. Nagato wanted to use the reincarnation technique to revive the poor people just now. In the Empire, such a situation has not occurred for decades. Not to mention hundreds of people, even a death case of more than 10 people can be earth-shattering in the Empire. And in this world. Chapter 16. Well, it's pointless to say more now. Let's see if there are any people who can be saved. Jiraiya spoke. He just clenched his hands to make a seal when he saw Nagato move. 10,000 things attract the sky. The powerful gravitational force instantly sucked those wandering ninjas over. Jiraiya was startled. He felt the strong suction beside him and subconsciously pulled away. Just now, Nagato didn't make a seal. Instant ninjutsu. This is the power of the Samsara Eye. I didn't expect that this Nagato in another world has been so skilled in using the Samsara Eye. What shocked Jiraiya the most was not that Nagato used the Samsara Eye, but that he used it against these wandering ninjas. Isn't he afraid of the negative effects of the pupil power on his body? Nagato looked at the group of wandering ninjas floating beside him with fear in his eyes with cold eyes. The wandering ninjas were horrified when they found the two. The leader said hurriedly, "Sorry, I didn't know they were your prey. I am willing to give you everything I just robbed." Nagato's face became even gloomier when he heard this. This world is too bad. Are those predecessors lying to themselves? In such an era where you can't even control your own life, and ordinary civilians don't even have dignity, is it really a good era? The naive Nagato still believes in the words of those who lied to maintain their own ruling interests and wanted to revive the ninja village system. Of course, for that group of people, the system of CO governance of ninja villages and daimyo is indeed a good era. Seeing that Nagato didn't say anything, the wandering ninjas thought that the chips they offered were not enough, so they continued, "If you don't want to feel that it's too little, I can work for you for a while. We are very familiar with this area. Give me 7 days. No. 3 days. In 3 days, I can plunder enough wealth for you." Jiraiya has already separated a group of shadow clones to see if there are any people who can be rescued. As for the original body, it is always with Nagato to prevent him from suddenly losing control and going crazy. "Jiraiya, who are these people?" Nagato's words shocked the wandering ninjas. 3. Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas? It's over, it's over. Jiraiya also looked at the group of people with a heavy face. Most of them are rebel ninjas who have learned some ninjutsu and casually passed on some knowledge. They have a little power and want to transcend the order. The existence of these people is very common. They have existed since ancient times. Not everyone is willing to accept tedious and demanding ninja tasks. Burning, killing and looting are relatively simpler, as long as you don't go near the ninja village and provoke the dignitaries who are protected by ninjas. Seeing Jiraiya's usual look, Nagato's dissatisfaction was overwhelming. "Can't you, Konoha village or the Land of Fire, control these wandering ninjas? You just let them burn, kill, loot, and do whatever they want." Jiraiya felt a little guilty. "Well, if someone issues a task, we will have corresponding ninjas to take on the task of clearing out wandering ninjas." Nagato was dumbfounded. You only pay to suppress bandits? Then what is your role? You won't do it if you don't have money? As the largest force supervision and training institution in a country, you don't even do this? Of course, if there is a big impact, the daimyo will plan the financial expenditure to suppress the bandits. I can guarantee that our land of fire is the best. Nagato's heart sank. Even the land of fire is the best, how chaotic must this world be? Nagato couldn't help but think of the people in the empire. Although the common people were very tired and worked day and night to contribute to the development of the empire, they did not dare to stop their non-stop struggle. But at least they were well fed and well clothed, and they never said that they were worried about losing their lives at any time. Now the people here. Ida-kun. Please, wake up. Without you at home, how can mother and children survive? Tanikairo, you are the only labor force in our family, you must not be in trouble. Looking at the civilians who were rescued by Jiraiya's shadow clone but still cried with fear on their faces, Nagato suddenly felt a sense of shame in his heart. It seems that he misunderstood the emperor too deeply. Before, the emperor said that 996 was a blessing, and he didn't care. But at this moment, looking at these people with pale faces and thin bodies, holding the bodies of their dead relatives and crying, he was a little confused. At the beginning, I seemed to say that I wanted to fight against the emperor's dictatorship, right? Why are you shaking now? In the empire, even in the most remote mountainous areas, there is no such a skinny person. Moreover, the elderly in the empire have pension insurance, women also have suitable manual work, and there is compulsory education. It is impossible to say that a family will be completely in despair if they lose a man. By the way, why are there so many children in the village? Don't they have to go to school? Looking at a group of children who would have avoided such a disaster if they were in school, lying on the ground and losing their breath, Nagato felt a little heartbroken. Going to school. Jiraiya also began to wonder about the world Nagato was in. How can ordinary civilian children have the money to go to school? The cost of private school teachers here is relatively high. Generally, only the rich and powerful and landlords have the financial ability to hire teachers. Ah! Nagato's eyes widened. Seeing Nagato's reaction, Jiraiya's scalp was tingling. But if the children of the common people here want, they can also go to Konoha. The ninja school only needs a little tuition. Of course, most parents will not choose this, because being a ninja is more dangerous and requires a certain amount of talent. It takes a long time to train a ninja, and they don't want to lose a labor force at home. Nagato frowned. Why is it more dangerous to be a ninja? You can choose not to participate in dangerous things. It should be more efficient to become a ninja and come back, right? When Jiraiya saw Nagato asked about his field of expertise, he also spoke incessantly. You know the consciousness of fire, right? It's one of the requirements to become a ninja. Where the leaves of Konoha fly, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let new leaves sprout. This is the consciousness that was promoted by Hashirama, the founder of Konohagakure village, and was jointly created and passed down by the villagers of Konohagakure in their long-term historical struggle. When they become ninjas, they will also inherit the consciousness of fire. At that time, they will also turn from new leaves into flames, illuminating new branches and sprouting. Listening to Jiraiya's words, Nagato simply and roughly summarized, you mean sacrifice and dedication. When they become ninjas, they must serve in the village and can't even take care of their parents and family members. Jiraiya scratched his head and smiled. That's not the case. They can bring their families to the village. After all, the village has cultivated them. How can they leave the village easily? Chapter 17. Oh my god, it's the CPU. How come the so-called fire consciousness of Konoha village is the same as the brainwashing of pyramid schemes? If you become a ninja, you must contribute to the ninja village. Shouldn't people be free? Why do you only talk about dedication and sacrifice? If you get something, you must get something in return. Only when there is a connection between interests can a relationship be stable and long-term, right? Jiraiya shook his head when he heard it, and he looked at Nagato with some disappointment. No. You are wrong. The spirit of voluntarily dedicating one's life and sacrificing one's life to protect the bond is great. If it is mixed with interests, it will become vulgar. Jiraiya was extremely disappointed with Nagato's materialistic words. What did Nagato experience in another world? The two also talked along the way, and they both knew that they had a master-disciple relationship. Didn't I in that world teach him the fire consciousness? Nagato was also puzzled. He wanted the horse to run without wanting it to eat grass. It seems that the culprit of these rebellious ninjas and wandering ninjas is not their inner greed, but the deformed training and inaction of Konoha village. What are the core values here? Core values? Our values are to dedicate ourselves to the village. Jiraiya was confused. I couldn't understand what he said. Isn't there any prosperity, democracy, and harmony? Ah! Ninjas only need to obey the arrangements of the tasks and dedicate themselves to the tasks and the village. What's the use of those things? You have to know that ninjas are just tools in the process of performing tasks, and tools are not allowed to have feelings. Nagato, who has not experienced the life of the ninja village system, can't understand what Jiraiya said at all. What does it mean that ninjas are just tools? Shuriken, ration pills, and storage scrolls are tools, right? Ninjas are just a profession, and there are living people behind them in essence. The biggest difference between humans and animals is that they have emotions. Are people who suppress their emotions still humans? No wonder those civilians are so afraid of ninjas. No wonder ninjas are synonymous with disasters. It turns out that people here, even people like Jiraiya who are ninjas themselves, only position themselves as tools. Nagato has a new understanding of the sickness of this world. Talking about dedication and sacrifice, while treating ninjas as tools, isn't it contradictory? Nagato couldn't help but speak. Contradictory? Sacrifice and dedication for the village. What about companions? Companions? Although companions are important, accurately executing tasks is what ninjas must understand. Nagato felt that it didn't make sense. Missions are important? You must know that in the Empire, no matter what the situation is, human life is always the first priority. Here, human lives are treated as worthless, and no one will defect. Seeing that Nagato didn't speak, Jiraiya silently took out the royalties he had saved for more than half a year and distributed them to this group of civilians. Nagato watched silently without saying anything. Jiraiya was also a little puzzled. From Nagato's various surprised states, it can be judged that the world he is in may be better than his own world. But it's not right. Since it is a good world and the Empire has a perfect system, why can the war of aggression burn to the parallel universe? Shouldn't they love peace like Konoha? And Nagato was still very angry when he just came. Looking at the group of wandering ninjas who were still chattering and begging for mercy and making harsh words, Nagato put his hands together. Immortal Reincarnation Kai. The hair on the bodies of some of the dead people was covered by Nagato using the tensei to cover these people. Soon, some of the people who had just died looked at their new bodies with confusion. Their families also cried with joy and hugged them tightly. This scene was very strange. In the impure land was the murderer who had just killed their family, and outside the impure land was their family again. Nagato? This is a forbidden technique, right? Wouldn't it be inappropriate to use it this way? They may not be better than this group of people after they get the power of immortality. Jiraiya frowned and tried to stop him. Nagato sighed. This is impure world reincarnation revised. They will consume the vitality of the group of wandering ninjas just now, including their recovery ability and physical strength. They are not immortal, and they will die after their vitality is completely consumed. Now that I have seen it, I can't remain indifferent. Let these wandering ninjas serve as carriers of impure world reincarnation to make up for the people they just killed. As for the future. Jiraiya swallowed his saliva and wanted to say something else, but Nagato had already stepped forward. Let's go and take a look at the capital of the Land of Fire. Jiraiya thought about it and said, although some of the things we encountered along the way were bad, I think you will be shocked by the prosperity of the Land of Fire. Nagato had lost his initial expectations for this world. He shrugged his shoulders and said weakly, I hope so. What? My Uchiha clan was exterminated by one person? Could it be the Emperor's variation here? Dato's startled voice was vaguely heard by Kakashi. His consciousness was turbid. The voice in my ear sounds like Obito's. Am I dead? Kakashi opened his eyes and saw Naruto, who was sleeping, Sakura, who looked alert, Sasuke, who looked angry, and Dasuna, who looked helpless. A man who looked 90% like him and Dato, who was jumping and moving exaggeratedly, brought his thoughts back to reality. So, it was the back of the knife. Kakashi felt a burst of pain in his neck as he moved slightly, and he felt a little regretful. If it was the blade just now, it might have been better. But since he was awake, he would continue to perform the mission and protect the students in front of him. He would not give up easily. Let's see what these two people are going to do first, and recover. Kakashi could feel that his chakra limit had increased without having to maintain the Sharingan all the time. But the last knife. Kakashi's swordsmanship with the lightning escape still shocked him. Emperor. Sasuke looked puzzled. Although he had heard the name of the Emperor many times from the two people, he still felt that Uchiha Itachi could not have achieved that level of achievement. Why? He was just a rubbish who killed his relatives and friends. He is also a member of the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Senju. Dai-Tu spoke solemnly. This world is doomed if there is an emperor. The blood of the Senju and Uchiha clans are born with the Six Paths talent. Uchiha Senju. Sasuke shook his head when he heard this. I have never heard of this person. Dato breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Yes, if there really is such a person, how could he be unknown? How come this world has not been unified yet? Then who is the person you are talking about who can destroy our great Uchiha clan alone, the shame and traitor of our clan, and also has the Manjiki Sharingan? Chapter 18. Seeing Sasuke's hesitation, Dato's face was gloomy. Kakashi looked at Sasuke from the side, and a sigh flashed in his dead fish eyes. Sasuke, you are too obsessed with hatred. Knowing the truth does not mean there will be a result. Kakashi suddenly spoke. He knew that the hatred in Sasuke's heart had taken root and could not be easily eliminated. But he also understood that hatred would only make Sasuke sink deeper and deeper, and eventually lead to destruction. Hey! Wake up! Dato and Kakashi both looked here. Teacher Kakashi! Sakura finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi glanced and continued to immerse his eyes in the intimate paradise. Although the painting style above is quite conservative, it is also fun, especially the looming. Exciting. Oh? Kakashi, so you know who it is. Tell me, Sasuke is hesitating like a woman. Tell me that you stole the eyes of my Uchiha clan and I will forgive you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. But I have a condition. Sasuke struggled, but soon his clenched fists fell down powerlessly. Speak, boy. Dai-Tu also wanted to promote the poor only seedling of Uchiha in this world. I can tell you who did it, but I must avenge this vengeance myself. Sasuke gritted his teeth and spoke. It's no big deal, I promise you. But if you die in the revenge, don't blame me for not helping you. Dai-Tu teased. The murderer who killed the whole clan is Itachi. Sasuke was completely exhausted after saying this. What? Itachi? Dai-Tu was shocked. Are you sure you are not under the illusion? How could Itaki attack Uchiha? You in the Empire loves his people more than himself. He would rather bear all the sacrifices day and night than let his family bear more pressure. You is extremely conceited and loves his family very much. Would he destroy his own clan? How is it possible? Illusion. Sasuke's face flashed with fear unnaturally when he said this, and then it was covered by deep anger. He remembered the fear of being dominated by Tsukuyomi that day. The endless torture in Tsukuyomi space for 3 days and 3 nights. I also hope this is an illusion. But it's not. The murderer is my Unii-chan. That Uchiha Itachi who likes to say that I am stupid. In fact, Sasuke didn't want to believe that it was Uchiha Itachi who destroyed the Uchiha clan and killed the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, his father and mother more than anyone else. But this is the bloody reality, this is the reality. Dai too was stunned when he heard this. Not a buddy? What are you crazy about? Patricide? Can you really do it? Thinking carefully, you does have this ability, and the only one who can make Uchiha Fuyu accept his fate without resistance is you. But why? It's not why he left Uchiha as the only child. The person you loves most is his younger brother Zyuosuke. It's why he attacked his whole family? What kind of deep hatred can make his hands stained with the blood of his relatives? Was he hit by Kota Amatsukami? What about Uchiha Shisui? Didn't Shisui stop him? Shisui should have this ability, right? Dai too knew that Shisui was the softest and most saintly person in the Uchiha clan, and he would never allow Uchiha Yu to attack his whole family. Brother Shisui. He passed away a long time ago. The face of the gentle boy appeared in Sasuke's mind, and a trace of sadness flashed in his eyes. Maybe if brother Shisui was here, Itachi wouldn't be so crazy. What? This time, Daisuke was even more surprised. Your ninja world is really full of disasters. When Daisuke thought about his family members dying at the hands of his family members, he felt like he was going to break apart. He was dead, and Shisui was dead too. Did he die in the war too? Daisuke asked. No. It seems like he committed suicide. Hey! Daisuke was dumbfounded. Although Shisui was a saint, she was not so fragile that she would give up her life just because she couldn't bear the suffering in the world. What was going on in this world? Kakashi, hey! Kakashi! Daisuke was helpless. He could only call out his best friend's name to verify whether he was in an illusion. Kakashi glanced at him with disdain, and then continued to focus on the intimate paradise. I feel like we are no longer sure about the situation in this world. Should we contact the Empire? Dai too had no choice but to report this information to the Emperor. His mission was basically the first Hokage and the second Hokage were too powerful. So many people in the village were jealous of them and had too many enemies. They have disappeared in history. However, a small number of people whose bloodline has not been activated rule the Land of Fire. Tsunade, one of the 3 ninjas, seems to be the princess of the Land of Fire. Sasuke knows much more than his peers from reading the documents of the clan and from what he has seen and heard over the years. The Senju clan disappeared in history. Dato has lost his voice for the nth time. Well, because the first Hokage Hashirama is the only one who is strong, not this clan. Sasuke answered truthfully. What about the Uzumaki clan? It is said that the Uzumaki clan once owned a country, the Kingdom of Whirlpool, but because too many people were afraid of their sealing technique, they were later besieged by many countries and have been destroyed. Ah! Not only Daisuke, Kakashi also raised his eyes glued to the intimate paradise. Good guy, the 3 strongest families in the empire have all perished? Then the Kagaya clan must be there, right? In the empire, the number of Kagaya clan has begun to surge under the promotion of the emperor's family planning policy, and the number of newborns reaches hundreds every year. The Kagaya clan. Seeing Sasuke showing a puzzled expression, the 2 knew that it was over. My mission. Daisuke was heartbroken. Has this mission failed before it even started? This time when he went back, he wanted to rely on the mission to shamelessly ask the emperor for 6 bloodlines, which was even more chicken feathers. Have all the families with bloodline limits in your world perished? Suzuki hesitated for a moment, thinking frantically in his mind, but soon a shy and timid figure in the class emerged. I don't know about other countries, but in Konoha village, the Hyuga clan still exists, and their bloodline limit is the Byakugan. Anything else? Dato asked eagerly. That's good. That's good. Although there is no hope for the eternal Mangeki in this world, the Emperor can continue to arrange for me to go to the next world. As long as this mission is completed well, maybe I can directly ask the Emperor to help me open my eyes. Anything else? No, there is only this family in Konoha village that has a bloodline limit, and they guard their bloodline limit very strictly, unlike us Uchiha. Suzuki said, his eyes swept across Kakashi's left eye. Kakashi sighed. Suzuki, you misunderstood me. But this kid is really born to be a rebel. He spilled all his secrets before anyone else even said anything. Dai too was completely discouraged after hearing this. Kakashi. Contact the Empire. Report our current situation first. Chapter 19. The Valley of the End. A huge formation is being carved in front of Shimura Danzo. Several root ninjas who are proficient in sealing techniques and space-time ninjutsu are exploring something in the formation. Danzo-sama. There are indeed traces of space fluctuations here. And this space force is extremely powerful. It is far beyond our current level of cognition. The voice of a man wearing a root mask in front of him couldn't stop trembling. Shimura Danzo also looked a little ugly. Rather than believing in people from parallel universes, he hoped that this was Jiraiya's fantasy that the information was wrong. But the bloody reality has completely shattered the glimmer of luck in his heart. However, things have already happened, and he is not the kind of person who escapes. Can you seal this place and ensure that no spiritual creatures come in and out? Although they are visitors from another world, they are ultimately space blockades of spiritual creatures. No problem. It's difficult to research the channel for reverse transmission, but sealing is not a problem. The ninja who specializes in sealing techniques at the root quickly contacted the people next to him to set up a heaven sealing formation. Suddenly, even the chakra stopped flowing here. Shimura Danzo repeatedly confirmed that there would be no more problems and breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it's time to catch the turtle in the jar. He. Ninjas from another world? I'm really curious about what powerful knowledge and ninjutsu you will bring to me. Shimura Danzo has already imagined the scene of himself entering another world and making great contributions to become a Hokage. In the Empire, the province of Fire, Konoha University. As the coordinates of the former Konoha village, the natural environment conditions and convenient transportation here are undoubtedly the richest. At this moment, in a large square of Konoha University, countless snakes and pharmacists are pacing beside the transmission formation. The two who were injected with the power of the 6 paths and Hashirama's cells had already achieved chakra freedom, and in order to ensure that the chakra would not be disconnected in the middle, Lord Senjo also sealed the 9 tails in the body of Orikaiwan not long ago. After the shadow clone was free, he drove away all the talents and interns in Konoha University, leaving only the pharmacists here to learn with him. With the support of countless Orikaiwan, he accelerated the speed of advancing the project, and the speed of accumulating knowledge was also super doubled. Looking at the increasingly perfect cross-border transmission project, Orikaiwan was full of joy. Everyone! Work hard, the Emperor said that when our cross-border project is almost done, we will catch Otsutsuki and let us study immortal cells. Orikaiwan looked excited. Before, the Emperor brought out a set of scientific theories to make me work for him. At that time, I was reluctant to accept it. There was no way, I had to accept it, in order to survive. As for why he was completely devoted to overtime later? He still remembered that night when the emperor gave him a drop of blood. It seemed that she was the most mysterious wife of the emperor, who was always elusive. After studying the drop of blood, Orokai was completely shocked. Immortal cells. Real immortal cells. For this reason, he was convinced by the emperor without hesitation, and then worked frantically for more than 10 years. Of course, it was not just these that impressed him. It was the emperor's talent and long-term vision. The emperor was willing to use the power of the country to invest resources in a place that he valued very much. This is what Orokai admired the most. Compared with those old and short-sighted guys, the emperor is truly suitable to be a leader. What is a leader? That is to say what he means. A real leader should be responsible for making decisions. Instead of calculating this force to balance that force in the village all day long. That is not a leader, at best it is just a troublemaker to balance the forces of all parties. Lord Orokai, there seems to be something wrong with the cross-world teleportation array. It's a little dim, and we can't locate the 3 people. Orokai glanced at the teleportation array and instantly determined the problem. It's very simple, just modify the coordinates of the advent. Du was hesitant to speak. Are you afraid that the new coordinates are not in this world? Du nodded. That's easy, let someone go to the original coordinates to see what's going on, and then change it back. Du suddenly realized it. Just after modifying the coordinates, Du received a message from Kakashi. Lord Orokai, here is news about the other world. It's from Kakashi. Oh? Let me see, you go contact the emperor first. Yes. Danzo, who was still working hard in the Valley of the End and was hurt by consuming countless resources, didn't know that the coordinates had been changed before he had set up the sealing array. Land of Waves. Kakashi glanced at Daitsu with disdain. I have already compiled the situation here and informed the Empire. Otherwise, it would be useless to rely on you. We have already disconnected from the Empire. Perhaps it is because of the space channel. Let's wait for the news from the Empire. Daitsu smiled. It is said that Kakashi is the captain. He is always one step ahead of himself. It is strange. Why don't I know when he sent the message? Senior Daitsu. That's all I know. What you promised me. Suzuki looked at Daitsu and Kakashi. He was afraid that the two would deny their promise. Seeing Sasuke's vigilant eyes, Daitsu laughed. Boy, don't worry. We are both from the Uchiha clan. I definitely hope that our family will become stronger. As for the rewards I promised you, tell me. I will try my best to realize whatever you want. Daitsu patted his chest and promised in high spirits. Sasuke's face showed a hint of fanaticism when he heard this. I need power. The power that can let me take revenge and kill Itaki. Daitsu was stunned when he heard this, and then he laughed like an Uchiha. Good. Damn it, what kind of madness did you in this world have that he actually slaughtered our clan? It's really against the will of heaven. Boy, are you willing to worship me as your master? Daitsu's joy was almost beyond words. He has been labeled as a fool and the last one in the empire for a long time. The smart dogs in the Uchiha clan don't follow him. If his pupil power is not strong enough, he probably won't be able to graduate from college. Now that he can kidnap the reincarnation of Indra in this world, and he is the only seedling of the Uchiha clan in this world, he will definitely be able to return to the empire to be proud of himself when he is trained to be a talent. Although the substitute class system in the empire has been changed to no longer 3 children following 1 teacher, a more complete master-apprentice system has also been introduced. As long as you take in apprentices, and take in more apprentices, there will be more rewards in the empire. Whether it is ninjutsu, forbidden techniques or fairy techniques, you can exchange them with the contribution points of taking in apprentices. Although the emperor gave the 3 of them almost all the known ninjutsu, fairy techniques and forbidden techniques when they came, these things that they could not learn were of little use to Daitsu. Instead, the sense of honor of training Suzuki to become a talent was what excited him the most. Hehe, the reincarnation of Indra in this world should also be Suzuki. No matter how poor the talent of the reincarnation of Indra is, it should not be much worse. This kid grew up alone since he was a child, so it is understandable that he opened 2 Megatama. It should not be because of his poor talent. When I train this kid to become a talent, I wonder who dares to say that I, Dai-tu, have nothing but eyes. Dai-tu couldn't help but imagine that the Uchiha clansmen behind him were rushing to give their children to him and wanted to recognize him as a master, and he drooled with a wicked smile. Chapter 20. Kakashi looked at the helpless Suzuki and Dato, who was showing a perverted smile. Kakashi looked at Suzuki, then looked at Dato, pointed at his head and nodded. Suzuki was stunned, then nodded silently, showing a look of regret. Dato woke up from his fantasy and blushed. He saw all the little movements just now. Hey! Kakashi! You are the one with a problem in your brain. Kakashi smiled slightly and waved his hand. Suzuki was stunned, and Dato walked up to him and hugged him before he knew what was going on. Boy, tell me. Are you willing to worship me as your master? If you are willing to worship me as your master, then I will open the Manjiki for you, and teach you the powerful secrets of our empire. Dato made a promise, and Suzuki nodded with stars in his eyes. Master! Ah! My good disciple! Dato was overjoyed. He finally accepted a disciple, and he was also recovering from the sadness of his own death. Well, he was not very sad, but he felt embarrassed in front of Kakashi. Master Dato! What is the powerful secret of your empire that you mentioned? Suzuki couldn't wait any longer. The 2 people in front of him were too strong, stronger than anyone he had ever seen. He even felt that these 2 people might be stronger than Itaki. Hehe, we can't tell how strong the strong people here are, but based on the fact that you have already started to go on missions and the performance of your teacher Kakashi, I judge that at least below the Jonin, the basic body training method in our empire is still very effective for you. Although you are very old and your foundation is very poor, as long as you are willing to work hard, you can make up for your shortcomings with hard work, and it will be just around the corner for you to have half of my strength. Suzuki clenched his fists and gritted his teeth when he heard this. He has always been proud of being the first in the ninja school, but he didn't expect that the talent he was proud of was nothing in the eyes of the real strong. But I want to ask you a question before that, do you have any warriors here? Dai-tu's face also became serious. Suzuki shook his head. We only have ninjas here. It is said that there may be samurai in other countries, but I can be sure that there are no warriors. Moreover, because of the existence of ninjas, samurai are basically a profession eliminated by history. Only those small countries without ninja villages have samurai. Dai-tu nodded. The warrior lineage was created by the emperor. If there is no emperor in this world, it is natural that there are no warriors. Just like that. Next, I will teach you the most basic, most important, and most powerful body refining technique in the empire. The empire. Uchiha body refining technique. Kakashi saw that Dai-tu was fooling around again, and couldn't help but cover his face with the book. This guy is really good at bragging. Imperial Uchiha body refining technique. Sasuke's breath stagnated when he heard this. This thing sounds very powerful. Dai-tu glanced at Kakashi and scratched his head. Hehe, but the more basic things are, the more they cannot be exposed. This will put our civilization in a passive position. So before you want to learn, I must plant a curse seal on you so that you cannot reveal the existence of these things. Are you willing? Kakashi glanced at Dai-tu approvingly. This guy doesn't seem to be that stupid. Although everyone in the empire can practice the imperial body refining technique, this thing must not be exposed in the new world, especially when they don't have it. Because when this thing is passed on, it will enhance the strength of more than tens of millions of people. Compared with those forbidden techniques, the impact and loss caused by the leakage of this thing is greater. Sasuke, think it through. After the curse seal is placed, you will be controlled by others for the rest of your life. Kakashi finally couldn't help but speak to comfort him at this moment. Sasuke completely ignored what Kakashi said. For him, as long as he has the power to kill Itaki, it doesn't matter who he is a servant to. I am willing. Daitsuke nodded. Don't worry. We are both from the Uchiha clan, how could I harm you? The curse seal only restricts you from leaking the knowledge and information I pass on to you. Besides, why would I need to use this method if I really want to do it? Daitsuke made a seal, and then patted Sasuke's shoulders with both hands. Suddenly Sasuke felt a curse seal deep in his tongue, the purpose of which was to restrict him from passing on some information. The seal of words. The so-called words here are not only spoken, but also include illusions, handwriting thoughts, etc. The transmission will be restricted. Master Daitsuke, can you teach me the Uchiha body training method next? Sasuke spoke impatiently. Haha, of course. Sasuke, relax. Don't resist. Sasuke looked into Daitsuke's eyes, and suddenly the other party's 3 Megatama appeared. Sasuke subconsciously wanted to use the Sharingan to resist, but after hearing Daitsuke's words, he simply let go of his consciousness completely. In the illusion space, Daitsuke's voice floated out. Sasuke, watch out, this is a way to use illusions skillfully. Here you can perfectly learn the essence of the Imperial Body Refining Technique, and the outside world is just a moment. The Imperial Body Refining Technique is derived by Uchiha Senju based on the 8 gates of ninjutsu. It is suitable for everyone to practice, even ordinary people without attributes can practice it. Its fundamental principle is to use the chakra power between heaven and earth to temper the body's muscle cells. Of course, it is better to stimulate cell activity with the flow of chakra in the body. Ready? The voice of Daito sounded in Sasuke's ears, and then a set of art movements similar to the 5 animals play came into Sasuke's mind. This is the most basic form. The next is the intention. The so-called intention. It is the fundamental method of using chakra to temper the body's cells. Feel it carefully. I will only teach you once. It is said to teach only once, but the memory of actually using illusions is engraved in Sasuke's mind and he can't forget it even if he wants to. When Sasuke received the bodybuilding method that taught how to use chakra to activate cell activity, stimulate the body to accommodate more chakra, and greatly enhance physical fitness, he was completely shocked. What is their world like? Compared to their superb use of chakra, ours is more like a primitive civilization. At most, we use chakra to attach to the soles of our feet to climb trees and step on water. They directly use this method to stimulate the limits of human body to improve their upper limit. According to this method, ordinary people seem to have the strength to rival the Jonin. Daito was very satisfied with Sasuke's shocking performance, and his mouth corners slightly raised. After practicing all of this bodybuilding technique, you will reach the entry level of the 10 gates of Dunjia. Sasuke, work hard. I will test your results in 2 days. If the progress is good, I will teach you the 10 gates of Dunjia. Teacher Daito, what kind of ninjutsu are you talking about the 10 gates of Dunjia? Sasuke couldn't help asking. Haha, the 8 gates of the ninjutsu is the ultimate of physical skills. It allows practitioners to have the strength to rival the 6 paths without any attributes. It was later developed by the emperor of our empire. If the 8 gates of the ninjutsu are opened to the 8th gate, one will die. However, with this set of physical training techniques, one can be reborn from the dead, and can break the limit and open the yin gate and yang gate of the body. Daito proudly explained to Sasuke. Forget it, why am I telling you this? Don't be too ambitious, just practice the physical training techniques first. Sasuke nodded, and couldn't wait to try it. But Master Daito, what kind of strength does the 6 paths belong to? Dai-Tu's face darkened when he heard this. What is compulsory education in this world? You don't even know the most basic judgment of strength level? That's a strength beyond the cage level. Don't worry, with my training, you can become a six-path strongman as long as you work hard. Sasuke could hardly suppress his excitement. He was so arrogant that he couldn't help but bow down to Dai-Tuxing. Thank you, Master, for the gift. Chapter 21. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh and turned aside. Sasuke had just left the ninja village and had not experienced the beatings of society and had not become a heartless person. In addition, Daisuke was also a member of the Uchiha clan and shared some common hatred with him, so his heart was purer now than when he was taken away by Obito later. Of course, it was also because Daisuke had no purpose in teaching him. Daisuke also knew that he could not train Sasuke well, but he also boasted. After the construction of the transmission channel between our two worlds is completed, I will recommend to the Emperor that you go to the Imperial Elementary School to start further studies. Sasuke's face changed when he heard this. Ah? Go to elementary school? I have graduated from the ninja school. Daisuke saw Sasuke showing resistance and couldn't help but hit Sasuke on the head with a slap. You can't imagine the prosperity of the Empire. I'm afraid you will be reluctant to leave by then. Sasuke raised his head proudly when he heard this. Impossible. I still want revenge. The bright lights and wine can't confuse my path of revenge. Dai-Tu looked at Sasuke's determined look and nodded. Yes. He won't be easily shaken. This heart is enough to achieve great success. In a moment, Sasuke just got rid of the illusion and couldn't wait to practice the body training technique he just got. So impatient. Kakashi put down the intimate paradise beside him and raised his hand to look at the bracelet. Is there no news from the Empire yet? Dai-Tu also came over. Kakashi shook his head with a slightly solemn expression. No. Then let's continue to explore intelligence. Dai-Tu said and walked in front of Kakashi. Kakashi, no, it's Kakashi, now let's talk about why you have the eyes of my variant in this world. Dai-Tu's eyes flashed fiercely. Could it be that Kakashi, who was spying on his Sharingan, planned to kill himself in this world? If that happened, even if he was a Kakashi variant, he would never forgive him. Obito. Kakashi's dead fish eyes finally flashed with emotion, and he seemed to be in a state of nostalgia. I'll tell you if you promise not to hurt my students. Although he is weaker than the opponent now, Kakashi still wants to fight for it. Don't you see the situation clearly? Do you have any choice? After saying this, Obito felt that Kakashi in this world was a bit pitiful. He didn't inherit the swordsmanship and blinded one of his eyes. After thinking about it, his tone softened a little. Although we came here with a mission, it doesn't mean that we have to kill people. If we wanted to attack you, we would have done it a long time ago. Kakashi thought so too, and his information was not important, so he simply escaped in detail. That was in the 50th year of Konoha. That year coincided with the Third Ninja World War. We were on a mission together. Our mission was to destroy the Konobe Bridge. Konobe Bridge. Daito felt an inexplicable sense of sadness in his heart. Sure enough, Kakashi continued, we successfully completed the mission, but we were also ambushed by the enemy. Lin was captured, and Obito chose to chase the enemy to save Linear. Then Obito activated the Sharingan in a critical moment and fought bloody battles with the enemy. Kakashi lowered his head, and his voice became a little low. I hesitated for a long time between the mission and my companions before catching up, but it was too late when I got there. Obito pushed me away, who was supposed to be crushed by the boulder, and he was crushed under the rubble and could not be saved. At that time, he only had time to transplant his Sharingan to me. My left eye was also blinded in that battle, and the White Fang blade was also broken in that battle. Before he died, Obito said, I hope to be my left eye and see the future for me. Daito was silent, and Kakashi was silent too. Losing a companion, and his eyes are always on him, that kind of feeling. What about Lin? Dato finally understood where the feeling of sadness just now came from. That's right, he is also a loyal admirer of Nohara Lin in the Empire. The two of them are in love with each other. What they lack now is a result, and then they can marry Lin home in glory. Lin. Kakashi's hands trembled unconsciously. Even if he would stay up all night to wash his hands for countless nights, how could he wash this hand clean? Lin died at my hands. What? Kakashi and Dato expressed deep regret after knowing what happened to Kakashi. Kakashi originally wanted to ask about Muyebia's matter, but seeing that his miserable variant had not yet recovered, he decided to wait and talk about it later. His companion entrusted him with the Sharingan, so the progress of the swordsmanship seemed to be understandable. I just don't know if the father of this world will be disappointed because he has lost the swordsmanship of the Hotaki family. But it's not easy to ask again at the moment. Although Kakashi has been captured by the two, he also has human rights, and the higher education of the Empire also involves psychology projects. Now when people are sad, there is no need to break the casserole to ask the bottom of it. Presumably, although Kakashi gave up the swordsmanship, his father should not be disappointed. After all, his father values friendship the most. He gave up the swordsmanship for his companion's Sharingan to see more of the future. His father should be very relieved. After understanding the eyes, Daito and Kakashi's hostility towards Kakashi disappeared. In their view, the person in front of them is a poor man who lost his companion. Daito was furious, and Lin in this world was dead. Love for the house and his dog, he naturally felt sorry for Lin and himself in this world. Seeing Naruto still sleeping soundly, Daito was furious. He slapped Naruto in the face, and Naruto paused, then changed his position and continued to sleep. Daito couldn't help but slap him left and right when he saw this scene. Naruto's face was swollen but he was still sleeping soundly. Kakashi couldn't stand it anymore. Daito, he is Minato's child after all, that's enough. Daito also said helplessly, what should we do? It's impossible to wake him up with water escape, right? There is water there. Kakashi pointed to a pond next to him. Oh. Daito picked up Naruto and walked towards the pond. Naruto in his sleep felt a little familiar, as if he had been held like this when he was a child, but the memory was too long ago and he couldn't remember it clearly. Puff! The sound of heavy objects entering the water was heard, and soon Naruto struggled to climb out of the water. He covered his swollen face and angrily questioned Daito who was watching the show next to him. Hey! Bastard! What did you do to me just now? Okay kid, let me ask you a question. What is your relationship with the Nine Tails? There was no news from the Empire, so he continued to gather intelligence. What Nine Tails? I don't know what you are talking about. Did you hit me secretly just now? You are still an adult, so shameless. Naruto's charming elementary school student voice resounded throughout the forest. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly over there. He had not judged the ultimate purpose of these two people before, and after he fainted, he did not know that the two had already explored Naruto inside and out. Now that he heard that the two were planning to attack the Nine Tails, Kakashi immediately became alert. Dare to attack the tailed beasts, is the parallel universe that the two said is a smokescreen? In fact, they are people sent by other ninja villages. I almost let my guard down by their trick just now. The information must be passed to Konoha. Countless thoughts flashed through Kakashi's mind. Daito saw Naruto pretending to be stupid and couldn't help but look up to him. Oh my, you're still tough. Just when Daito was about to continue, Kakashi stopped him. Wait. He just graduated from the ninja school and doesn't know anything. Chapter 22. So you know. When it comes to the missions within the Empire, Kakashi and Daito also put away their cynical attitudes. Let Naruto go, I'll tell you everything I know. Since he is still alive, he can't be decadent. The most important thing is to continue to complete the tasks assigned to him by the Hokage. He still remembered that before Team 7 handed him over, the Hokage vaguely said about Sasuke and Naruto. The most important thing for him is to protect the two people. Sasuke should be safe for the time being, and now the main thing is Naruto. If their target is the tailed beast. There are a total of 9 tailed beasts in our world. In addition to the 9-tailed beast in Konoha, the 1-tailed beast is in the sand village of the wind country, the 2-tailed beast is in the cloud village of the lightning country, the 3-tailed beast is in the mist village of the water country, the 4-tailed beast is in the rock village of the earth country, the 5-tailed beast is also in the rock village, the 6-tailed beast is in the mist village, the 7-tailed beast is in the mist village. The 8-tailed beast is in the cloud village. Kakashi hesitated and said this secret that was basically not a secret. He also deliberately misreported the news that the 7 tails was in Takigakure village as Kirigakure village. Since the other party's target is the tailed beast, they naturally know all these contents. After all, they can find Konoha's Jinchuriki in the first place. Seeing the two people lost in thought without questioning, Kakashi couldn't help but start to suspect that they might really come from a parallel universe. Are they really not sent by other ninja villages? What's the use of the tailed beasts? In Kakashi's mind, the tailed beasts are like nuclear bombs, which can only play a deterrent role. Since they come from another universe, what secrets do the tailed beasts have? Kakashi also fell silent. The tailed beasts in this world. The tailed beasts in the Empire serve as guardian beasts in various provinces, which is equivalent to a power bank and a touchstone. The even distribution in the Empire is because there is an emperor, and most of the tailed beasts have become power banks without war. But why is the distribution of the tailed beasts in this world so even? It seems that the strength behind them still needs to be studied. Kakashi thought to himself. He never thought that these nuclear threats were distributed to others by a clever man who kowtowed and begged for distribution. How are the 5 major ninja villages ranked? Are there only 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world? No, there are a total of 10 or so ninja villages, but the ninja villages of small countries are basically vassal relationships with large countries, so they can't be called ninja villages. At present, the 5 major ninja villages in the 5 major countries of our ninja world are the 5 strongest ninja villages. Any ninja village has the strength to challenge all ninja villages except the 5 ninja villages. As for the ranking of our 5 major ninja villages, in fact, they are on par, but if you have to rank them, the sand village with only 1 tail, Shikaku, is the weakest. Whether it is the tailed beasts they have or the geographical environment, they are the weakest. Kakashi saw that the two people did not object to his wrong statement about the distribution of the 7 tails, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As for telling the truth about the situation of the sand village, it would be better for the poor Taoist to die than for the comrade to die. He also had the intention of diverting the trouble to others. After all, apart from Konoha, what did other countries have to do with him? The people of Sand Village hated their Hitaki family to the core. If you let go of my 3 students now, then I am willing to accompany you to snatch the tailed beasts of Sand Village. Kakashi made a decision. Let his 3 students go, and he will monitor the 2 of them at all times. Ah! Hey! Master Ninja, what should I do with my mission? Dasna was anxious. The construction of the bridge has come to a standstill. If he can't take these ninjas to deal with Cardo's people, then their wave country will be completely finished. Although the ninjas in front of him looked a little difficult to talk to, Dasna had no choice. Your mission. Kakashi was just about to say that the other party's mission itself was beyond the scope, but Dato spoke first. Mission. I just heard a little bit about your mission on the way here. Can you tell me what it is specifically? As a 3-good young man who likes to smoke, drink and likes to help young ladies cross the road, likes to give up his seat to the big man with dragon and tiger tattoos, Dai Tu is naturally kind and compassionate. He is not much better than Nagato. Of course, his compassion is not for Dazna's mission. He is thinking about the suffering civilians in the land of waves. After all, putting people first is the education they have received since they were young as ninjas. This involves the civilians and economy of a country, as well as the ruthless wandering ninjas they met along the way, which made Dai-Tu decide to help them deal with the businessman named Cardo. After all, the Emperor also said that he came here to bring peace to this world. If this world is peaceful, then he is here to cooperate. Now it seems, it is more reliable to complete the task in the former form. After all, the self in this world is dead. This is still a peaceful trade. Are you talking about the task entrusted by Dazna? This. Kakashi was interrupted by Dai-Tu just as he was about to speak. No, I'm asking about the specific situation of this task entrustment. In the Empire, for example, the authority given to them this time is very high. Although this is a Super S-level task, the core content is very simple. The first rule, protect your own life and safety. The second rule, protect the lives of your companions while protecting your own life and safety. The third rule, collect as much information as possible from this world. Based on these three rules, they can collect tailed beasts, find people with blood limit and talents in this world, and build transmission channels, etc. Just as I said at the beginning, coming to this world is already a great achievement for them, and the subsequent tasks are basically based on conscience. Mission Commission. Kakashi's eyes became empty when he heard this. Speaking of missions, the one that impressed him the most was the father who chose to save his companions because he gave up the mission, and was finally blamed by everyone, including the companion he saved, and committed suicide. Of course, there was also Obito who died because he did not cooperate with the mission in the first time. Once you accept the mission, you must complete it even if you sacrifice your life and everything. This is the responsibility and meaning of existence of ninjas in our world. The mission in the village is above everything. Kakashi paused at this point, and did not say the rest. In addition to companions. Both of them had big question marks on their heads. Not only Dato was stunned, but Kakashi was also stunned. What is this talking about? Why is he so stubborn? Don't you know that everything depends on human efforts? What does it mean to accept a mission and sacrifice everything, including life, to complete it? Then what is the criterion for judging the importance of this mission? I'm just curious about who proposed this mission system. The mission system was gradually formed with the formation and development of the ninja village, and the criterion for judging the importance is naturally determined by the upper level. It not only ensures that the ninjas can perform their tasks in an orderly manner, but also effectively improves the quality and efficiency of task completion. At the same time, the mission system is also one of the important means for the ninja village to manage and control ninjas. After all, if everyone acts according to their own will, many mission ninja villages will suffer huge losses. Seeing that Kakashi's brain was washed like this, the two were also confused. Ninjas have no absolute judgment and decision-making power on missions, so how can they confirm that the instructions issued by the top leaders are correct? Kakashi asked back. Yes, how can we be sure that what they say is absolutely correct? Kakashi didn't think so much. For him, it's enough to perform the mission, he is just a tool. Relatively speaking, they definitely make more correct decisions than ninjas. After all, bystanders see more clearly than those involved. Kakashi explained, but even he felt pale and powerless. What about the consequences? Don't the ninjas on the mission pay with their blood to offset their mistakes and failures? Don't you put people first and your own lives first when you go on missions? Chapter 23. Haven't you heard that everything depends on human effort? Kakashi was speechless. Everything depends on human effort, yes, if human effort is there, what can't be done? But strange, when did the task system become so sick? Is it because of the consciousness of fire? But Kakashi's heart tightened instantly. Damn! I was almost brainwashed. Who issues your tasks? What is the process of accepting and completing them? Kakashi asked. During the mission war, it is those big people in the village who issue them. In normal times, our ninja's remuneration mainly relies on the tasks entrusted by the dignitaries and daimyo to survive. We will distinguish the task levels according to the difficulty, and then divide the remuneration according to a standard. After completing the task, the ninja can receive a certain commission. Of course, the village will also extract some. Kakashi explained. Ah? You mean, your survival depends on the task? Kakashi nodded. That's right. Of course, the daimyo will give the village some development funds every year, but relying on these alone is not enough. We must accept commissioned tasks. Even the appointment of our Hokage is decided by the daimyo, so, the task is an indispensable part of the ninja and the village. Kakashi and Daisuke were completely speechless. The Hokage is confirmed by the daimyo? What do they have the right to confirm? What do they know? A bunch of good-for-nothings can interfere with the ninja village? And what do you ninjas do for a living? With such strong strength, why can you only rely on tasks to survive? Other people's powerful people can let you serve them at their service, so what are you practicing so hard for? You are just treating yourself like a dog. Money is a chain. Whoever has money has the chain in his hand. Daisuke feels that the world is not as good as it was at the beginning. The ninja village system is not as romantic as those old people in the empire say. What is all this? The ninja village system is really a cancer. We need to unify it. I never understood what the emperor said before. I thought it was good to let 100 flowers bloom, but in reality, people are bound by their own greed and desires, and then there are constant conflicts and frictions just like this world. This is a wrong world. Kakashi. Kakashi, let's go and kill that bastard businessman named Kato. Dato was filled with righteous indignation. Dasna had already burst into tears when he heard this. Thank you. Thank you, two ninjas. The people of our wave country will definitely remember what you did. Naruto swallowed his saliva beside him and wanted to interrupt, but found that they were talking too high level and he couldn't understand it. Okay, we are too lazy to drag you along the way, Dato, put a ban on them. Since he had decided to help, Kakashi no longer hesitated. For them, it was a piece of cake to kill a profiteer. I don't need to worry too much like Kakashi and Konoha village, and I don't need to consider the cooperation between the Fire Country daimyo and Kato and diplomacy. Just do it. They have no justice and law, and they will harm the people without limit if there is profit transfer. The people of Konoha village find it difficult, but they don't. Maybe they can win the hearts of the people, and then the integration of the empire can be carried out unimpeded in the land of waves. Not far away, Sasuke finally came back panting with blood oozing out of his body. Naruto was furious when he saw this scene. This is the sacrifice of his first kiss. His good friend. How did he become like this? SAS. Dumb tape. Naruto cast a caring look at Sasuke. Seeing that Sasuke was a little lost, Naruto cast his eyes on Dato and Kakashi. Hey! You two bastards! What did you do to Sasuke? Naruto roared and questioned the two, with angry flames flashing in his eyes. He couldn't bear to see Sasuke being hurt, and his heart was full of dissatisfaction and anger towards Daisuke and Kakashi. Daisuke looked at Sasuke, and he couldn't help but secretly smack his lips. This kid was too hard on himself. The imperial body refining method needs to be gradual. His high-intensity overdraft of his own cells naturally couldn't stand it and bleed. Master. Sasuke spoke, looking at Daisuke. Naruto was stunned. He looked at Sasuke in disbelief. Do you know what you are saying? Master? You actually agree that these two people in front of you are your master. You chose to betray Konoha, right? Sass. How can you do this? Didn't we agree to fight for the position of Hokage together and inherit the title of Fire Shadow, Consciousness? No. I won't allow you to do that. Naruto shouted frantically, trying to make Sasuke change his mind. Sasuke looked at Naruto with disdain and sneered. Stupid Naruto! Who is interested in competing with you for the position of Hokage? You don't understand what I'm carrying at all. With only hatred for Itachi and the determination and courage to avenge his family in his heart, Sasuke didn't care about the so-called consciousness of fire at all. Whoever has the power is the father, and he has no pressure at all for betrayal. Not everyone is brainwashed by the village like Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke and sighed. Alas! It's all the village's fault. No. Impossible. Sasuke is not such a person. Naruto looked at Daisuke again. It must be you. You cast an illusion on him. Naruto struggled to attack Daisuke and Kakashi. Shadow clone technique. Relying on the powerful chakra, Naruto directly split into countless clones. Daisuke was also surprised. Is this the talent of the Uzumaki clan? Their strength is not that good, but their chakra volume exceeds that of most of the Jonin in the empire. No. Many Jonin can't reach such a terrifying chakra volume in their entire lives. The shadow clone technique is a forbidden technique because many people can't control their chakra volume well, and too many clones can easily lead to sudden death. And this kid in front of him has hundreds of clones at once. But Daisuke was only slightly surprised. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. The terrifying flames erupted, and the group of shadow clones exploded and turned into a ball of white mist. Soon Naruto's true body emerged. Daito grabbed him and cast a seal to block the chakra, and Naruto was immediately blinded. Feeling the chakra in his body disappear, Naruto nervously said, What did you do to me? Daito smiled disdainfully. Little brat, you are too reckless and ignorant. I'm just curious if Minato teacher didn't teach you well. Daito's heart was extremely confused. It is said that Minato teacher is extremely talented and talented. Why is Naruto in this world so unbearable? Did Minato teacher in this world also died early? But how is it possible? His flying thunder god technique is top-notch for saving lives. Let alone the cage level, it is very difficult for the six paths level to hunt him down. Minato teacher? Who is it? Naruto looked puzzled. Chapter 24. Daito looked at Kakashi, but Kakashi's face showed an unnatural look. Kakashi-sensei? Who is Minato? Naruto's careless personality had buried the fear of his chakra being sealed behind his mind. Now he saw Kakashi-sensei showing a look of wanting to say something but stopping, his eyes narrowed into a slit. He is the fourth Hokage. In addition, there is another identity, but the Hokage-sama has instructed that I can't tell you for the time being. Kakashi looked at the two outsiders in front of him when he explained. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't tell everyone and didn't let everyone tell Naruto that he was the child of Namikaze Minato, he believed that the third Hokage must have his own ideas. Naruto also looked puzzled. Hokage-sama? Don't tell me. Why? He recalled that every time the Hokage-sama came, he told him to be kind and brave, to be brave to give for others and the village, and to get everyone's recognition to become a Hokage. But the villagers, it seems that they don't like me no matter what. Is it related to the fourth Hokage? Naruto guessed randomly. Daito and Kakashi looked at each other. The relationships between people in this world seem very messy and complicated. The two people communicated. Seeing that Kakashi didn't want to say anything, the two of them didn't gossip, so they could just ask Nagato directly. He will definitely gain a lot from this trip to Konoha. Master. I can already feel that the chakra in my body has a slight increase. But my body is too weak, and this kind of training can't last too long. Sasuke interrupted when he saw that several people stopped talking. Sasuke, have you gotten started? Not bad, it's already pretty good. This thing is just like eating and drinking, it can't be achieved overnight, it requires practice day and night. Don't worry, Sasuke, take your time, overdrawing your body will affect your future talent. Dato spoke in a gentle voice, which was completely different from his attitude towards Kakashi and Naruto. He searched in the scroll, but unfortunately everything was torn apart during the cross-border transmission, and there was only a little residue left of the recovery potion from Tsunade Medical. He gave it to Sasuke and asked him to apply it on his body. Soon Sasuke felt the heat all over his body and the cells began to repair themselves quickly. Okay, Sasuke, the next thing is about the unique eye technique training of our Uchiha clan. Sasuke wanted to cover it up, but the excitement and expectation on his face did not disappear. The next step is the same, relax. Dato spoke, and then when Sasuke looked the most relaxed, the eternal kaleidoscope in his left eye opened. Sasuke was completely trapped in a deep illusion. Although Daisuke was not a ninja who specialized in illusion, for the Uchiha clan, as long as they opened their eyes and used their innate pupil power, they could be more talented than the average ninja who practiced hard. Moreover, he was using the eternal Manjiki at this moment, and the other party was just a genin, who had no defense and was not ready to let his mind go. The opening of the Manjiki had long been mass-produced in the empire. The eyes of the Uchiha needed extreme emotions. It could be hatred or love. And using illusion to train could achieve the same effect. For example, at this moment, Sasuke was deep in his consciousness. After his master asked him to relax, he completely relaxed, but after waiting for a long time without any response, Sasuke looked at Daisuke in confusion. Suddenly his pupils contracted violently. Behind Daisuke stood a person he was very familiar with. The person he wanted to kill and question day and night. Uchiha Itachi. At this moment, a short knife was stabbing out from Daisuke's chest. Itachi's face, which was always calm and expressionless, showed no joy or sadness. Sasuke, my stupid brother, your weak strength really disappoints me. Uchiha Itachi pulled the short knife out of Daisuke's chest, and Daisuke fell to the ground and died. Sasuke looked terrified and couldn't stop trembling all over. You actually killed Daisuke? Kakashi's eyes were full of disbelief, and then he pulled out the short knife behind him. Lightning release, thunder flash. Kakashi's figure turned into a residual image and fought with Itachi, but unfortunately Kakashi died in just 2 rounds. Then, whether it was Kakashi, Dasuna or Sakura, they all died at the hands of Itachi. Now only Naruto was left, and Naruto shouted for Sasuke to run. Sasuke's heart was bleeding, he wanted to move, but his body was completely out of control. My foolish brother, I want you to know that you are a disaster. I will make everyone around you die in agony and make you regret forever living in this world. Itachi killed Naruto, and then the Manjiki appeared, and Sasuke fell into the Tsukuyomi space again. Outside, Naruto wanted to speak as he watched Sasuke standing there motionless, but he suddenly became quiet when he felt the empty chakra in his body. His tone softened, but he still couldn't help but continue to talk. Hey! Daisuke, Senior! Sasuke always calls you master, why do you torture him with illusions? Faced with Naruto's question, Daisuke had no desire to explain. Kakashi, you are his teacher. Since you once had the Sharingan, you should be responsible for telling him. Kakashi looked at Naruto, and he was in a hurry to restore the chakra in his body. Naruto, this is using illusions to stimulate Sasuke's emotions. This way of stimulating emotions can allow Sasuke to open a stronger Sharingan faster. Naruto didn't understand. Sakura's eyes flashed with distress. Okay, it's your turn next, Kakashi. Let me put the curse seal on you and we'll go and complete the mission for you. Dato said as he walked towards Kakashi. As for Sakura, that strength won't cause any trouble, let alone make any impact. Although Kakashi's eyes were on the intimate paradise, he still sent 2 messages to the Empire. After not receiving any reply, he edited the message and sent it to Nagato. The Empire cannot be contacted for the time being, please pay attention to any actions. We may have been discovered. If you have a chance when you come back, remember to go to the Valley of the End. Maybe there is a problem there. If you can, impose a protective ban on that place. Kakashi guessed that the problem on his side was also a problem in that place, because it was a one-way transmission, so that was the only place where there could be a problem. Of course, it could also be that the bracelet had a problem, but at present, he could contact Nagato, so relatively speaking, the problem there was the most likely. If the Empire could not be relied on for the time being, he could only troubleshoot the problem according to the existing logic. Got it. I'm currently heading to the Land of Fire and Konoha village. I'll go to the Valley of the End as soon as I finish this trip. After Nagato sent the message back, Kakashi turned his attention to the surrounding environment. The air began to become a little humid, and visibility was getting lower and lower. A blanket of white fog swept over, and soon Kakashi's sight was completely covered by the white fog. Chapter 25. The ground began to become damp and wet. Kakashi could feel a chakra in the air rolling up the water and causing fog. And this fog can block perception and greatly reduce visibility. This sudden white fog made the people in the fog extremely nervous. Naruto, whose chakra had just been sealed, looked alert. Sasuke, who was bleeding all over, also took out his kunai and took a defensive posture. As for Sakura, her screams had resounded throughout the area. Everyone! Be careful! This is the mist hidden technique. Kakashi looked nervous and hurried to explain. Naruto! Sasuke! Are you all still there? Kakashi spoke. He could no longer see the situation in the fog without his Sharingan. Yes. Sasuke looked a little ugly. He could feel that the exciting scene in the illusion was of great help to his eyes. The 3 Megatama was about to be activated, but he didn't expect that this inexplicable fog would allow Master Daisuke to lift the illusion on him. Teacher Kakashi. I'm fine. Hearing the voices of Naruto and Sasuke coming from all directions, Kakashi's face was grim. This technique makes it impossible for them to rely on sound to find their companions. He. You are the ninjas of Konoha? Boring, boring. I really don't know how you dare to accept this mission with such weak strength. If I had known this, I wouldn't have done it myself. But since you are here, then please leave your heart and head. Ha ha ha. Low sneers came from all directions. Kakashi and Daito were also a little nervous. They haven't seen the mist hidden technique much, and this technique of blocking the 5 senses really made the 2 nervous. And the Hwayuli on the opposite side was too disdainful to make the 2 of them feel like they were facing a great enemy. Are you the rebel ninja of the mist hidden? The mist hidden demon, Mamakai Zabuza. Kakashi thought about it and quickly came up with the answer. He shouted loudly, trying to pass the information to several people on his side. Compared to this unknown purpose, or completely malicious Kirigakure demon, Kakashi and Daisuke just now are not so dangerous. He could see that Kakashi and Daisuke did not want their lives for the time being, but this Kirigakure rebel ninja might be. Daisuke also came to Kakashi with 3 Megatama. Kakashi raised his knife vigilantly but was pressed down by Daisuke. It's me. Fortunately, the sound transmission technique is still useful here, and Kakashi is slightly relieved. Have you heard of this so-called Kirigakure demon, Mamakai Zabuza? Kakashi asked. Ah? Please, you don't know how I know. According to the regional division within the empire, he is also a person from the Water Province. He is so far away from us that he is not even a neighbor. How could I know? Daisuke waved his hand helplessly. He didn't recognize all the people in the Fire Province, let alone people from other provinces. If he knows anyone, he only knows the famous ones, such as Gaara in Sandstorm and Scorpion in Red Sand Mecha. These are from neighboring provinces. He basically doesn't know anyone who is farther away. Zabuza is a jonin of Kirigakure, and once belonged to Kirigakure Enbu. He is best at silent killing. He likes to use Kirigakure's technique to block the enemy's 5 senses and then assassinate. The victim is often dead before he even notices him approaching. His strength is equal to mine. Kakashi quickly told the information about the two, trying to remind himself of the 2 high-end fighters here. It is unlikely that the 2 of them are in danger, but it is hard to say about Naruto and Sasuke. Maybe Zabuza thinks these minions are troublesome and wants to deal with them first? Haha, you are indeed the copy ninja Kakashi who has the title of Konoha's first technician. You actually saw through my origins so quickly. I didn't expect you to have such a high opinion of me. Zabuza's words of praise came from the mist. Kakashi's expression was slightly condensed. You know, in the battle between ninjas, information is usually more important than strength. He had heard about the information of the rebel ninjas and senior ninjas in the 5 major countries of the Anbu. Dato was already laughing as he hit Kakashi's shoulders. Hey! Kakashi, did you hear that? You are the #1 technician in Konoha. In the Empire, technicians have some color. I didn't expect that in this world, Kakashi's variant would be famous overseas with the name of technician. Kakashi looked ugly and glanced at Dato. Have you laughed enough? Dato froze and nodded. Enough, enough. Enough, why don't you disperse this fog? Kakashi wanted to see what the so-called mist-hidden demon was like. Although Kakashi's last sentence, the 2 men relaxed their guard slightly because their strength was equal to his, but they still would not underestimate the enemy. What if it was a smoke bomb? A lion will use all its strength to fight a rabbit. This is what they learned in elementary school textbooks. Ah! Hee, Kakashi, you know I'm not good at wind escape. Seeing Dai-2 laughing awkwardly, Kakashi rolled his eyes at him. If wind escape doesn't work, then fire escape won't work either. Dai-2 scratched his head. My apprentice is still inside, and the 9 Tails Jinchuriki is also there, not to mention there's an ordinary person inside. If I use fire escape to burn them. Kakashi no longer paid attention to Dai-2. The 3 people they came with this time were all full attribute ninjas, and only Dai-2 could play with the fire attribute. He sighed helplessly and began to form seals. Wind escape big breakthrough. The howling wind swept the earth like an invisible force. The wind gradually increased with Kakashi's mouth shape, with a terrifying momentum. The mist rolled and stirred in the wind, tearing the mist mercilessly, evaporating and blowing it away bit by bit. The effect of the mist-hidden art became weaker and weaker, and the originally dense mist gradually became thinner, revealing the real scene behind it. As time went by, the wind finally prevailed. The mist-hidden art could no longer resist this powerful force, it was like being torn apart by a huge hand and broken in an instant. The mist dissipated, the vision became clear, and everything that was originally hidden in it was revealed in front of several people. At this moment, Zabuza looked stunned. He had appeared in front of Dazna, and the beheading sword was only an inch away from Dazna. He couldn't believe that his mist-hidden art was broken by just a sea-level ninjutsu. Wait! Why is there another Kakashi there? He didn't look at the few people who had just hidden in the pool on the side of the road to release the mist-hidden art, but just surrounded and covered everyone by feeling. Dazna was already scared to death at this moment. Facing the big knife in his reach, he closed his eyes in despair. The next moment, before Daitsuka's Kamui could be activated, Kakashi appeared in front of Dazna. Is this the instant body technique? Zabuza's pupils contracted. Kakashi saw it more clearly. There was a mark on Dazna's body. He knew this mark, and was even very familiar with it. That was the teacher's signature ninjutsu. Flying Thunder God. When was this mark put on? Damn it, since Dasna has flying thunder god on his body, then we. He glanced at the three little ones, and then looked at Kakashi with more fear. Was it when I fainted? He couldn't understand why Kakashi, who had been watching the intimate paradise, did so much in secret. In this way, I'm afraid I can't go back to the village. The moment Kakashi appeared, he had already pulled out the white fang blade. With a gorgeous sword slash, Zabuza's body was instantly split into two. Before Kakashi could be happy, Zabuza turned into a ball of water and melted into the ground. This is a water clone. Chapter 26. So strong. Naruto stood there in shock, looking at the teacher Kakashi from another world, with awe in his heart. Can I be stronger than them from another world? Sasuke was covered in blood but still had a boiling blood. The information is wrong. Damn, I didn't see Kakashi's instant body technique clearly. I thought it was just a clone. These two people are not simple. Zabuza Momoki's face began to become serious. But if this one is a clone, what about the other one? As far as I know, one of Kakashi's eyes should be a Sharingan. Zabuza thought quickly. Could it be that this is Kakashi's brother? The copy ninja Kakashi actually has a brother. Zabuza looked at the almost identical faces of the two people, and felt a sense of excitement in his heart. It's the Kirigakure demon. Momoki Zabuza. Everyone be careful. The beheading sword in his hand is one of the 7 treasured swords of Kirigakure. It has the property of never breaking. He can absorb the iron in the blood to repair his wear. Kakashi gave a hint. Never breaking? Kakashi, I don't know much about the Imperial Army. Uncle White Fang is in the army, right? I remember that their swords all have the property of self-repair, and they don't need blood, just chakra. Kakashi nodded and sent a message. That's right, even my White Fang blade had this property 8 years ago, and it has been jointly strengthened by Red Sand machinery and Orakai technology. Now it can be said that nothing can destroy it except the power of the 6 paths. As for the army, it will be earlier than me. After Kakashi said this, Dato suddenly felt that the other party's beheading sword was just so-so. The weapons that are standard and mass-produced in the Empire are actually regarded as treasures in this world? Ridiculous and pathetic. As expected of Konoha's top technician, Kakashi, you have good insight. Zabuza stroked the scimitar in his hand, and his intoxicated eyes seemed to be touching a young model. Several people felt a chill. Hey! Kakashi, that hole wasn't made by him. Kakashi glanced at the scimitar and his face turned red. What are you thinking, you bastard? How can a human be that big? Kakashi angrily punched Dato, and then looked at Zabuza. Since you are a master of using a knife, then duel with me. It's rare to meet a master of using a knife, Kakashi doesn't want to miss this rare opportunity. Zabuza also showed excitement. Oh? You should be Kakashi's brother. I wonder who is stronger between you and him? But since you want to play with me, let me accompany you. Zabuza was secretly surprised to see that only one person took action in front of him. These people in front of him gave him a threatening feeling, and it would be best if he could defeat them one by one. Since you are so arrogant, don't blame me. Zabuza muttered to himself that he must pretend to kill this Kakashi brother with great effort later, so that others can relax their vigilance and not attack him in groups. Ah! Zabuza swung the beheading sword, and the whole person swept towards Kakashi like a sharp arrow from a bow. Kakashi looked solemn, as if facing a great enemy. He stared at Zabuza's movements closely, trying to analyze his swordsmanship. However, the swordsmanship was like an antelope hanging on a horn, with no trace to be found, and Kakashi was confused for a while. Each knife seems simple and direct, but it contains a mystery, as if it was made by nature. There is no fancy moves, but it contains endless power. This knife technique can be said to have reached the pinnacle, great skill without effort. The more Kakashi watched, the more frightened he became. He realized that he had met a real master. Kakashi was sweating. However, when the first ray of knife energy was subconsciously dodged by himself with a very small movement, Kakashi was stunned. Ah! That's it! That's it! No! I fell into the trap. Kakashi could clearly see a hint of teasing in the other party's eyes. Sure enough. Just use rough movements to let me relax my vigilance? Haha. You underestimate me too much. Lions fight rabbits with all their strength. We learned it in elementary school. Don't underestimate any opponent. Kakashi put his hands on the gravity bars on his waist and limbs. After thinking for a while, he let go again. If you want to lighten the burden on your body first when doing anything, how can you make progress? Observe for the time being. Although the gravity bar on his body weighs 1,000 kilograms, Kakashi still has no intention of throwing it away. Weight training is a good habit they have cultivated since childhood. Not only him, but also Daisuke and Nagato. Daisuke has more than him, and as for Nagato, that guy seems to have several times more than him. Oh? Not bad. You can dodge my slash so easily. Then next. You should be more careful. Zabuza laughed and swung the beheading sword at Kakashi again. His swordsmanship is indeed rough, perhaps because he is a jonin, his physical skills and strength make him invincible, and he has long been accustomed to such attacks. Or, he is only at this level. Kakashi frowned. Did he still overestimate the ninjas in this world? This simple and rough action is not skillful? It is completely based on brute force, okay. Kakashi didn't know that the pinnacle of swordsmanship in this world is Konoha White Fang. Once Konoha White Fang died, the swordsmanship of this world regressed by more than 100 years. Besides, Zabuza's strength lies in assassination. Without the hidden mist technique, his swordsmanship is completely unattainable. Kakashi and the three children looked at Kakashi, who was dodging all the time, with a thoughtful look on their faces. He has been dodging all the time. Is he looking for an opportunity to find a flaw? Kakashi remembered the opponent's lightning attack before he fainted. His swordsmanship had completely surpassed his father Hitaki Sakumo. It seems that this Kakashi teacher is not the opponent of this hidden mist ninja. Naruto narrowed his eyes and tried to analyze the situation. The opponent still did not launch any strong offensive after dodging continuously, which made Kakashi a little impatient. Try to play against him once. Kakashi also drew out the white fang blade behind him when Zabuza swung the beheading sword again. Ha ha ha! Coward! Are you finally willing to take action? Not only Kakashi, Zabuza was also annoyed. The opponent kept dodging, but he couldn't do anything to him. He just felt that he had no place to display his strength and was extremely frustrated. Bang! The sound of iron colliding rang out. The opponent's continuous dodging made Zabuza think that the opponent's strength was just so-so, but the attack just now made his arm numb. Kakashi looked at the opponent's hand holding the beheading sword and was shaking uncontrollably, and his face suddenly turned black. What? I was just careless. I actually thought he was a swordsman. Let alone a strong man, he doesn't even have swordsmanship. What's wrong with this world? Kakashi frowned. Zabuza was also shocked. Not a buddy? You have this strength, why are you hiding? If you have the ability, why didn't you take action earlier and watch me for so long? Are you playing tricks on me? Zabuza's face was flushed with shame. He swung his sword at Kakashi again. Snap! Kakashi just used 2 fingers to hold the beheading sword tightly. He looked at Zabuza with no sadness or joy. Okay, the farce is over. I admit that I overestimated you. You have no sword skills at all. The only thing you deserve praise for is silence. You have no skills or movements in wielding the sword. Maybe with the combination of the mist hidden technique, you can be invincible. But, a ninja still has to rely on his own strength. Zabuza's face turned red with anger when he heard these comments about him. He wanted to break free, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get the beheading sword away from Kakashi's 2 fingers. Seeing that the beheading sword couldn't be pulled out, Zabuza simply gave up. He took a step back, then formed seals with his hands and looked ferocious. Strength? You don't think I only know swordsmanship, do you? Open your eyes and watch. I won't hold back anymore. Zabuza said and began to form seals with his hands. Kakashi's narrowed eyes widened as he moved, and Dato, who was watching the show, also looked solemn and his eyes slowly turned into a kaleidoscope. Chapter 27. As we all know, the strength of ninjutsu in the ninja world is basically judged by the number of hand seals. Putting aside the students in the ninja school who are not proficient in ninjutsu, basically every ninja from Genin to Jonin has a fixed number of hand seals. Unless there are gifted people who can simplify 1 or 2 processes, the rest of the people have to strictly follow the necessity of the technique to make hand seals. Hand seals can connect and change the form of the body's chakra to release ninjutsu. At this moment, the 2 looked at Zabuza Momokai as if he was facing a great enemy. Kakashi and the 3 little ones over there were a little confused. At present, they are at ease with everything, why do they suddenly show such an expression? Is there danger? But there is no one else in front of him except Zabuza? Is it because swordsmanship is not as good as ninjutsu? As a genius ninja with all attributes, Kakashi is proficient in thousands of ninjutsu, and he has created dozens of ninjutsu by himself, but this terrifying scene in front of him is the first time he has seen it. When Zabuza made the 10th seal, both of them didn't care. For a technique that has not been optimized, 10 seals are normal. When Zabuza made the 20th seal, both of them were a little wary. But it didn't matter. Because 20 seals in this world is at most an A-level or S-level ninjutsu. Although it is a bit troublesome, it is still not to be feared. When Zabuza made the 30th seal, Dato and Kakashi both looked a little solemn. This has surpassed the S-level ninjutsu, and it is likely that this is a super forbidden technique. When Zabuza made the 40th seal, both of them were sweating profusely as if they were facing a great enemy. However, neither of them interrupted. With Dato's Kamui and Kakashi's Flying Thunder God, they all wanted to see the peak limit of martial arts and ninjutsu in this world. Ren. The 41st seal. Zi. The 42nd. Hai. The 43rd. 44. The 2 watched Zabuza finish the last seal, and both of them had their hair standing on end and their heartbeats accelerated. It's coming. This super ninjutsu with 44 seals. Water escape. Zabuza raised his head and mobilized his chakra. The Flying Thunder God seal on Naruto, Kakashi, and the others lit up, and Kakashi could take them all away in an instant. Kakashi could also feel that the space around Zabuza was distorted. This was Dato's divine power. Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Kakashi's face froze, and Dato was also stunned. He relied on the Sharingan to detect that the chakra that the other party had been holding back had been completely released. And Kakashi was completely stunned. He was actually fooled by the same person twice. Originally thought that the other party had held back a big one, but he didn't expect it to be a big one. The other party used 44 seals for a B-level ninjutsu that only required 3 seals. Not a buddy. Seeing Kakashi standing there and letting the water dragon bullet hit him, and then he flew away uncontrollably with the flow, Zabuza laughed. Dato was distressed. He had just opened the Mangekyo and consumed a little of his pupil power. His right eye had not yet turned into the eternal Mangekyo, so he would not be blind, would he? Destroy the world. Kakashi felt himself being wrapped in the water flow, and the feeling of suffocation became stronger and stronger. He casually pulled out the white fang blade and cut the water flow with one knife. Before Zabuza could react, he spoke in a low voice, "You are too fancy. Flashy. Next, let me show you what real swordsmanship is. Wind style, blade wind tornado." Kakashi injected the wind-style chakra into the white fang blade. 4 powerful tornadoes formed on the blade at the moment of swinging, and a powerful cutting force emerged. This ninjutsu combines the cutting power of wind escape and the sharpness of swordsmanship to form a devastating attack. The moment he swung it, 4 tornadoes cut off all of Zabuza's escape routes and swept towards him. Zabuza's bandages on his face and clothes were torn apart, and his hideous face emerged. He used the beheading sword to block in front of him, but unfortunately he could only disperse 2 tornadoes with all his strength. Seeing that the 2 tornadoes full of strong wind were about to tear him apart, Zabuza closed his eyes like he accepted his fate. Suddenly he felt the air around him get cold, and ice chips resisted the sword wind tornado and hit his face. Ice escape Hyagandomu. He recognized it, this was Bai's unique bloodline limit. Then 2 needles pierced his neck, and Zabuza fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Kakashi and Dato looked at the mysterious man wearing a mask who suddenly appeared, and they all looked a little unnatural. Suddenly, their heads were taken away. If a few people said they were not upset, it would be a lie. The mysterious masked man first bowed to Kakashi and then explained, "Thank you for helping me to injure the rebel ninja of our Kirigakure. However, considering that I need to take his body back to report, please forgive me for saving his body in the end." Seeing that the faces of several people were still in a daze, Bai continued, "I am the pursuit team of the Kirigakure Enbu, responsible for handling the rebel ninja. Thank you for your help. You will gain the friendship of our Kirigakure. Now I need to take him back to the village to report. Please forgive me." After Bai finished speaking, he bent down to help Zabuza up. At this time, Daitsuka stopped him. "Wait." He could see that the chakra in the other person's body still existed and had not dissipated. This person was in a state of suspended animation. He passed the information he got to Kakashi, and Kakashi narrowed his eyes. "You can't take him away." Kakashi spoke. Bai was stunned. Normally, he could easily take Zabuza away by throwing out his identity as a member of the pursuit team of the Hidden Mist Village. He didn't expect that he would be obstructed today. "Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Do you want to be enemies with the Hidden Mist Village and the Land of Water?" Bai narrowed his eyes and began to speak unkindly. Now he must not lose his momentum, otherwise he will definitely be discovered. Kakashi thought about it and nodded. "That's right. Since the other party is a rebel ninja from the Hidden Mist Village, and he wanted to kill Dazna as soon as he came, he should be a ninja hired by Cardo. Since he is a ninja hired to complete the task, what he did today is understandable. He can completely persuade him to act as a temporary worker on his side, and the subsequent opening of the Two-World Channel also requires experiments. A senior ninja is also a very good test subject. Besides, he has to collect the tailed beasts, various rare materials and ninjas with bloodline limits from this world for the Empire, and sooner or later he will have to fight against the Land of Water. Since Zabuza is a traitor from the Land of Water, and he is a strong ninja and has the ability to cooperate with the Hidden Mist technique, it is more convenient to subdue him and use him against the Land of Water than to search for him by himself." With this thought, Kakashi stopped Bai from doing what he did. "Okay, I know this guy is not dead. Although I don't know what your purpose is, based on the ice escape you just used, you also need to stay." Chapter 28. A gust of wind whistled past, but it still did not blow away the heavy atmosphere in the air. The result that Bai was most worried about appeared. This group of people did not fall for it at all. His face was pale and his heartbeat accelerated. In the past, no matter what the situation was, as long as Zabuza was defeated, he would jump out and bring up the identity of the Hidden Mist Village, which basically worked every time. After all, it is now a rare period of peace in the ninja world. No one wants to offend the Hidden Mist Village because of a traitor, thus affecting the relationship between the two villages and the country. But what's wrong with this person in front of him? Peace is hard-won and everyone hopes to cherish it. Why do you still want to declare war on the Hidden Mist Village? And what do you mean by your last words? Are you interested in my bloodline limit? Damn! I shouldn't have revealed it just now. But in that case, Lord Zabuza. Whatever. If you stand by the river, you will get your shoes wet. Since the other party doesn't want to let the two of us go, then there is only one way to fight. A mouthful of white mist came out of Bai's mouth, and he planned to strike first. Ice release, magic mirror ice crystal. Countless ice crystals were condensed by the white mist, and then covered the area. Bai used the mist to appear in the ice mirror. Kakashi watched this scene with interest. It was the first time he saw a living ice release ninja. Ice release, 1000 killings water shooting. Bai pinched with one hand, and countless water was condensed into sharper and harder ice. These ices turned into thousands of ices and began to attack the area in a 360 degrees manner without dead angles. So far, he has been attacking to cover Zabuza and find an opportunity to escape with Zabuza. Fire release, great fireball technique. Dato also used his best skill at the beginning. Wherever the fire covered, the ice was evaporated into water and then dissipated in the air. Dato continued to attack the magic mirror ice crystals in the area covered by the fireball without stopping. Soon, these mirrors could not withstand such high temperatures and broke one after another. Bai was also moving in it, but unfortunately, as the last mirror broke, he was forced out of the mirror space. Ha ha ha, ice escape is just like this. Dato felt that his strength had become stronger. Relying on his own blood limit, Bai could perform ninjutsu instantly. But the next moment, his eyes met the Mangekyo in Dato's left eye and he was stunned. He was not like Kakashi who had been trained, nor did he have the power of the nine tails like Naruto. His special physique and reincarnation body made him immune to most illusions. Just by looking at each other, Bai was completely trapped in the illusion. Kakashi looked at Dato with approval. Well done. Dato raised his head proudly. I can't let you do everything alone. After saying that, he walked in front of Bai, sealed his chakra, and then took off his mask. Behind the mask was a stunningly beautiful face, which made Sakura and Naruto scream. Male. Dato's words made Naruto wilted in disbelief. He came to Zabuza again, sealed his chakra in the same way, and then directly took out the needle that blocked the acupuncture points in his neck. The vigilance of the ninja made the two wake up quickly. Bai glanced at Zabuza, who had woken up before him, with a bitter look on his face. I'm sorry. Lord Zabuza. Zabuza fell to the ground without saying a word, as if he accepted his fate and did not move. Bai sighed, he knew that he was holding Lord Zabuza back again. Didn't you say he was a traitor from the Hidden Mist village? Are you in the same group? Kakashi tried to figure out the relationship between the two. Seeing that Lord Zabuza didn't say anything, Bai simply confessed everything. It's true that Lord Zabuza is a traitor from the Hidden Mist village, but I'm not a ninja from the Hidden Mist village. I'm just a stray child that Lord Zabuza once adopted. As for us, we're all ninjas employed by Kato. Kakashi nodded. He had guessed the origins of the two people. He didn't dwell on this issue anymore, but instead looked at Bai with burning eyes. Bai felt a little uncomfortable being looked at. He just wanted to explain that he was a man, but Kakashi had already spoken. Excuse me, did you use ice escape just now? Is this your bloodline limit or your bloodline elimination? Bai nodded. This is my bloodline limit, which I was born with and inherited from my mother. Bai explained truthfully. He didn't ask for anything else, but hoped that his good behavior now would allow the others to let Lord Zabuza go. Then you're lucky. Bloodline limit, many people can't surpass or possess it in their entire lives. Kakashi's eyes were on Dato after a glance at him. Dato immediately clenched his fists and looked at him with a look that said, Kakashi, what do you mean? Kakashi ignored him completely, and his eyes were still on Bai in front of him. Lucky? Ha! Bai shook his head in disapproval when he heard what Kakashi said, and his tone began to become self-deprecating and sighing. In my opinion, this so-called blood limit is a synonym for disaster, and it is also a death warrant for myself and my family. Bai glanced at himself with disgust, and his actions deeply touched Naruto. A synonym for disaster. He thought of the fear and disgust of the villagers towards him. He is also a demon fox? Naruto's small eyes were full of doubts. Shouldn't he prove himself when being bullied and questioned? Why did they betray the village? Seeing Bai's disgusted look, Kakashi also frowned and felt a little strange. You have to know that Daisuke was able to graduate from Ninja University by relying on his bloodline limit. Without these eyes, it would be difficult for him to graduate from Chunin. Moreover, families with bloodline limits are naturally more powerful than others, which is a natural advantage. Especially in the Empire, families with bloodline limits have more freedom than others, such as they can break the marriage law, as long as they love each other and can accept each other, they can have polygamy or polyandry. Moreover, the Empire also has high rewards for them to have children, such as the state will raise one child, the state will give generous subsidies for 2 children, and the state will directly arrange pension insurance for the whole family for 3 children, etc. Even if you don't have children and don't have the power to have bloodline limits, you can still be above ordinary people. For example, a guy like Daisuke can become a millionaire even by donating sperm. Going once a week, it's tens of thousands each time. Daisuke made a lot of money relying on this policy. The money for his pursuit of Lin's gifts and romance was basically earned by donating sperm. Why do you show such disgust towards me? Is it because of the bloodline limit? When Kakashi thought about the fact that almost all the tribes with powerful bloodline limits in this world were extinct, he had a rough guess in his heart. If I tell you, can you agree to one of my requests? A glimmer of hope flashed in Bai's eyes. Kakashi nodded when he heard it. As long as it's not too much, I can consider it. Bai thought that the other party seemed to be paying attention to himself, the owner of the bloodline limit, and his expression must have slowly faded. I was born in a village in the land of water where it snows all year round. The people in the village have always been afraid of and hate people with bloodline limits because of the war. Chapter 29. Unfortunately, my mother possessed the bloodline limit they hated, ice release. We should have lived peacefully. My mother hid for many years without being discovered, but unfortunately, I inherited my mother's bloodline limit, and the tragedy began at this time. The secret of my bloodline limit was discovered by my father, and he led a group of villagers to kill my mother and me without hesitation. My mother died under the knives of the villagers and my father, and I completely stimulated my ice release bloodline limit because of fear. Dead, all the villagers died in my irrational anger. They were all pierced by me with ice spikes, including my father. I became an orphan. I hate my bloodline limit. If I can, I would rather choose to be an ordinary person. Bai still felt heartbroken when talking about this history again. If it weren't for me, if it weren't for this so-called bloodline limit, I should still be living a stable, beautiful, and happy life with my parents in that village where it snows all year round, right? However, not to mention Kakashi, even Daito had a questioning look on his face. The story is sad, but unfortunately, it's too fake. The first point you said is that the villagers are afraid of war and hate bloodline limits. Why? They don't hate the ninjas who bring war, they don't hate war itself, why do they only hate bloodline limits? Do they dare to attack ninjas with bloodline limits, but not ninjas? Second, you said that your mother has bloodline limits and has been hiding them for many years. Since she has had them for many years, even if she is reluctant to attack your father and the villagers, she should be able to protect herself, right? After all, you can easily kill all the villagers when you just awaken. Third, your father will directly want to kill you because you and your mother have bloodline limits. Is this possible? A father will attack his wife and children for an unfounded reason? Is this possible? Dato asked 2 questions in a row, and then stared at Bai. He tried to see a trace of panic in the other's eyes. Unfortunately, no. There's no hope. This kid is so young and he lies without thinking and brazenly. Although he did it to save his life, it really makes me look down on their intelligence to fabricate such a flimsy lie. Kakashi was shocked. Not bad, Dato. You've learned to think with your smooth koala brain. He thought someone was jealous of their power and chose to attack, but according to what Bai said, this is too much. Ah? This? Bai was also a little overwhelmed by Dato's 3 questions. It seems, yes. Disasters and wars are brought by ninjas, what does it have to do with us who have bloodline limits? You don't hate ninjas and even worship the ninjas from the village as gods, but why are you so intolerant of us who have bloodline limits? This is as outrageous as people who lose their families because of wars don't hate the ninjas who instigated the war, but hate kunao and shuriken instead. It is the ninja who kills people, and shuriken and kunao are just tools, which are the same as bloodline limits. Why don't you hate war, ninjas, and these things? And the mother is the same. She has the power of ice escape, so she can resist, right? If she doesn't want to resist with her father, then there should be no problem in protecting herself, right? If she doesn't do it for herself, she has to do it for me. But why? The father is the same. In my memory, my father has always been very caring for his eldest son. Just because of a bloodline limit, he asked outsiders to kill him? I am not really his biological son? Dai Tu shook his head regretfully. Kakashi, kill them all. There is no point in keeping such a person who never speaks the truth, even if he has a bloodline limit. The regret in Dai Tu's words was not concealed. Seeing Kakashi draw out the short knife and walk towards Zabuza, Bai's face changed. Hashidu's sack. Dumb tape. Zabuza struggled to sit up as he watched Kakashi sharpen his knife and walk towards him. Although his chakra was sealed, he could still move freely. I can prove that what Shiro said is correct. Wait. Kakashi and Dato looked at each other and motioned Zabuza to continue. However, there was a strong sense between the two that Zabuza would kill the two without a proper explanation. With death in front of him and his ambitions not yet realized, Zabuza sold out the Hidden Mist village without any hesitation. The Land of Water has become more and more prosperous under the leadership of the 4th Mizukage. The more abnormal it is, the more incomprehensible it is. Although Bai's story is outrageous, he is by no means the only one, and it is not the end. Affected by the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, basically everyone in the Land of Water hates those who have bloodline limits. Bai's mother and he are just one of the countless victims. As Zabuza spoke, his words began to carry a monstrous hatred. Is he a person who does not love his country, his village, and has no will of water? No. On the contrary, he loves his country very much, but the more he loved it at the beginning, the more disappointed he is now. This monstrous hatred is not directed at the two people in front of him, but at the Land of Water. The Hidden Mist Village. The 4th Mizukage. Just like me, maybe you know my experience. Zabuza's eyes were on Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at Kakashi and shook his head. Sorry, I really don't know. Seeing that the two wanted him to continue, Zabuza also spoke. I grew up in Kirigakure, and I am also one of the ninjas trained by Kirigakure village. In order to select the best ninjas, Kirigakure village has let the students in our ninja school kill each other since childhood, so as to improve each other's strength and then select the strongest. The most ridiculous thing about this deformed system is that it has been recognized by many people. I can't understand what the people above are thinking, so I killed all my classmates on the day of graduation. I am eager to use this behavior to alert them. I want to let them know that Kirigakure, which is fishing in a dry pond, has no future. But I overestimated the 4th Mizukage, and I also overestimated his supporters. They didn't punish me at all. On the contrary, they thought I performed well and gave me many rewards. You heard it right. I killed all my classmates, and they gave me generous rewards. Ha ha ha, don't you think it's ridiculous? And the reason why I betrayed the village was very simple. I felt that there was no hope for the Hidden Mist village to continue like this. After a failed assassination attempt on the Mizu cage, I had no way to defect from the village. I hoped to find like-minded people to overthrow the rule of the Mizu cage. For this reason, I desperately accepted missions, making money, just to build a force to defeat the Mizu cage. Chapter 30. Subjugate the Mizu cage. Kakashi and Dato looked at each other and were somewhat moved. It seems that the masked man obeys Zabuza's orders. And Zabuza's ideas are somewhat consistent with theirs. Then. But some things still need to be confirmed. The Mizu cage you mentioned, is the highest ruler of your Kirigakure village? Kakashi asked. Our Mizu cage is confirmed and elected by the top leaders and daimyo. All the cages in the 5 major countries are basically the highest rulers in the village. Kakashi nodded. Is the cage the strongest in the village? This is very important. If he is the strongest, then Zabuza can escape assassination, which means that this world is weak. Although it feels much worse than the Empire, you have to know that there are only 3 of them at present. No. The cage is only the supreme ruler, not necessarily the strongest. Both of them expressed their understanding. Just like the governors of various provinces, they may not be the strongest, but their political means must be strong. But why would the dignified Mizu cage do something that would dig his own grave for his village? Dato analyzed calmly on the side. He said, since he is the supreme ruler and leader of a village, it would not be good for him if the village becomes weak. Do you think he is controlled by someone? Or replaced by someone? Kakashi nodded with deep feeling. Or he was a tyrant from the beginning. Zabuza shook his head. No. Mizu cage was still very responsible before he took office. He was still, no one should be able to control and replace him. I don't know why it happened, and the senior people did not stop him at all, allowing him to kill people. Zabuza gritted his teeth, and he still did not say that the Mizu cage was the 3 Tails Jinchuriki. He betrayed the will of water and the expectations of all of us. Dato was also somewhat indignant when he heard this. He was also the owner of a bloodline limit. If he was also born in the land of water. As a result, he was immediately full of malice towards this so-called Mizu cage. Is your Mizu cage out of his mind? And the top leaders are also out of their minds? Otherwise, how could they be so stupid as to destroy the new blood and combat power of a village? Dato couldn't help but complain. You know, no matter where you are, bloodline limits and tailed beasts are basically the foundation of a village or a country. They racked their brains to slaughter bloodline limits and set up such a harsh promotion system, and it's still in such a war-torn, ununified ninja world. Does your Mizu cage think that the village is too strong and want to make things difficult for yourself? They force away excellent ninjas like you, and call on the whole people to resist bloodline limits. Isn't this courting death and digging your own grave? As Dato cursed, Kakashi's face changed. Not good. Why does it feel like he is not scolding Kirigakure, but rather scolding Konoha? Zabuza's face has no reaction yet. He has long been numb, but Kakashi feels uncomfortable as if he has eaten a pile of shit and a fly. The village is too strong and wants to make things difficult for itself? Force away excellent ninjas? Rack their brains to slaughter bloodline limits? This operation seems very familiar. Kakashi's father's face flashed through his mind at the first moment. He is the excellent ninja who was forced to death by the villagers. And the Uchiha clan that everyone in Konoha village hates. Now there are only 10 excellent ninjas left in the village, and the strongest bloodline limit family in Konoha has also been exterminated. There are also the remaining bloodline limits, such as the Byakugan, the village. No, the 3rd generation gave the Byakugan away at all costs for peace. Konoha, once the most powerful ninja in the ninja world, now seems to be on the decline. The kind face of the third Hokage, who always looked like a good old man, appeared in his mind. All this. It would be strange if the third Hokage didn't know about it. He acquiesced to it. Kakashi was completely lost in thought, and Dato's words also woke him up from numbness. When did Konoha begin to decline? It seems that it started from the third Hokage taking over. Fortunately, after listening to what Zabuza confirmed, Kakashi was relieved. Not only Konoha is rich and likes to slaughter its own talented clansmen with bloodline limits, but the hidden mist village is the same. That's good, everyone cuts off their own arms, then relatively speaking, the balance can still be maintained. In the hearts of Dato and Kakashi, this ninja world is already a ruin, but the two never expected that this ruin would continue to collapse. In comparison, the two thought of the Emperor. In the Empire, the Emperor basically supported the ninja families with bloodline limits from the beginning, and he established various policies to encourage bloodline limit families to reproduce more, and even to create new bloodline limits with other bloodline limit families. He made great contributions to unifying the bloodline limit families in the ninja world. At that time, many people, and even now, many people are scolding the Emperor, saying that he established privileges just to flatter and protect these bloodline limit families so as to maintain his own rule. But after what happened to Zabuza and Haku today, the two people were compared and found that they were wrong, all wrong. Have you seen the families that the cage protects bloodline limits? They will never be as confident in themselves as the Emperor, they will only be afraid, suspicious, and then swing the butcher knife at their own family in fear and suspicion. Dato was silent for a moment and looked at Kakashi. I decided to hold a meeting with the people in the clan after I go back, and then bring a few people over to open up the wasteland. Damn it, didn't the Emperor just study a few Sharingan? They are still talking nonsense there. I want to bring them over to see that the Sharingan and the blood limit you cherish are nothing in other ninja worlds, and are even death warrants. They can live well and enjoy all kinds of benefits given by the Emperor, but they are still not satisfied. I want them to see it. Daitu's face flushed red. For the first time, he felt that the Emperor's personality charm was so strong. Kakashi patted Daitu's shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. Not bad. Daitu, you are finally sensible. However, Kakashi still didn't believe their words completely. He set his sights on Kakashi. Kakashi, are they telling the truth? Kakashi was still recalling the tragic scene of the Uchiha clan's extermination night. After Kakashi shouted like this, he came back to his senses. Kakashi thought of the legend of the Blood Mist Village, which was no longer a secret in Konoha, and their isolation had lasted for a long time, and basically everyone knew about it. He nodded. He didn't lie. The Blood Mist Village was no longer a secret during the Third Shinobi World War. The isolation of the Land of Water also started before the Third War. There was no fluctuation in Kakashi's words, as if the Third Shinobi World War had nothing to do with him. Kakashi nodded, so it seemed that what Zabuza and Haku said was correct. Then there was only one doubt left. His mother also had a blood limit, why did she die? Chapter 31. His mother also possessed the rare ice release Kekkei Genkai, why did she die? Faced with Kakashi's question, Bai's eyes dimmed, but Zabuza showed a hint of disdain. He spoke coldly, completely ignoring Bai's presence beside him. That stupid woman, she was reluctant to hurt those villagers until she died. Dato and Kakashi looked at Bai with pity, both of them were heartbroken by her experience. But more of it was shock and speechlessness. Imperial Elementary School has taught them since childhood that personal life safety is the first priority, and their own life is always above everything else. And this matter will be emphasized infinitely in future education. The school even conducts some drills every now and then. For example, a strong man descending from the sky, a meteorite impact, a meteor shower covering the ground, etc. In the face of life and death, the 10 tails is not as important as your own life. If you encounter oppression, you can defend yourself legitimately. As long as the other party has the tendency to hurt you, you can destroy him. If the other party has the intention to kill you, you can completely strike first. As for the civilians being innocent? Are you kidding me? They can even attack a woman who has no idea or ability to resist. Are they still civilians? This Chun Chun is a troublemaker. No matter where she is a very unstable person. She is only suitable for exile to the frontier. Kakashi, there is no compulsory education in this world. People don't seem to be very smart. They are so stupid. You can even say they are idiots. Is this the stupid education mentioned in history books to ensure and maintain their rule? Kakashi looked at Dai-Tu approvingly. That's right, I didn't expect you to learn it. Not bad, Dai-Tu. In today's words, it's Pua. Didn't you see what the variant of my world said? I feel that he is hopeless. He said that the mission is important and ninjas are just tools in the mission. The stupid education in this world is more powerful than we imagined. He was sold and counted money for the village. The two communicated through voice transmission. Kakashi looked at Zabuza and patted him on the shoulder. Your shadows are so cruel to the people, why don't you join our empire? The rulers of your water country are cruel and inhumane, and the civilians are living in dire straits. Now perhaps only the empire can save your country from poverty. Your shadows have made your knees fall into the ground, but our empire will definitely make you stand up tall. Faced with Kakashi's invitation, Zabuza sneered. I think you may have made a mistake. My becoming a rebel ninja does not mean that I will betray our water country and our Kirigakuer. I only betray the current system. Let me betray Kirigakuer. Impossible. I bet on my dignity as a ninja, I would rather die than join other forces and organizations. Kill me. Zabuza struggled again, and after finding that he could not break free from the other party's seal on his chakra, he fell to the ground like he had completely accepted his fate. He is not afraid of death, but it's a pity. He hasn't seen the hidden mist village become prosperous yet. When Bai saw Zabuza was so decisive, he also lay directly in front of Zabuza. If you want to kill Zabuza-sama, do it to me first. Kakashi sighed helplessly when he saw that both of them were determined to die. I have to say, your so-called water will and bond are really touching. Kakashi knew that even if he explained the situation in the empire, he would not be able to convince the two people in front of him, so he decided to give them a quick death. Kakashi drew out the white fang blade and looked at Zabuza and Bai. He somewhat understood why some conservatives always said that this was an era of endless will and bond. This era was indeed very romantic, but, could romance be eaten? I will never allow the Empire to have two more stumbling blocks on the road to the Holy War in the future, even if these two stones are very small. Since it is impossible to persuade them to join the Empire, it is better to take the initiative now to avoid them becoming future enemies. Although he has a rare ice escape bloodline limit, so what? The bloodline limit in the Empire is now at least 100,000, if not millions. The improvement of women's status and the promotion of eugenics policies have long made everyone keen to increase the size of their families. Don't worry, my sword will be very fast. I respect ninjas like you very much. I will use my strongest sword to send you off together. Zabuza, who had originally looked determined to die, now looked hesitant. Seeing that Kakashi had already drawn out the white fang blade, which was already flashing with purple lightning, Zabuza finally got anxious. Wait! Kakashi narrowed his eyes and looked at Zabuza. So soft already? So vulnerable? But Zabuza put his hands on Bai's shoulders and looked at him with a complicated expression. Bai, you are not from the Hidden Mist Village, why don't you join them? Zabuza looked at the boy in front of him. Although he kept saying that he only regarded Bai as a tool and was always mean to him without any warmth, it was all pretended. He knew that he had special feelings for Bai, but he just didn't want to admit it. And now the words that Bai said in front of him had already caused a ripple in Zabuza's long-frozen heart. No. Master Zabuza. I have nothing to lose. If I lose you, what's the point of me still living in this world? Bai said firmly, with great determination in his eyes. Lord Zabuza, I have never begged you for anything. This time I beg you. I want to die before you. There is no other reason. I have lost my father and mother. I can no longer accept the scene of you leaving me. Bai shouted excitedly, tears sliding down his cheeks, and his voice was full of pain and sorrow. Lord Zabuza, please. At the end, his words were already filled with prayers. He had placed all his hopes on Zabuza. Hearing this, Zabuza felt a sharp pain in his heart. He sighed deeply and closed his eyes slowly. He knew that he could not refuse Bai's request because he also cherished this boy. But he could not betray the ninja village and kill the civilians in the village. Zabuza opened his eyes and stared at Bai, with complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He reached out and gently stroked Bai's face, feeling his warmth. Then, he nodded slightly, indicating that he agreed to Bai's request. A relieved smile appeared on Bai's face. He hugged Zabuza tightly, and tears welled up in his eyes again. At this moment, he felt unprecedented happiness, even though this might be their last moment. Kakashi. Are you really willing to do it? Dato's voice sounded in Kakashi's mind. We still need experimental subjects for the cross-border transmission channel. You can't really use Suzuki, Akito, and your variants, right? Now a blood limit and a jonin are just right for experiments. Dato's eyes were already filled with tears. He was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to see this. He even delayed his exams to help an old lady cross the road, let alone encounter such a touching scene. Seeing this scene, Kakashi finally couldn't help shaking his head, and then slowly inserted the white fang blade into the scabbard behind him. Well, let them live for a while. Chapter 32. In the Land of Fire. Nagato and Jiraiya are galloping above the treetops. There is no other way. Compared with the muddy ground that requires chakra to be attached to the feet at all times, jumping on the trees is the most cost-effective way to move. Even though they have entered the largest road in the Land of Fire to the capital, the ground is only slightly compacted by the wheels of the carriage, which is very different from the rural roads in the empire or even the small roads in the village. Nagato expressed his incomprehension. To get rich, you must build roads first. The role of road construction is not only to promote economic development, but also to strengthen the connection between the two places, reduce transportation and travel costs, break geographical restrictions, and make it easier for remote or inconvenient areas to access a wider market and economic network. Not only does it help drive economic growth, but it can also reduce logistics costs, improve logistics efficiency, and enable products to be shipped to various places faster and cheaper. In addition, it can also break through the transportation barriers between urban and rural areas, promote the exchange of materials, personnel, and information between urban and rural areas, and make domestic development faster. Once the road is repaired, the quality of life, tourism, and the promotion of a country's progress will be rapid. But he has seen this world. Not to mention civilians, even ninjas rely on their own legs to travel. What a barbaric way of traveling! Wait! Is that a train track? You still have trains here. Nagato immediately blamed himself. He had a preconceived notion that they were not good enough, so he didn't ask more questions. Look! Isn't there a train? But why didn't this master take him to ride it? Jiraiya was slightly stunned when he heard Nagato's sudden question, but he immediately understood it when he followed Nagato's gaze. Oh, you are talking about steam trains. This thing has been eliminated a long time ago. Now only some older cities have them, and they are basically for sightseeing. Eliminated? Nagato was shocked. Is the technological progress in this world so fast? Even trains are eliminated? You should know that trains are still the main means of transportation in the empire. Although there are airplanes now, they are basically only the heads of state and dignitaries. Ordinary people simply don't have the financial resources. You should know that the chakra consumed by each takeoff of an airplane is enough to drain a group of jonin. As for the so-called new energy in the empire, there is no big clue at present. Basically, most of them rely on chakra energy. Do you have airplanes? In the eyes of the simple Nagato, being eliminated must mean that something more convenient and less expensive has appeared. Flying chicken. Jiraiya looked puzzled. I'm not sure what kind of summoning beast the flying chicken you are talking about is, but the elimination of our trains here has nothing to do with these summoning beasts. Jiraiya spoke truthfully. Ah! Nagato's face was even more puzzled. You said that the trains were eliminated, isn't it that more convenient and economical means of transportation have appeared? Nagato frowned, looking strange. A more convenient means of transportation. Jiraiya finally reacted after hearing this, and he laughed and spoke. The young man in front of him was indeed too naive, and he didn't know anything. The train route is fixed, and it is large, so it can be easily hijacked and destroyed by stray ninjas or hostile ninjas. Even if we arrange ninjas to guard each car, we can't completely protect it. Every time a train is attacked, it will cause a lot of casualties and losses. In the end, no civilians are willing to ride it. The daimyo saw that they couldn't make money and had to pay a large amount of money every year to maintain the railway, so they had no choice but to stop. Nagato. Nagato never thought that something as beneficial to the country and the people as the train would be eliminated, and the reason was just because it was easy to be hijacked and destroyed. What kind of logic is this? Did they just give up using this means of transportation because they were afraid of sabotage? Nagato couldn't help feeling sad. Didn't anyone think about solving these unstable factors once and for all? Looking at the ordinary people wandering on the road, Nagato's heart was full of sympathy. They couldn't survive in their hometowns and could only wander around. In this chaotic world, what else can they do besides becoming robbers or bandits? Nagato realized that the problems in this world are all round, from politics, economy to social structure, there are serious flaws in all aspects. Nagato cast his eyes on Jiraiya, who was still smiling, and a feeling of disgust surged in his heart. Jiraiya kept saying that this world is very okay, but whether in reality or in his words, Nagato could not see any good things. The two of them went forward all the way, and arrived at the capital of the Land of Fire in just half a day. This made Nagato look up to Jiraiya. Jiraiya's heart was not beating and his face was not red. He did not rest once during such a long time of running. This guy's physical skills are so strong. No matter how fast I run, he can always follow me closely. Nagato didn't know that Jiraiya was even more shocked. We must not become the opposite of them unless necessary. Even if we become, we must not let Konoha go to explore their strengths and weaknesses first. Jiraiya made up his mind. Is this the capital of the Land of Fire? Standing on a huge palace, Nagato had a blank expression. At this moment, a religious dance was being held here, and the people below were very lively. The nobles below were singing and dancing, but the common people were like zombies. Compared with the sluggish appearance in the empire, this place was even worse. However, the faces of the nobles were filled with joy and excitement. How is it? Compared to your empire, is our place more lively and prosperous? Nagato nodded as he watched a civilian below accidentally fall down while holding a fruit plate, and the fruit was scattered all over the ground. A noble young master kicked him, and almost drew the samurai sword next to him to chop him. It is indeed more lively. Jiraiya obviously didn't notice these, he smiled heartlessly at the dancers who were wearing little clothes below. Nagato watched another dancer hurriedly retreat after the performance, but didn't want to be stopped by a bald man with a big belly. The dancer struggled, and the bald fat guy laughed and hugged her into his arms, and then walked towards a room behind a curtain. Along the way, he also called a few people who were similar to him, and it seemed that they were either friends or brothers. Jiraiya seemed to be accustomed to it. In his opinion, these people had security guarantees and high incomes, which was already very happy. Facing those scenes, he glanced over them without paying too much attention. These are the daimyo of our land of fire, and our Hokage is basically appointed by them. Jiraiya looked at Nagato in a daze, and he explained. Senior, who do you think is the most enjoyable person in our empire? Faced with the question suddenly raised by Nagato, Jiraiya was slightly stunned. The most enjoyable person. He glanced at the daimyo below. The one with the highest power, the most wealth, and the strongest strength. There is no doubt that it is their emperor. Then there is no need to ask, it must be your emperor, right? In Jiraiya's eyes, their emperor must be a party every night and never take care of things, which makes the people below resentful. Didn't you see how Nagato looked when he just came? Nagato nodded. Indeed, the person who enjoys life the most in our empire is our Emperor Senju. When we usually deal with it, we just eat a bite of Bing Liang Guan. When we have time, we go outside the university town to buy some takeout, and occasionally we can eat a freshly made ramen or steaming hot barbecue. Only our emperor specially selects talented people from the country to be his personal chef. He has at least 4 dishes and 1 soup for every meal, and the cooking method is extremely complicated. For this, he even wastes several people. Listening to Nagato's words, Jiraiya's face showed doubt. He glanced down. Even the lowest-ranking daimyo sitting at the bottom was surrounded by beautiful women, and even the maids and servants who served tea and water started at 4. Is it too much for an emperor who controls the entire ninja world to waste a few people to cook? And in addition, he promotes monogamy, but he has 3 wives. Jiraiya's face immediately showed envy when he heard this, and then he was even more confused. Ah! Not to mention the 3,000 beauties in the harem, at least 300 would be worthy of his status. Why only 3? Even with this, countless old people in our empire still criticize the emperor, saying that he is too licentious and blinded by lust. Chapter 33. Ah! Jiraiya looked at Nagato. He couldn't understand what he said. Does he eat delicacies from the mountains and the sea, ingredients that are hard to find in the entire ninja world? And are those 3 wives all people who bring disaster to the country and the people? Nagato thought about it and nodded. Although the emperor eats very simply, he has high requirements, such as the pickled peppers in the hot and sour potato shreds, which he once spent countless energy to find. And his wives, one is a woman who betrayed the faith of the whole family, one is a woman who pursues power extremely, and the other is addicted to gambling, and recently seems to have developed a bad habit of drinking. Jiraiya was a little surprised. Good guy, such a woman is enough to bring disaster to the country and the people, and this emperor has 3 more. No wonder people in their empire are so dissatisfied with that emperor. No wonder he wants to invade other parallel universes after unifying that ninja world. I feel sad for you. Such a person can still be an emperor. Isn't there anyone who can overthrow his tyranny? Nagato shook his head. Our emperor is a descendant of the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. He perfectly inherited the bloodline limits of both clans. Jiraiya was shocked when he heard this. You mean, he has both the Sharingan and the wood release? Nagato nodded. Jiraiya secretly smacked his lips. No wonder. That terrifying power can indeed unify the entire ninja world. Inheriting the madness of the Uchiha clan and possessing the strong sage body and wood release power of the Senju clan, no wonder. How pitiful. The people in that world must be living in dire straits. But suddenly, Nagato changed his tone. He smiled, and his smile was full of irony. I used to think that our emperor was very incompetent and had nothing but strength. But today I have learned a lot. You so-called daimyo, each of you is as fat as a pig, without any chakra power in your body, but you can easily dominate the dignity and even the body of the people around you. This is just a daimyo of a small country of fire. I dare not imagine what kind of terrible things they will do if they have more powerful power. And Yukonoha's shadow actually needs them to a point. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Nagato's eyes. He could feel that after the dancer who looked like she had just come of age entered the room, the daimyo continued to fight bloody battles despite the heavy bleeding. The girl had fainted, but they thought it was meaningless and poured a basin of water to let her continue to wake up. Jiraiya swallowed his saliva. He felt that Nagato beside him had changed after coming here. That's not right. Obviously, there is endless prosperity here with singing and dancing. Why did Nagato change after feeling their prosperity? Here the daimyo manages the nobles and commoners, the village manages the ninjas, and everyone restrains each other, so there is no one person who has the final say, and the commoners and ninjas will always be in harmony and balance. Jiraiya explained. Nagato repeated Jiraiya's words with disdain. Harmony. Yes, when I find the legendary child of prophecy, the conflicts and hatred between people will be eliminated, and there will be no more wars in the ninja world. Jiraiya said with excitement. Child of prophecy. Nagato frowned. Is there one in this world too? Although Jiraiya once thought he was the child of prophecy, can the definition in the empire be the same as in this world? And Jiraiya just mentioned it casually, without any specific description, only saying that the child of prophecy can bring peace. The child of prophecy you mentioned, is he some special bloodline limit? Can he eliminate the hatred between people? No, he can use himself to mediate the hatred and conflicts between people, and finally bring peace. Hearing this, Nagato thought of a forbidden technique passed down to him by the emperor. Infinite Tsukuyomi. What you said is not as reliable as infinite Tsukuyomi. How can the hatred and conflicts between people be mediated by one person? And you keep saying you want peace, why do you pin your hopes on such a fabricated thing? Why are you unwilling to make substantial efforts for peace? Jiraiya was stunned by the question, but soon his eyes became clear. I also have my mission. My mission is to find and guide the child of prophecy. Nagato shook his head. This world is too ridiculous. The empire in his eyes used to be dark and bloody. Although countless people were not pierced by knives, their souls were already riddled with holes. But when he came to this world, he found that although the empire oppressed people to the point of suffocation, it was special. This world is so suffocating. Jiraiya. If you really want peace to come forever, I will tell you a way, and it is a way that has been realized and verified. This time, Nagato didn't even have the honorific title, he couldn't stand it anymore. Talking to the master in front of him always gave me the urge to have a cerebral hemorrhage. The so-called son of prophecy is too illusory. If you really want peace to come, then unify the entire ninja world. At that time, there will be no more wars in the world. And the changes in history will no longer be between countries, and the replacement of power will be at most the top group of people. Nagato suddenly realized, he finally understood what the emperor said, as long as the world is unified, then it doesn't matter who is the king or who is the monarch. It turns out that the emperor 20 years ago saw farther than us short-sighted people. Jiraiya listened to Nagato's words and shook his head again and again. No. Impossible. Doesn't the unification of the world require war? How many people will die and be injured at that time? I will never allow such a thing to happen. Jiraiya was extremely resistant in his heart, and he was also a little uncomfortable. So you didn't listen to all I said along the way, right? Even you have become more determined than at the beginning? Don't you also long for peace? No destruction, no construction. Jiraiya. If you resist war, will war not come? As far as I know, there have been 3 ninja world wars in your world. And there will be conflicts and fighting between countries every year. If you don't solve this problem once and for all, the war will never end. Nagato looked at Jiraiya, he was already very determined in his heart, he wanted to carry out the will of the emperor to the end. He understood the heart of his master from another world, he still longed for peace. If he could win him over to the empire, it would be the best. Seeing that Jiraiya didn't say anything, Nagato continued, the distribution of benefits between countries is too uneven. Everyone is working for the benefit of their own country, but it will be different after unification. After unification, everyone is equal. Even if there is a power struggle, it will only happen when electing the head of a province. It will not affect civilians and ordinary ninjas at all. No matter how many generations of power change, there will be no large-scale wars. Hearing this, Jiraiya was silent. Nagato's words made him fall into deep thought. He knew that Nagato made sense, but he still couldn't accept such a reality. His ideal is a world full of love, justice, and peace, not a world driven by power and desire. Jiraiya looked at Nagato, and there was a plea in his words. Our world is already perfect and prosperous. Can I beg you not to bring war to our world? Even unification requires bloodshed. Our world can no longer withstand any destruction. Chapter 34. Even though Nagato was a saint, he laughed in anger at this moment. Is a short-lived prosperity considered prosperity? Nagato's voice became low, with endless sorrow. He stared at Jiraiya quietly, with complex light flashing in his eyes. Jiraiya raised his head and responded with a firm look, but at least it is prosperity, isn't it? At least no one is bleeding now, and no one will be sad because of the loss of companions and relatives. This is the benefit of peace, and we should cherish it. His voice was full of desire for peace, and also revealed disgust for war. Looking at Jiraiya, who was clinging to the world of his imagination, Nagato suddenly felt very sad. The emperor once said, in the past history, there was always a group of self-righteous people who guarded the order they thought was the most perfect, even if they consumed their lives and all their beliefs for this, because in their eyes, order is better than no order. They moved themselves and pulled the pace of the development of the times. They made the world a mess, but they still felt that they had made a huge contribution. Jiraiya was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. He didn't understand why Nagato suddenly became so pessimistic. Is it really only through war that real change can be achieved? He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Nagato recalled when the emperor said these words. At that time, Nagato only felt that the emperor was introducing himself. Obviously there was no war, and everyone could enjoy life happily. Why did the emperor still spur them endlessly, asking everyone to work hard, and work harder? It seemed that there was something chasing behind. Now, after comparing the two, he completely understood what was the right effort and what was the useless effort. The development of the empire is changing with each passing day, and it can be seen every day, while this world. Their history is similar to that of the empire. They have been pursuing peace since Hashirama. He could have unified the ninja world and brought true peace, but he was reluctant to shed a little blood at that time and chose to let the entire ninja world bleed for decades. And at this moment, Jiraiya, he has clearly made the pros and cons clear, but he still sticks to his inner will. Is this an endless bond? It's just a nice way of saying it. This is actually pedantic. Foolish loyalty. The banquet below has ended, which seems to indicate that his fate with Jiraiya is about to end. But Nagato still wants the other party to stop at the brink. Let me tell you the story of our empire. Nagato looked at the sky, his thoughts fell into memories. Jiraiya took out a notebook and began to prepare to record at any time. He knew that the most important information was coming. The other party was finally willing to speak up and expose their intelligence. Our empire and Konoha are in the same time period, basically Konoha's 64th year. The only difference is that 20 years ago, we changed to the imperial calendar in Konoha's 44th year. Nagato said as he fell into memories. I was born in Konoha's 33rd year, and I was already 11 years old at that time. Even though I was in the Hidden Rain village, I experienced many things myself. Regarding the Holy War of the Empire, it officially began 1 year after Hanzo Salamander declared war on the Three Kingdoms, that is, in Konoha's 40th year, 1 year after the start of the Second Ninja World War. Jiraiya was secretly shocked when he heard Nagato's words. Why is the development process of their world exactly the same as his own? Could it be that the difference in distortion that occurred later was in Konoha's 40th year? What happened in their 40th year? What is the so-called Holy War? There are many different opinions about the emperor's origin, but what is certain is that the emperor Uchiha Senju-sama was born during World War I, and both his parents died in World War I. He seems to hate war very much, because Senju-sama's parents died in the war. He killed Hanzo, the number 1 ninja in the Hidden Rain village at that time and one of the culprits who triggered the Second Ninja World War. Nagato said with a flash of shock in his eyes. At that time, Lord Senju's would release and Susanoo shocked the entire ninja world, and he returned to Konoha to replace the third Hokage. The rest of the ninja world feared Lord Senju's bloodline limit, and they put aside their differences and joined forces to get rid of Konoha. The fantasy Konoha defense war began, but Lord Senju killed all the leaders of the coalition army alone, and more than half of the 100,000 ninjas of the ninja coalition were killed by him. The Third Ninja World War ended before it even began. Lord Senju was supported by Konoha and his identity was recognized. Lord Senju did not rest and recuperate, but took advantage of the other country's serious injuries to lead the Konoha ninjas to fight all the way the Holy War that started the empire began. Nagato was somewhat excited when he thought of this history and experience. He used to despise it, but now, comparing the two, he really wanted to travel back and give himself 2 big slaps in the face. In just 2 years, the entire ninja world changed dynasties, and there was no other ninja village except Konoha. Just when everyone in Konoha cheered and the daimyos of the Land of Fire gave Lord Senju the supreme honor, Lord Senju refused. He rejected the colonization plan of the daimyos of the Land of Fire, and wanted to abolish all countries with a unified empire. He wanted to abolish the ninja village system and the situation of CEO governance between daimyos and ninja villages. The daimyos were angry, and the ninja families were also angry. They criticized Lord Senju and instigated countless ninjas to start a civil war to try to stop Lord Senju, and also provided countless resources to support the remnants of ninjas in other countries. At that time, the whole country was in uprising and rebellion. Lord Senju did not compromise and killed all those who resisted, refused to obey, or were even bewitched and incited. For a whole year, more than 100,000 ninjas died and more than 1 million civilians died. His cruelty and ruthlessness finally made everyone understand that those who obey him will prosper, and those who resist him will perish. After a year of civil strife, he purged most of the conservatives and nobles, and the rest dared not make trouble again. At the beginning of the 44th year of Konoha, the empire was announced and all countries were turned into provinces. According to post-war statistics, 180,000 ninjas died and 1.84 million civilians died in these 3 years. Jiraiya was sweating profusely when he heard this. He knew how strong Hanzo was. But what frightened him even more was the number. 180,000 ninjas, 1.84 million civilians. You should know that there are only over 10,000 ninjas in Konoha now, and by the time of the Fourth Ninja World War, there were only 80,000 ninjas in the coalition. The so-called Holy War of Nagato sacrificed 18 times the number of ninjas in Konoha now? Are you sure this is called a holy war? With so many people dead, the whole world must be seriously injured, right? The Senju-sama you mentioned is probably a war maniac, right? Jiraiya guessed that the situation might be urgent at the time, and those who could use a little ninjutsu were forcibly recruited as ninjas. But that is also a terrifying number. He felt a deep fear before he faced the Uchiha Senju mentioned by Nagato. This kind of person, evil Uchiha. Damn, am I starting to have colored eyes too? Nagato listened to the doubts in Jiraiya's words, glanced at the world and sighed deeply. Yeah, I also thought it was ridiculous at that time. With so many people dead, can it be called a holy war? But now, I have figured it out. Nagato's tears revealed a firm sense of recognition. Master Senju took only 3 years to complete the great achievements that all predecessors had failed to achieve. 20 years after the establishment of the empire, everyone is equal, and there will be no more wars. As for the serious damage you mentioned, everyone was indeed living in fear at the time, but the emperor used iron-blooded means to promulgate countless systems that benefited the people's livelihood. In the first 3 years of the empire, he was busy until midnight every day, and he personally went to the field countless times to check whether the local people's livelihood policies were implemented. I can tell you that the so-called serious damage to the vitality was recovered in just 5 years. In the 10th year, the prosperity of the country far exceeded the ninja village era. As for now, as far as I know, the empire had more than 17 million newborns last year, more than 110,000 jonins, and 710,000 chunins. The latest issue of the Ninja Academy is public, and there are already 2.15 million students enrolled. Chapter 35. How much? How much? Jiraiya took a breath and almost stumbled and fell. In our place, the so-called students are basically genin. You heard it right, 2 million genin. Jiraiya couldn't sit still anymore. He paced back and forth, and cold sweat ran down his forehead. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 2 million genin? Are you kidding? Jiraiya had never thought about how many people could have in 20 years without worrying about food and drink. It's not an exaggeration to say that the population growth is explosive. The total population of their world is only about 300 million, and the Fire Country is only about 50 million. And because of the long-term war and instability, the population has basically not increased. The number of newborns in that world alone is tens of millions. That means a Fire Country can be born in 3 years? And that ninja. You have to know that since the Six Path Sage founded the ninja sect, only his descendants have attribute chakra, ordinary people don't have it. How can there be millions of genin? And so many chunin and jonin? Jiraiya also didn't know that everyone in the world infiltrated by the sacred tree has chakra in their bodies, but it has not been activated. The imperial body refining method in the empire can perfectly control the chakra in the body, but it is nothing more than being unable to use the attributes. Nothing is impossible. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that no one else can do it. Senior Jiraiya, you can't imagine the prosperity of the empire. Join us. With you to persuade Konoha, the empire's progress will not be stained with too much blood. The reason why Nagato mentioned the number and background of ninjas in the empire was to make Jiraiya give up resistance. During this short journey, Nagato also knew that the variant of the master in front of him really wanted peace to come, but he used the wrong method. Nagato didn't want the two worlds to really bleed into rivers and fight each other. It was false that he had no feelings for the empire. He only hated the emperor before, but after this trip, he had understood and corrected his attitude. It's better to suffer a short pain than a long pain. The emperor's vision is extremely advanced. The reason why he said so much to Jiraiya was that he still had some kindness in his heart, and he didn't want too many people in this world to die because of stupid resistance. Jiraiya looked at Nagato in disbelief. You mean, you will eventually attack us for your empire? Nagato sighed and nodded. Your world is too dark, your civilians need to be liberated, they need freedom and dignity. Listening to Nagato's arrogant and critical words, Jiraiya finally stopped hiding his disappointment. I will not betray Konoha, since you have made up your mind, let's meet on the battlefield. In order to protect our homes, the ninjas of Konoha will never say a word of surrender even if they die on the battlefield. Jiraiya turned around after saying that. Nagato. I misjudged you. You are not as kind as I thought. Since you want to bring disaster to this world, don't blame me for facing you with swords next time. Looking at Jiraiya's figure gradually disappearing in the sky, Nagato sighed. After seeing the mistakes of this world, Nagato understood that the ninja village system and the imperial system could not coexist. The imperial strategy would not stop because of him alone, and now he did not want to stop the empire anymore. Although Jiraiya was his first guide to this world and brought him countless information along the way, the two of them eventually went to the opposite side. Old slaves! Why do you cling to the wrong system and are unwilling to change? Nagato felt extremely regretful. Nagato glanced at the messy ground where only a group of civilians were left to clean up, and he sighed heavily. I shouldn't have cared about this. He fell to the ground and looked at the girl who had been ravaged to the point of unconsciousness. Nagato injected some mild chakra into her body to keep her alive. Glancing at the fat daimyo, Nagato made seals with both hands. Shiki seal, modified. In a world that few people could not see, the god of death tore off their souls and cut them off with a knife. And the modified Shiki seal would no longer absorb the soul of the caster, but instead absorbed a large part of their yang energy. As a result, these daimyo completely lost the ability to regenerate offspring. Nagato disappeared here after doing all this. His current goal is the Valley of the End. Jiraiya, who had already left far away, was anxious to go back and discuss the matter of the parallel universe with the third generation in person. But he didn't think here you can still meet ninjas from the route. Jiraiya glanced at them with displeasure. If he hadn't left Nagato, would he have run into them now? Jiraiya-sama, this is a handwritten letter from Danzo-sama, and he asked you to open it yourself. The ninja from the route bowed to Jiraiya, and then presented the letter with both hands. Jiraiya opened the letter and then shook his head. Nagato has already left the land of fire, and we can't stop him. In fact, it is still possible to catch up now, but Jiraiya doesn't want to do anything to him for the time being after the experience of these days. In addition, if Nagato really falls into their hands together with the root, the consequences. Jiraiya chose to shirk. He glanced in the direction of Nagato and murmured, "This is the last thing I can do for you." Year 7 of Konoha, the Valley of the End. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are standing on their respective statues facing each other. Madara was going to fake his death in order to obtain Hashirama's cells to complete the Moon Eye project. Just as the two were fighting fiercely, a group of shadow clones fell from the sky. What year is this? Hashi-lama, who is he? Madala. I was going to ask you. Who is he? Sorry. I went to the wrong place. Bang. Orikai's shadow clone turned into a white mist and disappeared here. In the Empire. Due to cross-border transmission, Orikai could not receive the memory of the clones in other worlds, but they agreed that as long as several shadow clones disappeared together, it would mean failure. There is no doubt that the change of coordinate positioning failed again. Damn it! Orikai pounded on the one-way portal. Without building a stable transmission channel, a slight change in coordinates will change the year and time. Damn it! A figure appeared here, and Orikai saluted quickly. Master Senju. Senju nodded. How is it, still can't contact them? Orochimaru lowered his head in shame. Yes. I'm trying. The space over there seems to be sealed, but if the coordinates are changed, it will go to another timeline, so. Senju didn't mean to blame Orikai-wan. He helped Orikai-wan up and comforted him, give them some time, you don't have to put too much pressure on yourself, at least the timelines on both sides match, it's not bad to let them stay there for a while to gain experience. Faced with Senju's comfort, Orikai-wan felt even more ashamed. I'm already trying my best to find a way to change the coordinates without crossing time, and it will be done in 3 months at most. Chapter 36. Nagato, have you reached the Valley of the End? The message from Kakashi came over there. Although the Empire could not be contacted, there was no problem in the communication between the three of them. No, although this world is very terrible, it is only the most basic level. In order to ensure that everything is safe, I plan to go to the land of the end and bind some summoned beasts, otherwise I will not be able to exert my strength in the animal path. Nagato can directly use his mind to transmit messages on the nano bracelet using the chakra transmission method. I saw the traces on your map. You didn't go to Konoha, did you? No, I have almost understood the information. This is indeed a world that needs to be saved. Okay, Nagato, I think the Emperor will be very pleased that you have such awareness. After you confirm whether there is any problem with the Valley of the End, come and meet us. We plan to control the Sand Village first. No problem. If there is any abnormality in the Valley of the End, don't be stubborn. Contact us at any time and make a decision at that time. Received. The two ended their contact. Nagato took a look at their approximate location in the Land of Waves, and then the Samsara Eye appeared. He is now 300 meters underground. The exoskeleton of Shura Road has covered his whole body. This skeleton can protect him while he enters the Land of the End. The Land of the End. The fourth place with immortals discovered by the Emperor in the Empire besides Miyaboku Mountain, Ryokai Cave, and Whetbone Forest. The continent inside is countless times larger than the ninja realm. It is said that it was discovered by the Emperor after tracking the clues of the Death God and some evil gods sealed by the Shiki. There are all kinds of strange creatures and spirits inside. In the original world, Nagato naturally had summoned beasts, but in this world, he could not sense and summon them at all. Perhaps it will be improved after the transmission channel between the two worlds is improved. Now he needs to go to the end of the world to bind a few summoned beasts. And the way to the end of the world, using the Samsara Eye as a key is one of the conditions. With several spells of seals, Nagato used the reverse summoning technique to release his soul into the end of the world. As soon as he entered, he saw a giant centipede attacking him. Nagato used Shinra Tensei without hesitation. Even in the spirit state, the Samsara Eye is still strong. Seeing the centipede stunned, Nagato directly inserted the black stick into the centipede's body, and then took away control of his body without hesitation. With the first giant centipede as a foundation, Nagato successively captured giant birds, rhinoceroses, crabs, split dogs, and chameleons. These should be enough. Feeling the faster and faster consumption of his pupil power, he realized that 6 summoned beasts were his limit for the time being. With his soul returning to his body, Nagato rushed towards the Valley of the End. It's a pity that I spent all my time learning the sealing technique and the techniques of the Samsara Eye during college. It's a pity that I didn't learn the Flying Thunder God. Nagato sighed and summoned the giant bird. The giant bird had a somewhat hideous face, and with the control of the black stick, it looked like a rotten corpse. It's hard to imagine that I summoned such a hideous monster. Nagato laughed at himself, and the giant bird flapped its wings and flew 1,000 meters in an instant. The Land of Waves. Kakashi and Dato had brought the remaining 6 people to the vicinity of the later Naruto bridge. Kato is an extremely greedy, terrible, and evil businessman. He uses monopoly and violence to control all the economic lifelines and transportation of Wave Country. Everything in our Wave Country depends on maritime transportation. If he controls these, it is equivalent to pinching everyone's neck. Dasna detailed Cardo's various crimes. Is this Cardo very strong? Daitu asked. The other party can easily send a master like Zabuza, which shows that he still has some strength. No. Cardo is just a businessman. His terrible place is his means, his business acumen and the group of desperate people he has won over. Ah! Daitu was puzzled. He thought Cardo was a very powerful and violent ninja who did all kinds of evil, but he didn't expect that the other party was just a businessman. Since he is just an ordinary person, why don't you arrange ninjas to kill him? Dasna smiled bitterly when he heard it. It's not that we don't want to. Cardo has hired countless ninjas, but in our country of waves, there are no ninja villages, and no ninjas. Daitu covered his face helplessly when he heard this. Good man, no wonder people in your world are so afraid and disgusted with ninjas, they will do anything for money. It's hard to believe that ninjas in this world have such strength but can be driven and ordered around by others with money. Comment. This Kato is evil and even controls the economy and livelihood of the entire country as a businessman. Don't your daimyo care? Don't you have any daimyo in your country? Dasna was shocked by Dai-Tu's aura and sweated profusely. He wiped his forehead and said nervously, yes, but there are differences between countries. Our wave country is a small country and cannot support a ninja village. So we have only one way to deal with Kato, that is, to offer a bounty to the nearby ninja village. But the daimyo are far less rich than Kato. We can issue a B-level bounty mission, and he can issue an A-level protection mission. We are simply helpless. Dai-Tu was dumbfounded when he heard this. Damn, isn't there a conflict? One protects and the other assassinates. This is eating both ends. The ninjas of that village have accepted this mission. Will the two sides go to war for this mission? Dai-Tu started to eat melons curiously. Dasna's brain crashed. He was just a bridge builder, how could he know so much? Dato looked at Kakashi, who hesitated and spoke. In theory, we will not accept assassination and protection missions from the same person. Normally, Konoha village assassinates, and Kumagakure protects, so. Dato felt like he was exploding. He shook his head and spoke without hesitation. Your world is too weird. The ninjas from two villages can be played around by a businessman. With your outrageous system rules, can the world not be chaotic? Can there be peace? Then if a villager dies because of a mission, should the other village hate the person who issued the mission? Or the ninja who killed their own village? Kakashi was speechless, as if the conflict had always been caused by this. Everyone hated the people who killed their companions, but did not hate the role that issued the mission and caused this conflict. Kakashi found a blind spot. There's no need for this Kato you're talking about to do all kinds of evil, right? If he just abolished the daimyo, wouldn't he be able to do these things justifiably? Dasna's face changed drastically. How can you have such a dangerous idea? Not to mention that Kato is just a businessman, even those rebel ninjas didn't say they would attack the daimyo. Kakashi didn't understand this. Why? As far as I know, the daimyo basically have nothing but power. They are just like piglets, powerless and fat. Killing them should be a win-win situation. Seeing the murderous intent in Kakashi's eyes, Dasna shook his head repeatedly. No, you think too much. Without the daimyo, our country will be doomed. You must know that once a country's daimyo is abolished, the daimyo of the whole world will attack this country. At that time, not to mention the usurper, even the common people will be involved. At that time, he will be hunted down by the daimyo of the whole world and hated by all the people in the country. No one can resist the pressure of the daimyo of all countries. What's the use of the country even if it is yours? It's hard to imagine that such a sick world like yours actually has such a will to unite. Dai-Tu's words are full of sarcasm. In order to consolidate their power, a group of nobles united all the nobles in the world to form a line of defense, haha. So when the world is in war, it's all ninjas and civilians who die, and you powerful people are completely unaffected and sit back and watch the world, right? No wonder ninjas are tools. This ninja war is almost the same as cockfighting in the empire. The chickens fight and fight to the death, but the community of interests behind them will never change. If a chicken dies, just replace it with another one. Your slave mentality is deeply rooted. I feel so sorry for you. Chapter 37. The Valley of the End. Nagato has already taken back the giant bird summoning beast. He is now using earth escape, light and heavy rock technique to make his body lighter than a feather, so that he can hide in the clouds. Nagato can clearly see through the samsara eye that a seal has been sealed on the ground. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, and with the seal technique being his major subject at the Imperial University, Nagato can naturally see through the abnormal situation here at a glance. It seems that because the seal has been completed, there are only 4 corners of the place guarded by a masked root ninja. Nagato feels that several people have only the strength of ordinary jonin, so he no longer hesitates. Summoning technique. As Nagato slowly opened his mouth, he made a downward pressing gesture with one hand, and countless spells appeared instantly even though they were thousands of meters away underground, and then 2 summoning beasts emerged. A huge centipede and a chameleon appeared in front of him. As soon as the chameleon appeared, it quickly blended into the surrounding environment and disappeared. The giant centipede drilled into the ground, preparing to attack the 4 root ninjas. The 2 summoned beasts have a common feature, that is, their eyes are white pupils and black-purple eyes, and their bodies are full of countless black sticks. At this time, the ground began to swell, and the whole area trembled slightly because of the giant centipede's wriggling. "What's the sound?" a root ninja asked vigilantly. "Not good. Be careful." Another ninja also noticed something strange. Suddenly, the giant centipede suddenly drilled out from the ground and hit the barrier of the sealed space hard. Although the barrier trembled, it was not directly broken. Not good. The enemy's goal is to isolate the seal here. "I'll contact Danzo," one of the root ninjas said anxiously. The other 3 root ninjas looked at each other and said in unison, "Okay." After the words fell, the 3 root ninjas attacked at the same time, performing different ninjutsu on the giant centipede. Fire escape, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Earth escape, Yellow Spring Swamp. Lightning escape, Earth Walk. As the 3 root ninjas finished speaking, a powerful fire dragon bomb was ejected and attacked the giant centipede directly, and the land under the giant centipede instantly turned into a swamp, restricting its movement. The 3rd root member touched the ground with both hands, and the terrifying electric current connected to the giant centipede through the earth. Control, paralysis, high burst. With the perfect cooperation of these 3 people, all attacks were smashed on the giant centipede in an instant. The giant centipede felt pain and let out a painful roar. Seeing this scene, the 3 root ninjas all showed a sense of relief. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the giant centipede suddenly attacked them like crazy. Summoning technique. The root member protected by the 3 quickly summoned a dark crow, and then recorded the information on a scroll for him to send to Danzo. The dark crow was swept away by a tongue dozens of meters long just after it flew up. No. There are still enemies. At this time, the chameleon appeared. The 4 people were under great pressure for a while. They exhausted all their means to restrain a summoned beast, and now too. In order to ensure that he would not be discovered and make a big mistake, Nagato did not show mercy to these masked ninjas. Under the attack of the 2 giant summoned beasts, the chameleon and the giant centipede, the 4 root ninjas soon died in their stomachs. "Sorry," Nagato murmured, and after confirming that there was nothing here that would expose him, he slowly fell down. Just a glance at the sealing technique, Nagato saw the roots of it. Is it an isolation seal? Nagato could feel that the space inside was isolated, and no chakra or matter could penetrate into it. It was like a vacuum area, and everything was erased. No wonder the Empire can't sense this world. Nagato made seals with both hands, and deduced the solution to this seal based on his own inference. A forced breakthrough may cause damage to this space, which may be more troublesome at that time. Isolation seal release. After the last seal was made, Nagato pressed one hand on the sealing barrier. The sealing barrier immediately penetrated into his body through his hand, and the chakra that maintained the sealing barrier was also swallowed by him using the power of the hungry ghost realm. The loss of the summoned beast just now was instantly compensated at this moment. Looking at the world that had returned to normal again, Nagato made seals with both hands. Illusion mirage. Ripples appeared in this space, and then here it turned into an ordinary forest, blending into the surrounding environment. The surrounding environment also underwent earth-shaking changes under the effect of this illusion. After doing all this, Nagato began to contact the Empire and Kakashi and Daisuke with an expressionless face. Wave Country. Under the leadership of Dasna, the group finally arrived at the construction site of the bridge. Daisuke looked at Suzuki, who was immersed in the illusion on Kakashi's back, and he reluctantly lifted the illusion. At this moment, Suzuki was sweating all over. He looked at the surrounding scenes and it took him a long time to recover. This, Master Daisuke, this illusion is too strong. Seeing that his 2 Megatama had a tendency to turn into 3 Megatama, Suzuki shouted excitedly. When he knocked down Zabuza, he couldn't help but ask his master to stimulate him with illusion again. Hehe, this is the most basic illusion training for Uchiha Kage. Since you are willing to join the Empire, we will definitely not be stingy with you. Dato said, glancing at Kakashi and Zabuza. The two did not say anything. As the few people just arrived near the Naruto bridge in the future, they saw a short and fat man chasing several workers and punching and kicking them. Many workers had their hands and feet broken. They lay on the ground wailing in pain, and countless tools were broken and scattered all over the ground. In this situation, Dasna's tiger eyes suddenly filled with tears. He helped a worker who had a broken leg and tried to stand up with his eyes wide open. Wada! How are you? What happened? Dasna looked at this worker with heartache in his eyes. What's going on? Haha, of course I don't allow this bridge to be built. An extremely arrogant voice came from far away. Cardo walked with a heartless pace, wearing a black suit, holding a cigar in his hand and casually extinguished the cigarette on the face of a worker next to him. Behind him were hundreds of ninjas and subordinates he hired. Seeing this scene, Naruto forgot that his chakra was still sealed, and he rushed forward angrily. Hey! Bastard! Don't you know that it hurts when a cigarette butt burns someone's face? Chapter 38. Oh! Kato looked at the little brat who was a little bigger than him and dared to come out and accuse him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. What I hate most is that someone rushes to say something before I finish my words. However, before Cardo finished his words, a ninja behind him stood up impatiently. Lord Cardo! Let me help you deal with this ignorant kid. When he was interrupted, Cardo's face instantly became extremely gloomy. He jumped in front of the ninja and raised his hand to punch him hard on the head. Don't you know? I hate it most when someone rushes to say something before I finish my words. Before Cardo finished his words, Sakura on the other side showed a worried look on her face, hurriedly pulled Naruto back, and loudly dissuaded him, Naruto. Have you forgotten that your chakra has been sealed now? Come back. Kato's face was completely black. You are unforgivable. He looked at several people, and suddenly he saw Zabuza, who looked like he had lost his parents. He was surprised at first, and then he showed a sneer. He was so arrogant when he left, but now he was captured by these people, and even his sword was confiscated. It's a pity that I was actually scared by his name of the 7 ninja swordsmen. What a waste, he can still be captured alive. No wonder the water country is getting worse year by year. Even a traitor like you can defect. I dare not imagine how miserable the Hidden Mist village is now. Zabuza was not afraid of being insulted, but when he heard that the Hidden Mist village was also taken in and scolded, his eyes suddenly became bloodshot. Fuck you! Zabuza stared at Cardo, and the terrifying murderous intent in his eyes was almost condensed into substance. Cardo was startled, but when he heard his confidant behind him tell him that the other party had no chakra fluctuations, Cardo calmed down again, and then a contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Humph, it turns out to be a paper tiger, why are you pretending? Cardo stepped forward again and looked at Zabuza provocatively. Seeing that Zabuza was captured alive and still dared to be so arrogant, Cardo wiped the cold sweat from his head, and then ordered a younger brother who had no chakra beside him. I think our Lord Zabuza is still very unconvinced. Go and dig out his eyes for me later. I'm afraid his eyes will dry up if he stares so big every day. Cut off his tongue too, so that he won't keep talking big. Cardo said as if he didn't see anything and walked in front of Zabuza, and then slapped Zabuza in the face fiercely. Damn it! Naruto clenched his fists. The other party's arrogant attitude was really hateful. Cardo glanced at Naruto, looked at the Konoha forward guards they were wearing, and said disdainfully. This is our wave country's business. As far as I know, you just accepted the escort mission. Now that Dazna is here, you can get out. Otherwise, hee. Cardo said as he walked in front of Sakura and smiled obscenely. I will never go to your Konoha to issue missions again. In addition, I will hire other ninjas from other ninja villages to issue missions to assassinate you. Usually, this sentence of his basically works every time, especially for ninjas with village ties. Zabuza was already trembling with anger, and suddenly he felt that the chakra confinement on his body was opened, and the familiar power came back. Although it was far less than before, there was only a little left after the battle, but it was far enough to slaughter this group of chickens and dogs. Zabuza showed a hint of doubt on his face, and he looked at Daitsuki and Kakashi. Kakashi took back the hand that released him, and then said lightly, Article 112 of the Imperial Law states that when a victim is physically attacked, the victim has the right to fight back in self-defense against the perpetrator. Although you are currently a prisoner of our empire, you are still protected by the Imperial Law. After saying this, Kakashi crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a show. Zabuza had already accepted his fate, but when he saw that the other party had actually unsealed his chakra, it would be a lie to say that he was not moved. Okay. Thank you. He suddenly became curious about the empire that the other party mentioned, but the first thing to do now was swish. A black shadow flashed by, and the kunao brought a sharp cold light, and swung towards Cardo at lightning speed. As a ninja, kunao is one of their essential weapons, and Zabuza is no exception. He didn't know when he had held the kunao in his hand, and chopped towards Cardo without hesitation. The sound of the kunao cutting through the air came. The arm that Cardo slapped Zabuza drew an arc in the air and then fell to the ground with a dull sound. Until then, the bright red blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the ground red. Cardo's screams echoed in the air, which was creepy. This knife was enough to show Zabuza's superb swordsmanship. Unfortunately, he just faced Kakashi, a genius ninja from the Empire, the only heir of the Hotaki family and the first person to inherit the sword. Ah! Konoha's ninjas! I will remember you. Cardo didn't dare to threaten Zabuza again. Zabuza was a traitor, and he had no children, no parents, and he had no weaknesses at all. But the group of Konoha ninjas was different. Seeing that Zabuza was about to take action again, Cardo shouted in horror, Save me! Konoha's ninjas! If you save me, I will forgive you for breaking my hand. Unfortunately, the answer to him was the sound of his other arm falling to the ground. No. Cardo looked desperate. I'll take off your two hands that are stained with sin. Next, let's settle our personal grudges. Zabuza's voice was like an evil spirit in the dark night, and the hoarse voice made Cardo shudder. Why are you still standing there? Come and kill him. Cardo called for the support of his brothers. Because Zabuza's actions just now were in the blink of an eye, no one could react. Now after this period of days, a senior ninja hired by Cardo as a confidant used illusion to control Zabuza, and then another ninja used earth escape to get under Zabuza and took Cardo away. When Zabuza got out of the illusion, Cardo had already appeared behind the group of brothers. The fear in Cardo's eyes just now had disappeared, replaced by anger. Brothers! Kill him! Kill these Konoha ninjas too! I'll give you extra money. Whoever kills Zabuza, I'll give you half of my assets. When these words came out, many hooligans who were planning to fish in troubled waters were enlightened. There must be reckless people under a big reward. Suddenly they forgot their identities as genin and their identities as hooligans, and they all raised their knives and chopped at Zabuza and the Konoha ninjas. Sasuke, my good apprentice, now is the opportunity to experience Akuso. SAS. Dato commanded Sasuke with an excited look. Kakashi's breath of relief just now was lifted up immediately. He quickly stood in front of Sasuke and Dato. Wait! Don't let Sasuke go! Chapter 39. Sasuke was still stopped. He still has some respect for Kakashi now. Daisuke looked puzzled. Why? A greenhouse flower that has not been baptized by killing cannot grow into a towering tree. Kakashi looked hesitant, but soon spoke. Sasuke is from Konoha, and you two must be considered as our Konoha in everyone's eyes. If we take action, the information that Konoha slaughtered merchants privately without accepting the mission will surely be known to everyone in a short time. At that time, the relationship between the Land of Fire and these merchants will definitely deteriorate to a certain extent, and the daimyo will definitely impose certain sanctions on Konoha's military expenditure. Now that Zabuza has taken action, there will be no worries. Daisuke and Kakashi knew what he was thinking and were speechless. No wonder this ordinary man, Kato, dared to slap Zabuza in the face. Do you ninjas have no human dignity at all? Just after scolding us, we told them that the mission was to stop Zabuza. Is this what people say? So after years of hard training, you finally become a ninja, but your status is lower than that of a daimyo, a noble, and even a businessman? Then why are you fighting to the death? For the so-called consciousness of fire? Sasuke listened to Kakashi's words, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. He understood Kakashi's concerns, but he needed to improve his strength urgently, and now was a good opportunity. What should I do? Sasuke looked at Daisuke for help. What are you doing? Go. Daisuke pointed at the ninja who had been slaughtered by Zabuza, and he was disappointed. Sasuke glanced at Kakashi, and then drew the kunai from his waist without looking back. Ah! Kakashi looked at Sasuke's back and sighed in his heart. He knew that Sasuke's past had brought him too much pain, but as a mentor, he also hoped that Sasuke could find his own path. Ah! Teacher Kakashi! Just kill these evil bastards! Why bother to see what the domestic daimyos think? We are eliminating harm for the people. Naruto saw that Sasuke was already fighting with two genin, and he was worried that his beloved would be injured, so he couldn't help but look at Daisuke. Kakashi sighed, Naruto doesn't understand anything. Although I don't know how you bewitched Sasuke, he needs help now. Quickly release my chakra. Daisuke shook his head helplessly. With me here, you don't need to worry about Sasuke's safety. Daisuke's Kamui has the word God, which can be said to be an almost invincible eye technique. Whether it is used for attack or assistance. Naruto put his hands on his chest, feeling very aggrieved. It was not easy to do a task that was not catching cats and walking dogs, but as soon as he went out, his chakra was sealed. It would be better to catch cats and walk dogs. Naruto snorted angrily and stopped talking. He stared at the battlefield, his eyes full of eagerness. Sasuke moved swiftly among the crowd, the kunai in his hand flashing cold light. His Sharingan was focused and cold, and he had just been evenly matched with the two genin, but now he was at ease. Sasuke! Be careful! Suddenly Naruto saw two knives waving at him in the blind spot of his vision while Sasuke was not paying attention. Naruto and Sakura were both worried about Sasuke. At the critical moment, Zabuza used a kunai to knock down the knives in the hands of the two people, giving Sasuke a chance to breathe. The three Megatama in Daisuke's eyes also slowly faded, and there was no trend of turning into a kaleidoscope. What? Are you nervous? Kakashi joked to Daisuke. Tisk, how is it possible? He's just a little apprentice. Although Daisuke said this, his eyes were always following Sasuke's figure. Buzz buzz buzz. The nano bracelets in the hands of the two suddenly began to vibrate. It's news from the Empire. The two looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. After lurking for so long, the organization can finally contact us. Woo woo woo. Daitsuki. Do you want to call Suzuki back? Kakashi looked at Daitsuki. Daitsuki shook his head. If he can die here, it means he doesn't have this life. Almost all the ninjas present had been eliminated by Zabuza, and the rest were ordinary people with some kung fu. If Suzuki could still die like this, it means he is not suitable to be a ninja. The two did not avoid the few people present, but just found a place to stay, and the two sat down and answered the phone. In the Empire, telephones have been popularized 10 years ago. Although most of them the drive relies on the conversion of chakra, a higher level of energy, into electrical energy, but the Emperor called it a phone call, and over time, this way of long-distance communication was called a phone call. As soon as the two people connected the phone, the nano bracelet absorbed part of the chakra of the two, and then the faces of the Emperor and Nagato appeared in front of them. As soon as Kakashi and Dato connected the phone, they heard Nagato reporting to the Empire about the sealing of the landmark of the Valley of the End. The people of Konoha used space sealing techniques to block the flow of chakra in that place. Fortunately, the sealing technique they used was still a seal of the Uzumaki clan a long time ago. The several cracking methods learned in Konoha University can be reversed. According to my understanding during this period, their ninjutsu level is still relatively low. The voice of the big snake came. Yes, Nagato, you did a great job. Before we built a two-way transmission channel, we could no longer easily change the new coordinates. I tried several times to see if I could modify the coordinates, but unfortunately the timeline I arrived at after each modification was no longer the timeline you were in. Fortunately, you broke the space blockade of that area in time. Orikaiwan praised without concealing it. Everything is for the Empire. This was also the first time that Nagato expressed his loyalty to the Empire. On the other side of the Empire, Orikaiwan and Uchiha Senju smiled at each other. Emperor, it's the same as you thought. Orikaiwan sent a voice message to Senju. Kakashi and Dato are here too? Since everyone is here, let's start sharing information. Nagato, you go first. Nagato looked at Senju's face and felt it was so charming for the first time. Okay, Master Senju. First of all, regarding the loss of contact, although I have used the mirage illusion to cover the area we teleport from to change the appearance and terrain to a certain extent, this is definitely not a long-term solution. The construction of a two-way cross-border transmission channel is imminent. Regarding the Land of Fire, although I did not go to Konoha village, I went to their capital and communicated with the master of this world, Jiraiya, and what I saw and heard along the way. I personally feel that this is a world that needs to be redeemed. The history of their Konoha 44 years ago is almost the same as ours, but in the 20 years of the 20th calendar of the Empire, war and contradictions filled the entire ninja world. Nagato reported his experiences and the intelligence he collected to everyone one by one. This world is still ruled by the daimyo and the ninja village. The daimyo is just like the nobles in history books. They are vampires who oppress the common people and have no role in the development of the world, just like the samurai. The ninja village is similar to the military organization in the empire. It is the military center of a country. The so-called symbiotic relationship is actually controlled by the daimyo. Because of the special nature of ninjas, the ninjas here are extremely unpopular among the common people. The common people want to become ninjas, but they are afraid. This is an era where ordinary people and ordinary ninjas have no human rights. Chapter 40. Nagato is right. The information we collected is the same as his. Kakashi nodded in affirmation. Okay, everyone, thank you for your hard work. Now that we have a clear understanding of the background, let's choose to persuade you first and not use force unless necessary. Next, let's talk about your respective tasks. Senju smiled. Nagato was still the first to speak. My main task is to collect tailed beasts. I already know some information about them. According to Jiraiya's description, the number and form of tailed beasts in this world are the same as in our world, but the only difference is that the tailed beasts here will be sealed in the human body and used as strategic weapons for the village. These containers that carry tailed beasts are generally called jinkriki. Jinkriki and tailed beasts coexist. When people die, tailed beasts die. Moreover, jinkriki is also a secret of each village. Basically, it is hidden among the crowd and difficult to find. Of course, as a deterrent weapon for a country and a village, they will definitely appear after the village is threatened and destroyed. The pupil power of me and Daisuke can easily control the tailed beasts, and I can even summon the outer path demon statues to let them serve us and become a stable output energy source for us to build a transmission channel. Nagato briefly stated the important information he had collected. Received. Considering that the current cross-border transmission coordinates have been discovered, the situation is a little unstable. The main task is to build a cross-border transmission channel. Nagato, don't act alone. The three of you should take care of each other. Senju gave the order. Don't worry, Master Senju. I will soon meet up with Daisuke and Kakashi. Here, Daisuke and Kakashi looked at each other with strange expressions. And Kakashi's face sank. It's over. Ahem, about the cross-border transmission channel that Nagato just mentioned, I think it won't take long to build it. We already have the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Daisuke's mouth corners are harder to suppress than his second brother Husalin in a swimsuit. Nagato's eyes widened suddenly, and his whole face was full of disbelief. What? It's only been a short time since they separated. They actually got the strongest tailed beast Jinchuriki? But the identity of this 9 tails Jinchuriki is somewhat special. He is a Mingren in this world. I suspect that he is most likely the reincarnation of Ashura. Naruto listened to several people talking about something he couldn't understand, his eyes narrowed into a slit. Naruto. Teacher, I feel a little uncomfortable. Can you help me buy some medicine from the nearby pharmacy? Also buy some ramen. We haven't eaten for a day. Sakura, you come with us. Kakashi took out the purse and handed it to the 2 people. Naruto immediately took the purse and took Sakura-chan to the city to play without a care. Daito and Kakashi did not stop him, but their eyes were fixed on Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly. Naruto doesn't know these things. He is still a child. We are still hiding it from him. I hope you understand. The 2 people didn't care. Naruto was hit by Flying Thunder God by Kakashi, so he definitely couldn't run away. Moreover, the current bridge in Wave Country has not been built yet, so it is difficult to leave here. Besides, his teacher and Sasuke are here too. Well, then be careful. You must protect the Akito from that world. If you can win him over to work for the Empire, that would be the best. If not, it will be very important to use him to study the root cause of Ashura Chakra reincarnation for Orokai. Don't kill him. Senju thought about it. Not every Naruto in every world is kind and righteous. For example, in the comics he read before, Naruto was controlled by the 9 tails and turned black, and killed Kushina on the spot. Although it is a comic world, who knows if you will really encounter it? After all, such an outrageous thing as time travel has happened. If you meet a Naruto like that, there is no value in cooperating with him anymore. Just be a guinea pig. After Daito and I parted ways with Nagato in the Valley of the End, we have also learned a lot of information. The current world is a world pattern of 5 countries standing side by side, and the rest of the small countries are scattered all over the world. We are currently in the land of waves. The original plan was to go to the closed-off land of water to carry out the secret deployment and construction of the empire. However, we already have the 9 tails. Next, we plan to go to the sand village to capture the 1 tails and build a transmission channel first. Not to mention the transmission of people, at least to ensure that the communication with the Empire cannot be disconnected. As the captain, Kakashi's thinking logic is also the clearest. Okay, if there is anything that needs support from the Empire, just let me know. Dato rubbed his hands and looked at Kakashi and couldn't wait to speak. I accepted Indra from this world as my apprentice. Senju smiled, and seeing Daitsu's face full of praise, he couldn't help but say, "Okay, Daitsu, I know you are the most promising person in the Empire, as expected. I knew it was safe when I chose you." When he thought of the difference between Daitsu in his world and the one in the original book, he couldn't help but sigh. Compared with the Obito who killed his master and slaughtered his clan, this Daitsu who didn't lose Rin was relatively innocent, like a child who never grew up in every aspect. Daitsu was overjoyed to be praised by the Emperor, but he was also serious for a rare time. First of all, I want to talk about the talent recruitment in my mission. The bloodline limit in this world has basically been slaughtered by themselves. We have currently captured a ninja with ice-style bloodline limit, but the other party refused to join our empire. In addition, there is my apprentice Suzuki. He is a member of Uchiha like me, and the only bloodline of Uchiha in this world. What Daitsu said was not as concise as Kakashi and Nagato. Regarding your speculation about the eternal Mangeki, Lord Senju, you are right. I have successfully exchanged an eye with my own variant in this world. After transplanting the other party's Mangeki into my left eye, I can feel the infinite surge of pupil power overflowing from it. I can be sure that my eye will no longer be at risk of blindness. But there is one thing that makes you regretful. Because this world is too sick. The Uchiha clan has completely disappeared. I am afraid that the mass creation of the eternal Mangeki you mentioned cannot be carried out in this world for the time being. Daitu's words were somewhat guilty. He felt that he had failed the Emperor's expectations. Most of the bloodline limit family died, and the matter of the eternal Mangeki was also unsettled. No problem, then your task for the time being is to cooperate with Nagato and Kakashi to build the transmission channel first. Kakashi is right, no matter what, we must ensure that we can communicate at any time, even if the channel is temporarily unstable and cannot be used for human transmission, we must build it first. Yes. Okay, based on your description, I will sort out some of my speculations about that world and send them to you. You should pay attention to the news at any time. You must protect yourself in that world. Life safety is the first priority. Received. Okay, contact me at any time if you have any questions. Thank you for your hard work. Chapter 41. Swish. The kunao in Sasuke's hand pierced the heart of the last person present. With this successful attack, Sasuke's mood gradually calmed down. At first, the bloody scene made him very uncomfortable, but now he enjoyed this feeling a little. He looked at Zabuza and thanked him for blocking the damage for him twice. Zabuza had a blank expression on his face, and there was a trace of murderous intent hidden in his emotionless eyes. He held a kunao tightly in his hand and walked slowly towards Kato. At this moment, Kato was already scared to death, and the whole person collapsed on the ground, completely losing the high and mighty momentum of the past. Now he is just an extremely humble ordinary person, and he looks extremely embarrassed when facing the ninja. I was wrong. Master Zabuza. I was wrong. Kato shouted loudly with a crying voice, his voice full of fear and despair. Let me go. Let me go. I'll give you all my money. He continued to beg, his eyes full of fear and helplessness. I'll be your dog. I'll make money for you. I'll make a lot of money for you. I'll build a force for you. Kato seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly proposed various tempting conditions, trying to change Zabuza's mind. Please. Uncle Zabuza. Grandpa. Let me go. Kato shouted hoarsely, tears sliding down his cheeks, his body trembling constantly because of extreme fear. However, in the face of Kato's plea for mercy, Zabuza did not stop his steps. There was still no expression on his face, as if he had not heard Kato's words at all. If I had known this, why did I do it in the first place? Zabuza spoke slowly, his voice calm as if there was no emotional fluctuation. As his words fell, 2 sharp shurikens flew out of his hands like lightning, accurately hitting Kato's only 2 remaining legs, cutting them off instantly. Cardo let out a shrill scream, and his body lost balance and fell to the ground. Cardo twisted on the ground in pain, trying to escape from this nightmare scene. However, the massive loss of blood made his consciousness gradually blurred, and his head became heavy and dizzy. His struggle seemed weak and futile, as if a wounded beast was making its last dying struggle. Zabuza watched all this indifferently, with a flash of disdain and disgust in his eyes. He slowly walked in front of Cardo, stopped, and looked down at the once invincible man in front of him. He spat at Cardo fiercely, and the saliva splashed on Cardo's face, as if declaring his extreme contempt for this scum. Not everyone is a ninja in the village, and not everyone can be bought by money. Cardo, go to hell and repent. Zabuza said coldly, and then kicked Cardo's immobile body into the cold sea with a strong kick. Cardo's body drew an arc in the air and finally fell into the turbulent sea. The sea water quickly submerged his figure, as if to take him into the bottomless abyss, and he would never be able to return to this world again. Gurgle. Cardo, who had just lost too much blood and fainted, was choked by water and woke up again. Because he had no limbs and the high buoyancy of the sea water, Cardo actually floated up. This area was soon dyed red by the blood seeping from his limbs, attracting countless fish. Cardo's face was painful and desperate. Konoha's ninjas, save me, I am willing. Unfortunately, before Cardo finished speaking, he was dragged to the bottom of the sea by an unknown fish. Naruto and Sakura also came back. Naruto looked at the corpses that had fallen here, and he began to look for Sasuke. He finally grinned after finding that the other party was fine. Sasuke? Dumb tape. Sasuke nodded, and Naruto gave some of the medicines he bought to Sakura. Zabuza glanced at the deep sea bed, thought for a moment and chose to go back. He was proficient in water escape, and as long as he entered the sea, he could guarantee that he would have a high probability of escaping. And the other party's attitude made him feel that he would not be angry with Bai if he left. But he was already a loser, and he didn't want to be a betrayer anymore. He walked in front of Kakashi and Daitsuki again, and signaled them to seal the chakra in their bodies. No, forget it. As a ninja, I don't want to see someone slap you in the face and you can't resist. Daitsuki glanced at Zabuza, and then ignored his complicated look. Sasuke, you did very well just now, keep working hard, this is a reward for you. Daitsuki threw a scroll to Sasuke. Sasuke got Dato's affirmation, and a smile flashed across his face. Thank you, Master. When Sasuke saw the content, his pupils shrank, and then he was completely excited. In addition to the optimized sea-level Great Fireball, Phoenix Fire, and Dragon Fire, there are also several B-level ninjutsu. According to the tutorials and principles on the scroll, these B-level ninjutsu have been simplified to be almost the same as C-level. Fire Style, Phoenix Claw Red. Fire Style, Great Fire Dragon Technique. Fire Style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Fire Style, Storm Dance. Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Sasuke, study hard, and if you learn it, I will teach you the stronger flame style developed by our Uchiha clan. Facing the big cake drawn by the master, Sasuke said that he would work hard to eat it. The people of Wave Country have already surrounded several people. They supported each other and paid high tribute to the heroes who had just saved them, the bridge, and the land of waves. Among them, Sasuke and Zabuza were the most flattered and praised by them. Sasuke was still a little uncomfortable with being a hero for the first time, but Naruto was extremely envious. This feeling of being recognized by others is so cool. Unfortunately, why is it not me? Zabuza was in a trance. He was feared wherever he went, no matter his face or his identity as a traitor. But this group of civilians, this atmosphere, how great would it be if this was the land of water? Cry! Just as everyone below was still cheering, a clear and loud cry suddenly came from the sky. Then, a huge bird with a huge body and wings spread appeared in people's sight. However, surprisingly, this giant bird did not really land on the ground, but quickly turned into a ball of white mist in midair and dissipated without a trace. At the same time, a small black dot in the sky fell rapidly at an alarming speed, like a falling meteor. Kakashi and Zabuza couldn't help but wonder. Ah! Someone fell from the sky. Naruto yelled in fear, wanting to get help but afraid of being crushed to death. What should we do? Save him! As the black dot fell, Kakashi and Zabuza found each other's iconic red hair. People from the Whirlpool country. The two of them thought about it at the same time, and couldn't help thinking secretly. The civilians below also began to fall into chaos. Some people speculated in fear, is he Cardo's men? Others said worriedly, is his goal not to destroy our bridge? The whole scene was suddenly filled with tension. Fortunately, at the critical moment, the mysterious figure who fell from the sky showed extraordinary skills at the moment of landing. His body became extremely light, and he fell down like a feather, and finally stood steadily beside Kakashi and Dato. Nagato, you are here. Nagato looked around and smiled, it seems that I missed a good show. But when he saw the corpses on the ground, he frowned slightly. Those people. Dato explained to him about the mission and Kato, and Nagato nodded. They are indeed not worth dying for. Seeing that the people who came were in the same group as the heroes just now, Dazna led the people of the Wave Country to thank them. Dazna, shouldn't you pay the money for hiring us for the mission? Kakashi spoke on the side, with some resentment in his tone. If it weren't for this guy issuing random missions, he wouldn't have been captured alive with Naruto and Sasuke this time. I thought it was just a C-rank escort mission, just fighting some bandits, but I ran into a rebel ninja and it became a B-rank mission. I thought it would be okay with my 50-50 elite Jonin strength, but then Xiao Zhan came and brought Bai with him, and the difficulty suddenly reached A rank. Before I could give up and go home, the parallel me came with his best friend, and it became S rank. I brought 3 burdens and a traitor to perform an S rank mission, and I was still paid for a C rank mission. What the hell? Of course. Of course. Dazna nodded repeatedly. Okay, Kakashi is kidding. If he wanted money, he would have left you behind when you first met 2 ninjas. Chatting with several people along the way, Kakashi also realized that his variant still had some human touch, at least he was a tool that knew how to adapt. Thank you. Actually, I should thank you the most. Although our country of waves is poor, we can still get some treasures. Dazna said. He waved his hand in the distance, and soon someone appeared with several bags of local specialties and some gold and silver jewelry. It's just a small gift, not a token of respect. Kakashi shook his head and just took some seafood into his bag. Okay, although we are also short of money and supplies, you should not think about us when you can't even eat enough. Dazna looked at his things and didn't send them out, and his face was a little disappointed. Then you can give this bridge a name. We in the Wave Country will always remember this day. Dazna wanted to use this as a thank you gift. Haha, that's not bad, but you misunderstood. You should thank the Empire behind me instead of us. Let's call this bridge the Empire Bridge. You can also discuss with your people. Since your daimyo doesn't care about you, you can wait for our empire to enter this world and then join the empire. The empire will treat every one of its citizens equally, no matter where they are. Dazna also understood it clearly along the way. Although these ninjas were unwilling to join for the so-called belief, he was shocked and yearned for the grand plan described by the other party. Really? I can decide for everyone now. We are willing to join the empire. It's just, I'm afraid of our daimyo. Seeing a hint of fear on Dazna's face, Dato smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Not now, wait until the Empire enters this world, you can join directly without resistance. Nagato was also a little happy to hear that the people of this place were willing to join the Empire. The long-suppressed heart was opened, and thinking that these people from the Land of Waves were so sensible, Nagato looked at Dazna. In that case, let me send you a welcome gift from the Land of Waves on behalf of the Empire. Earth Escape, Sea World Weaving Bridge Technique. Chapter 42. Earth Escape, Sea Bridge Technique. The terrifying chakra that belongs to the Uzumaki clan began to flow wildly on Nagato's body. Everyone present didn't know what happened. At this moment, Nagato turned into a scion, and a surge of chakra directly emerged from his body. Nagato slowly floated into the air. Everyone in the Land of Waves was completely shocked. Is this a god? Dato and Kakashi watched Nagato perform this technique for the civilians of the Land of Waves, and both of them sighed. It seems that I can only have a good rest tonight. It's okay, there is a long way to go, and the tasks in the Empire cannot be completed quickly overnight. Nagato activated the powerful perception of the Uzumaki clan and dispersed all the creatures in this sea area. He carefully observed the details of the seabed topography, water flow speed, and tidal changes, and used his abilities to conduct a comprehensive analysis. If someone looked down from a very high place, they could see huge black pedestals slowly rising from the sea floor every 100 meters. The terrifying earth elemental power flowed, and magnificent bridge piers appeared uniformly on the sea surface that was difficult for others to cross. These bridge piers were extremely dense, and the gaps were more solid than the bridge decks built by the most skilled workers in the Land of Waves. Dazna was shocked as he looked at the bridge piers that suddenly appeared in front of him. He could accurately judge that these bridge piers were much stronger than those he had built before, and could better withstand the impact of sea breeze and waves. The people of the Land of Waves were also stunned by this amazing scene. They stared at the bridge that was rapidly taking shape in amazement, feeling as if they were in a dreamlike scene. Not only them, but even Zabuza, Haku, and the members of Team 7 also widened their eyes and looked terrified. They stared at the floating person in disbelief, secretly speculating in their hearts, who is this person? How could he have such a terrifying chakra power? Is he really a god? Are there really gods in this world? However, this is not over yet. The bridge piers are still growing, and the soft soil on the piers is like a living thing, spreading towards the piers on both sides. When they are connected to each other, they immediately begin to expand and grow wildly. Finally, as Nagato successfully closed the last section of the bridge deck, a huge bridge spanned between the Land of Waves and the other side, like a giant dragon hovering on the sea. Nagato was panting, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face. He looked at the bridge he created with the name of the Empire engraved on it, and a sense of accomplishment surged in his heart. At this time, people gradually came back to their senses from the shock, and they cheered excitedly and rushed onto the brand new bridge. People ran and laughed on the bridge, celebrating this historic moment. Dazna trembled as he looked at Nagato, Kakashi, and Dato floating in front of him. He knelt heavily on the ground and cried bitterly. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Empire! The people behind him also went here after they found Dazna kneeling here. They wiped their tears and thanked him in unison. However, many people found that as soon as they knelt down, a gentle force lifted them up. Tianyan of the 10,000 things. Damn! Can it be used like this? I'm so envious. When can I open the samsara eye? Dato looked at Nagato in shock. It would be a lie to say that he was not jealous. You? Don't think about it. Only the reincarnation of Indra can open it. Why? Didn't Senju open it? Can you compare with Senju? He has grafted the power of Kaguya-sama. If you have the ability, you can also marry a wife like Kaguya-sama. Forget it, I'm only loyal to Linear. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Dato. Night. The people in the wave country spontaneously took out their most precious ingredients and fine wines. A grand bonfire party was held on the bridge. Zabuza looked at Kakashi and the other two with a tangled look on his face, but soon he said, "Are you short of supplies? I know where Kato's property and treasures are." Kakashi and the other two looked at each other and nodded. "If you can bring it to us, that would be great." Zabuza didn't say anything else. He was very uncomfortable here because countless people regarded him as part of the hero. He was just seeking revenge, and he had no intention of being a hero at all. Watching Zabuza leave, Sasuke stared at his master with a puzzled look. "Master, aren't you afraid that he will take the supplies and run away?" Dai Tu Yao he shook his head. "He's just a jonin, he can run away if he wants." Listening to Daisuke's words, several people in Team 7 secretly smacked their lips. What an arrogant tone! Kakashi's chakra is still bound, but after eating some food, his physical strength has recovered a lot. He looked at Nagato with deep eyes. Compared with Kakashi and Daisuke, he was more afraid of Nagato. The other party's cross-sea bridge technique. He is also proficient in the 5-element ninjutsu, but Kakashi asked himself that he could only create a bridge pier, and the density must be much worse than that of the other party. But the other party created a cross-sea bridge without changing his color, and in the end he was just a little out of breath. "And that red hair like the master's wife. Are you from the Uzumaki clan?" Kakashi finally couldn't help asking. The other party did not seem to regard them as prisoners, and Nagato was more approachable than Daisuke and Kakashi. "Yes." Nagato nodded. Naruto looked at Nagato with envy in his eyes. Seeing that Kakashi teacher had spoken, he could not help but interrupt. "Arnold, Arnold." Seeing that Naruto was hesitant to speak, Nagato looked at him gently. He did not pay much attention during the day, but now he discovered that a very evil power and a very strong sealing technique permeated the other party's body. As a seal specialist, he immediately saw the seal in Naruto's body at a glance. It was a Bagua seal composed of 2 4-symbol seals. "Let me introduce myself. I am the future Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Why is your last name Uzumaki? And can you teach me the technique you just used?" Naruto was completely unaware that he was still a prisoner. He also wanted to learn this technique to build a bridge for everyone and then get everyone's recognition. "Sure." Nagato smiled gently. Sakura rolled her eyes at Naruto. "You said Sasuke betrayed the village before, and now you want to learn jutsu from him." Naruto was embarrassed, scratching his head and quibbling, "I'm just learning a jutsu, who wants to betray the village? And I've made it very clear, I'm the one who will be the Hokage in the future." Nagato still had a smile on his face. "Your fire consciousness is quite. Jiraiya always said that he wanted to be the Hokage, and you too." Kakashi's face suddenly became ugly when he heard Nagato talking to himself. Jiraiya? Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, already knows their situation? But now the other party is fine, then Jiraiya-senpai is not. Jiraiya he. Kakashi spoke. "Oh, him, he and I have different ideas and have parted ways. Unfortunately, I failed to convince him to join our empire. We will inevitably go to war in the future." Nagato's words were full of regret. Hey! That! Nagato, when can you teach me the technique?" Seeing Naruto's impatient look, Nagato stroked his yellow hair. "Don't worry, it's hard to learn in your current physical condition." Naruto was about to speak but was interrupted by Daisuke. "Nagato, we exchanged information about the Jinchuriki on the phone during the day. The Emperor has sent a document. Please tell me what's going on based on what you know." Daisuke looked at Kakashi with contempt. "I got a lot of words out of this guy, but he couldn't say anything." Kakashi's heart tightened. "I didn't say anything because Naruto was right beside me, but the other party just came from Jiraiya. Maybe. The so-called news about Jinkriki, the information given to us by the Emperor is basically the same as what I know. Hearing this, Daisuke finally exclaimed in disbelief, "It's terrible, this backward world actually has such a heartless thing." "Ah? What is Jinkriki?" Naruto asked in confusion. In addition to Kakashi, Sakura and Sasuke also showed curiosity. Don't tell them. Can I beg you?" Kakashi hurriedly spoke to stop him. Now that Naruto knows the truth, everything will be over. His bond with fire consciousness is not deep enough. If he knows that he has turned evil, what should he do to retaliate against the village? Daisuke was eager to express himself, and he looked at Kakashi with disdain. What a pitiful and backward world, they dare not face their own mistakes, dare to create Jinkriki but dare not let them know the reason. Daisuke said a few words to Kakashi with contempt, and then looked at Naruto with complicated eyes. The so-called Jinkriki has to start with the first Hokage. Since after the Six-Path Sage founded the ninja sect and created 9-tailed beasts by splitting the 10 tails chakra, the tailed beasts have existed in the ninja world. They originally lived a peaceful life, but as human desires expanded, the power of the tailed beasts was also coveted by the ninjas. For the peace of the ninja world, Hashirama specially captured 8-tailed beasts and divided them. Except for the Sand Village, the other ninja villages divided the 2 to 8 tails equally. The power of the tailed beasts cannot be easily controlled, and they hate being used and begin to deeply hate humans. In order to control the power of the tailed beasts, the villages destroyed the Whirlpool country, learned their sealing techniques, and then created the Jinkriki. The so-called Jinkriki is like a living sacrifice. The tailed beast and the container are tied together by the living sacrifice, and finally the power of the sealing technique is used to erode and utilize the power of the tailed beasts bit by bit. If the Jinkriki can control the tailed beasts, they will gain a lot of chakra. Of course, the tailed beasts can also control the Jinkriki in turn. If a person is controlled by a tailed beast, he will be completely out of control. Listening to Daisuke's story, Naruto frowned. Do we have to use the Jinkriki to control the tailed beasts? Can't we coexist peacefully with them? Compared to becoming a Jinkriki and losing control, peaceful coexistence is the best result, right? The existence that came up with the Jinkriki is really evil. It deprived the freedom of the tailed beasts and made the Jinkriki unstable. Naruto's young face was filled with indignation. Not the dividing line. Nagato has a secret in his heart. In the land of the end, he used the Samsara Eye to see through a stone tablet. There was only a string of numbers on it, and he didn't know what it meant. 6945209991. This is the number engraved on the stone tablet. Chapter 43. Hearing Naruto's words, Nagato stared at him with a complicated expression, and his eyes revealed an indescribable look. Why are you looking at me like this? I'm a little scared of you like this. Naruto was frightened by Nagato's gaze, and his hands unconsciously covered his chest, showing a vigilant look, as if he was worried that the other party would do something to him. Seeing this scene, the people around him all had black lines on their faces, and secretly complained in their hearts, what is this kid thinking? Why does he have such a strange reaction? After a moment of silence, Nagato finally slowly asked, he is a variant of Mingren, right? Daito and Kakashi looked at each other, and then nodded at the same time, indicating that they agreed with Nagato's guess. Nagato sighed deeply, and the expression on his face seemed a little helpless. Let Naruto and the two of them stay away. Please. Kakashi begged again beside him. But Naruto was not happy. Yet? Teacher Kakashi, what secrets do you want to tell them without telling us? Do you also want to betray Konoha? Kakashi ignored Naruto. Seeing that the three people in front of him had no intention of avoiding Naruto, he finally made up his mind to reveal some information. You may not know that the emotions of the Jinkriki are very important. If the Jinkriki is emotionally unstable and out of control, it is very likely that the tailed beast will seize his body. and there is a chance that he will break away from the Jinchuriki. If the tailed beast breaks away from the Jinchuriki will die. Now Kakashi can only gamble on the imperial laws they said, and gamble that they will treat the people on their side equally. However, facing the information Kakashi said, several people's eyes were focused on Nagato. Nagato nodded, and Dato breathed a sigh of relief. Haha, let me introduce him to you. This is a genius ninja from our empire. He majored in sealing techniques in college. You may not understand what majoring means, but I tell you, he took one of the 5 ninjutsu, Earth Escape, and he can easily use the terrifying technique just now. Now you can imagine it. Don't even mention the tailed beasts escaping from the Jinchuriki. If Nagato takes action, there is no possibility for the tailed beasts to penetrate a trace of chakra. Several people were shocked and looked at Nagato in disbelief. Naruto was even more excited. Oh no! Brother Nagato, so you know a lot of techniques? Can I learn from you? I also want to learn that flying technique. Nagato looked at Naruto with a gentle look and nodded. Oh yeah. But before that, brother wants to ask you something, okay? Nagato's gentle voice made Naruto feel very comfortable. As long as it's not to betray Konoha's information, I can tell you. Naruto patted his chest to make a promise. Do you know your identity? Identity? My identity is currently a genin, but I will be a Hokage in the future. Seeing that Naruto didn't leave the consciousness of fire for 3 sentences, Nagato sighed. Come here, let me see what's on your belly. Oh! Nagato lifted Naruto's clothes. He could see the seal on the other's body clearly without opening the samsara eye. Although he had just felt the seal on the other's body through chakra, it was obviously stronger now. Very backward sealing method. It can neither completely seal the chakra of the tailed beast, nor reasonably control the overflow of the chakra of the tailed beast. No wonder this kid is still a genin at this age. Naruto didn't understand the first sentence, but he understood the latter. Hey? What do you mean? I do feel that every time I practice, there is a breath that always disturbs my chakra, but unfortunately the teachers all say that I am not diligent enough. Naruto muttered and explained at the beginning, but he couldn't hold it anymore after hearing the latter part. Yet? Genin is weak? Brother Nagato, you know, even Sasuke is a genin now. Sasuke's forehead suddenly bulged with blue veins. Naruto's words immediately offended Sasuke and Sakura. But he didn't know it at all. You are talking about your world, do you also have me in your world? What is my strength in that world? Naruto asked curiously. Nagato looked up at the sky, hesitated for a moment, and decided to tell the truth. Akito in our world, he is the same age as you, and now he has the power of the 6 paths. After coming to this world and officially activating the Samsara Eye, Nagato could feel the improvement of his strength, but compared with the last time he saw Akito, his 6 paths level power was more like the 6 paths goalkeeper level. 6 paths? What does that mean? Who is stronger than the Hokage? Nagato frowned. He frowned and thought for a while, then answered very seriously, if calculated according to the strength of the cage level in our empire, Ming Gren should be able to easily defeat dozens of cages. Naruto's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and his chin almost dropped to the ground. What? Nani? Sasuke, did you hear that? I am so powerful in that world. Sasuke curled his lips in disdain. So what? It's not that you are so good. Naruto said unconvincedly, if he can do it, I can do it too. Nagato touched Naruto's yellow hair, and his eyes became sharp. Okay, let's not talk about this. Now let's talk about what kind of existence you, or your family have offended. How big is their grudge against your family? Why did the 9-tails seal on you? And it was the 8-trigram seal that didn't care about your qualifications at all. Seeing that Nagato finally spoke out, Kakashi's last bit of luck was completely gone. He rolled his dead fish eyes and simply lay down. Let's go. Nine-tailed fox. Naruto narrowed his eyes, and suddenly he remembered that everyone in the village liked to call him a demon fox. And many people refused to sell him things, and often greeted him with rotten eggs and rotten vegetable leaves, saying that he killed their relatives. He didn't understand what was going on at that time, but now he understands it. It turns out that he is not the reincarnation of a demon fox. He is the container of a demon fox. Seeing Naruto silent for a long time, Nagato also frowned. Or, just because of your Uzumaki clan's physique, they chose to seal the nine-tailed fox into your body. As far as I know, your father is the 4th generation Hokage, and you are also the descendant of the Hokage. Although your world is very sick, you don't regard the Jinchuriki as a good omen, right? Or, this is the responsibility that the son of the Hokage must bear? The price of becoming a Hokage is that you must let your family bear this unfairness. Nagato guessed that the nature of this world is likely to be like this. Everyone likes to talk about sacrifice and dedication without asking for anything in return. Naruto was stunned for a long time, and then he spoke in a trance. My father is the 4th generation Hokage. How is it possible? And didn't the 4th generation Hokage sacrifice a long time ago? Besides, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing Naruto's rhetorical question, Nagato also widened his eyes. On the way here, Jiraiya told him that his most proud apprentice was the 4th generation Hokage, Naruto's father, Minato Namikaze. What's going on now? Naruto doesn't know that his father is the 4th generation Hokage? Not only that, he also sacrificed? Nagato thought so in his heart, and Kakashi and Dato were even more surprised. Died again? Kakashi finally couldn't put it off. He couldn't let Naruto face these alone. Since there is no way to avoid it, then let's be honest. Naruto, since you have grown up, it is time for you to know some things. The teacher did not deliberately hide these things. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Dato was also indignant. Naruto can be regarded as the child of the teacher in this world. Why did he suffer such treatment? At first he thought Naruto was unlearned, but he didn't expect that the teacher was dead. What about the teacher's wife? The teacher's wife's temper would never let Naruto suffer such injustice, right? Chapter 44. The matter dates back to 13 years ago. That night Naruto was born, and Kushina, as the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, had her seal loosened during childbirth, and the Nine Tails was taken advantage of. In order to prevent the village from being harmed again and countless people from dying, and to protect the infant Naruto, Minato and his wife were both pierced by the claws of the Nine Tails. Dato's face was full of doubt. Are you sure it was the Nine Tails that killed Minato? Wasn't he framed by Konoha? Faced with Dato's doubts, Kakashi sighed helplessly. He knew that the situation in his village was indeed too complicated, and it was normal for the other party to distrust him. Yes, Minato should know Flying Thunder God, right? And he is also proficient in space-time ninjutsu, not to mention that he is the 4th Hokage. How could he be killed by the Nine Tails? In their opinion, the tailed beasts only know the tailed beast jade and physical skills. If they can't beat them, can they hide? Besides, can the wisdom of the tailed beasts be compared with that of humans? The Nine Tails caused too much damage to Konoha. The teacher couldn't bear to let the Nine Tails continue to cause such damage. He could only intervene and use the Shiki seal and the 8-diagram seal to control the Nine Tails. And the teacher's wife, she gave up her chance to live in order to save Naruto. Nagato had a blank expression, while Kakashi and Dato were in mixed feelings. This was Kakashi's teacher in this world, and also a variation of their teacher. Unexpectedly, he died on the so-called responsibility. As for making Naruto a Jinchuriki, that was the teacher's decision. The teacher wanted Naruto to become a hero of the villagers and wanted everyone to know that Naruto was a hero who sealed the Nine Tails. And the teacher had too many enemies, and the situation in the village was also complicated. The teacher was afraid that Naruto would be retaliated against once he left. Sealing the 9 tails in his body was not only to make Naruto a hero in the village, but also to protect him. The more Kakashi spoke, the more bitter his mouth became. If Minato teacher came back to life, would he blame himself or the Sandame? He knew exactly what kind of life Naruto had lived for so many years. In Konoha village, it can be said that a dog lives with more dignity than Naruto. The fact that Naruto can live to this day is the result of the villagers' restraint. Kakashi couldn't understand the outrageous actions of the Sandame. He didn't allow anyone to hurt Naruto, but made it known that he was the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Naruto's head was already hanging down. He didn't know what he was thinking. Fortunately, the situation of the 9 tails chakra overflowing as Kakashi imagined did not happen. Everything was so peaceful. Nagato and the other 2 also understood the politics. The village certainly couldn't take the trouble to protect the son of a dead Hokage, but as a Jinchuriki, he would definitely be protected by the village. Since he is under special protection, why is there no one to take care of Naruto this time? And his figure and body shape show that he is malnourished, right? Is this how you treat the descendants of heroes in Konoha? Kakashi wanted to explain that he was actually very strong, but when he thought about the result of the battle just now, he chose to remain silent on this issue. Kakashi looked at Naruto, who didn't say a word, and sighed deeply. The 3rd Hokage gives Naruto a part of living expenses every month. This part of living expenses is given according to the highest standards of orphans in Konoha village, but... Naruto raised his head before Kakashi finished speaking, and he was already in tears. But the villagers are unwilling to sell to me. Everyone says I am a demon fox. Even if I pay 3 or 4 times the price, no one is willing to sell to me. No one is willing to accept me. In order to attract everyone's attention, I often waste money on buying paint and playing pranks. I have basically eaten instant noodles and milk since I was a child. Every time someone is willing to sell to me, I try my best to buy more. I am afraid that they will not sell to me next time, so I often leave it until it expires and cannot finish it. If the body does not get nutrition, it will naturally. Nagato felt pain in his heart when he saw Naruto like this. He knows everything. It's a good thing that he has the physique of the Uzumaki clan, otherwise, I'm afraid the situation will be worse than it is now. Is this how you treat the descendants of heroes? Dato was angry. At first, he thought that Naruto in this world had no family education and was not stable at all. Now I know that he has no family at all. I am really damned. Naruto, join our empire. Our world's Minato-sensei and his wife will definitely be happy to accept you. Naruto in this world is not a bad person by nature, and can even be said to be simple. Dato is confident that Minato-sensei will train him well. However, Naruto shook his head and refused. No. Everyone says I'm a demon fox, but I'm going to prove to them that I'm not. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm the man who wants to be Hokage. Naruto clenched his fists and repeated what he had said countless times in his heart. Kakashi held his forehead and Dato covered his face. Damn, this guy is hopeless. If you ask them what's good about this world, they can be sure that brainwashing must be better than the empire. Naruto, will you hate your father? Kakashi hesitated to speak, with a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. Naruto was silent for a moment, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. Hate? How can I hate someone I haven't seen? He slowly raised his head and looked into the distance, trying to see the father he had never met through the moonlit sea. Although his heart was filled with countless confusions and regrets, he could not produce real hatred. After all, his father is a hero. He is also the Hokage who has dedicated everything to the village, and he is the person he has always wanted to be. Of course, Naruto still has an indescribable emotion deep in his heart. He silently vowed that if he could really meet his father one day, he would definitely punch him hard to make him understand the grievances and loneliness he has endured over the years. Sasuke beside him listened quietly, and he couldn't help but think of his own life experience, and a feeling of sympathy surged in his heart. He looked at Naruto with deep eyes, and he had more understanding and sympathy for his experience. At this moment, Sasuke felt that he and Naruto seemed to be no different. On weekdays, Naruto always appeared in front of everyone with a shameful image. His carefree and casual personality made people laugh. But at this moment, Sasuke understood why all this was. Sakura was also silent, her eyes flashing with tears. She often despised and attacked Naruto. Knowing the story behind this, she felt ashamed and stung in her heart. Bai sat quietly by the side, hugging his legs tightly, his eyes confused and empty, not knowing what he was thinking. Perhaps, he was also recalling his past, feeling the impermanence and helplessness of fate. Nagato, can you release the 9 tails in Naruto's body? Not the dividing line. Dato, it is said that there is an extremely mysterious organization above the empire, and their words and deeds can affect our strategy for the world and the policy trends in the empire. Kakashi, I have heard that this mysterious organization is related to the alien creatures and penguins mentioned by the emperor. Nagato, do you know what it is? Nagato, I have seen the marks and codes they left on a stone slab somewhere in the end of the world. It was a string of numbers, but unfortunately I didn't understand it. The numbers seemed to be nearby. Chapter 45. It's easy for me to extract the 9-tailed fox from Naruto. I only need to summon a mobile toilet to easily extract the tailed beast from Naruto. But, that would cause extremely serious harm to Naruto. Even if he has the physique of the Uzumaki clan and can survive after the extraction, it will also turn him into a complete cripple. Naruto was still listening to what they said with expectation. If the demon fox in his body can be extracted, can the fact that he has always been the last one in the world change? More importantly, can he get more recognition from the villagers? What should I do? The emperor said that nothing can happen to Ashura and Indra in this world. Don't worry, I won't do anything to Naruto, an innocent child, just wait for me to study it. Nagato said, hooking his 5 fingers, and then pressing them on Naruto's stomach. Naruto was startled by Nagato's sudden action, and his body instinctively wanted to dodge, but he was still restrained. As soon as Nagato's hand touched Naruto, Naruto felt a strange force coming from Nagato's hand and penetrating into his body along his skin. This force was not strong, but it made Naruto feel an inexplicable fear, as if something was being extracted from his body. As Nagato's hand continued to wander on Naruto's stomach, Naruto felt that strange force becoming stronger and stronger, and at the same time, there was an indescribable pain coming from his body. This pain was not physical pain, but a stabbing pain from the depths of the soul, which made people want to scream. However, Naruto gritted his teeth and tried not to make a sound. He was the man who wanted to be Hokage. What was this pain and grievance? Moreover, he didn't want Kakashi to worry too much. Nagato seemed to have noticed Naruto's reaction, but he was just at the critical moment of entering the sealed space in Naruto's body, and he couldn't hesitate. Naruto finally couldn't bear it anymore and let out a low groan. His face turned as pale as paper, a layer of fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his body began to tremble slightly. Kakashi couldn't help but feel relieved when he heard that they were concerned about Naruto and would not attack him. However, when he thought that once these people developed a surgical method to remove the 9 tails, the 9 tails might be taken away by them. By then, even if Konoha could avoid conflicts with the people in front of him, other ninja villages would probably not give up without the deterrent power of the 9 tails. After all, Konoha has always been a fat piece of meat in the eyes of other villages. Now that they have lost the powerful deterrent power of the 9 tails, they will definitely take advantage of the opportunity. In this way, Konoha will fall into war again. With this thought, Kakashi frowned. Nagato's hand was pressed on Naruto's bagua seal and he had fallen into a state of meditation. And Naruto also hung his head, as if he was taken to the inside of the sealed space by Nagato. The night was long, and several people just sat here and chatted. Even Sasuke didn't yell about stimulating the Sharingan in the illusion again. He ate the grilled fish that Sakura had picked the bones from, and was full of yearning for the so-called empire. Master, what exactly is the empire you are talking about? Naruto is so strong, what about me? It is impossible for Sasuke to not have a trace of comparison in his heart. The pride of the boy made him curious about his own talent in the empire. Master, it always feels weird to hear that. You should call me teacher. As for the empire, the empire is too prosperous. You made me not know how to talk about it for a while. When the transmission channel between the two worlds is stable, I will send you to elementary school. As for you in the empire, like Mingren, your strength has surpassed the level of Cage and reached the level of 6 paths, but I really can't tell what the specific situation is. Dai Tu racked his brains, but really couldn't think of an adjective in his mind. 6 paths? Have I opened the Manjiki Sharingan? Sasuke asked curiously. The self in that world is the same age as himself, right? With such a terrifying illusion training method and Uchiha bodybuilding technique, he should have been able to open the Sharingan a long time ago, right? I just don't know what the situation is now. Mangekyo? I admit that I am a genius of our Uchiha, but you in that world are more talented. Sasuke in our empire opened the Manjiki Sharingan at the age of 8 and the Eternal Manjiki at the age of 12. It's a pity that I, the first genius of the old generation of Uchiha, have only opened the Eternal Manjiki now, and there is only one. Kakashi looked at Dai. He couldn't help but despise the way Tu boasted, and Sasuke believed him. Bah! Shameless! Kakashi muttered. Kakashi! What did you say? I said I'm so lucky to have a genius partner like you. Dai Tu raised his head proudly. See? Even Kakashi, the super genius in the empire, praised me so much. Sasuke, do you understand the strength of your teacher? Sasuke nodded repeatedly. Teacher. It's my blessing to have you as my master. Sasuke wanted to ask if his family was still there in that world, but unfortunately Kakashi interrupted him. You said. Kakashi is a super genius in the empire. Kakashi looked at Kakashi, who was staring at the intimate paradise, and finally felt a little curious about the empire they were talking about. Yes, Kakashi's swordsmanship and 5-element ninjutsu are also well known in the empire. Putting aside our bloodline limit families, Kakashi can be said to be the ceiling for ordinary people. If someone must be compared with him, there are only a few people. Dato was much more excited when talking about Kakashi than when talking about himself. The main thing is that he really has nothing to talk about. Can you tell me about me in your world? Kakashi was a little curious. His years of work experience in the Anbu had long made him calm, but after knowing the parallel universe and Sasuke and Naruto in that world were very strong, and his variant and Dato were also there, and now he was a captive, he simply opened the chatterbox and gossiped. This can also be regarded as obtaining information. Kakashi comforted himself in this way. Kakashi in our empire, his experience can be said to be a textbook example. Kakashi became a jonin at the age of 6, studied at the Ninja University, became an elite jonin at the age of 8, and learned all the major courses and theoretical knowledge in the Imperial University. During his university years, in addition to learning theoretical knowledge, he also learned swordsmanship from Konoha White Fang. At the age of 12, his swordsmanship was already comparable to that of a Cage. Kakashi and Sasuke were shocked by Datsuka's words. Good guy. Judging from the words between the lines, their university is a place with extremely high gold content. I didn't expect Kakashi to graduate from it at the age of 12. And without any blood limit, he became a jonin at the age of 6? Comparable to the Cage at the age of 12? Kakashi was a little embarrassed by Datsuka's introduction, and he finally put away the intimate paradise. In fact, my life is similar to everyone else's, very ordinary. My family conditions were not very good when I was young. My mother told me that children from poor families grow up early. Under the care of my parents, I worked a little harder than ordinary people. I followed in my father's footsteps and learned swordsmanship from my father. My own talent was slightly better than others, and I was admitted to a university. It's that simple. Kakashi. Chapter 46. For the first time, Kakashi showed jealousy on his face. Although his heart was already cold, he went completely crazy after hearing what Kakashi from another world said. You mean, Hatake Sakumo and mother are here? Are you kidding? Kakashi couldn't believe it. Still growing up under the care of parents, life is ordinary? Do you know how many people have surpassed such a perfect life here? You still think it's ordinary? Kakashi's mentality collapsed, and he changed his usual calm expression. Drag out several people present, except Sakura, the good things in the lives of the three of them and Zabuza combined can't compare to Kakashi, right? At this moment, Kakashi suddenly had the idea of replacing the other party. My parents are both dead, and your parents are both prosperous. Not a buddy? Are you serious? I really envy your peaceful world without war. Kakashi said this for the first time. Although it was unbelievable, it was obvious that the other world was much more perfect than the one he was in now. You don't have to envy us. This world will soon usher in peace and there will be no more wars. Kakashi refused again and again when he heard this. That's not necessary. Sakura looked puzzled. Teacher Kakashi, you said you envy them for not having wars, so why do you resist them bringing peace? Kakashi looked at Sakura with deep eyes and shook his head. Sakura, you are still young. Peace is easy to talk about, but what is the price of implementation? How much blood will be shed and how many people will die? I have nothing to lose. Kakashi's mind flashed the man who shouted youth and passion every day. If war comes, then... Kakashi stared at Kakashi. He was also curious about what was wrong with himself in this world. He looked decadent all day long. What happened? You said there is nothing to lose, and both parents are here, what does that mean? Tell me about your life, it seems that your experience is much more complicated than mine. My life. Kakashi heard this, he looked up at the boundless starry sky, and the whole person fell into thought. My life, if I use two words to describe it, it is sad. Kakashi's words returned to the calmness at the beginning. Sad. Dato was puzzled, but then relieved. Your world seems to be good at creating sadness. Kakashi looked gloomy, but did not refute. Although my father is not very strong, it should be enough to protect our family, right? Why do you describe yourself as sad? Kakashi frowned, and soon a bold guess rose from his mind. Will the father of this world also be gone? Let's be honest, all the famous figures in Konoha are gone in this world, it seems that it is not impossible for my father to be gone. Moreover, my father looked so dead, and he kept talking about brothers and companions. How could he survive in this mission-based world? But it shouldn't be possible. The history of this world 20 years ago was similar to that of the Empire. How could my father, who was good at swordsmanship, die? Who could kill him? Who could kill him again? I was a tragedy since I was born. I have never seen my mother, at least I haven't heard or seen any news about her since I can remember. Since I was a child, I was raised by my father. My talent should be the same as Kakashi's. Unfortunately, we have different fates. When Kakashi said this, a self-deprecating smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, which could be seen clearly even under the mask. But when I was 5 years old, the Second Ninja World War broke out, and my father gave up the mission to save his companions. When Kakashi said this, several people's hearts skipped a beat. In this era where the system is more important than life, he chose his companions and gave up the mission? What was the result? Was he expelled from Konoha? After the Ninja World War, the news that my father failed in his mission to save his companions spread like wildfire. This incident brought a lot of losses to Konoha. Countless people in the village began to blame my father. In the end, even the companions who were saved by my father began to not understand and even blamed my father for giving up the mission to save him. As a man, what is there to fear from a few dirty words? Konoha White Fang was able to practice kendo to the extreme, and his heart was as hard as a rock. This should have nothing to do with the sadness you mentioned, right? Kakashi's heartbeat accelerated. Although he was the father of this world, but I felt the same way, and it was really uncomfortable and aggrieved. Kakaxi was stunned when he heard this, and then continued to speak in a lost spirit. Father couldn't accept everyone's disapproval and accusations, so he finally chose suicide. Kakashi. Die too. You mean a supreme sword master, a sword master who is ruthless to his enemies and slashes without blood, committed suicide because of some people's dirty words? How is it possible? Before Kakashi opened his mouth, Dai too couldn't hold it anymore. Such a strong man has a firm will. Not to mention that the villagers don't agree with him, even if his closest relatives don't agree with him, he won't commit suicide. You can force a supreme sword master to commit suicide. What's wrong with you villagers? Is your mouth enchanted? Kakashi didn't know why the two people reacted so strongly. He tried to explain, yes, my father knew that his decision-making mistakes led to the failure of the mission and the loss of the village. He felt extremely guilty and finally chose to die to apologize. Kakashi and Dato looked at each other, and Dato tentatively said, the major loss you mentioned, do you mean that because of the failure of this mission, hundreds or even thousands of people died in the village? Kakashi thought about it and shook his head. No, the failure of my father's mission did not cause casualties. Then the major loss you mentioned is because the failure of the mission changed the trend of this war, and you lost a lot of land and materials. Not that serious, our Konoha did not fail, but because of this incident, the timeline of the war was extended, which is real. Both people were ashamed. You mean there were no casualties, no loss of land, and even the economic losses were not serious? Kakashi thought about it and nodded. Yes. But when he said this, he still complained secretly. I think he did do something wrong. Ninjas should focus on their missions first, and only then should they consider their companions. Was he very weak at the time? Even with his IQ of 249, Kakashi couldn't figure out why. Could it be that the fathers in the two worlds have different talents? The father in this world was too weak, and was disliked by the higher UPS for violating the rules. They killed him with a random reason and faked it as suicide? Otherwise, how could such a strong man abandon his children and the outstanding contributions he could make in the future and commit suicide? You know, for ninjas, without strong perseverance, it is difficult for them to become strong even if they have talent. Chapter 47. Konoha White Fang. I've heard of his name. At that time, not only Konoha, but even the entire ninja world, his name was well known. Zabuza carried a huge box taller than a person on his back, and held several boxes of gold coins in his hands. The most valuable things are here. Someone will deliver the rest before dawn tomorrow. Zabuza narrowed his eyes slightly. The group of people who came to deliver were naturally the men left by Kato. Kakashi and Dato nodded, motioning Zabuza to sit down. The two did not count the things inside. Dato turned his divine power and these things disappeared without a trace. After finishing all this, Kakashi nodded, and then said, okay, let's continue talking about your father. What is his strength? Kakashi did not hide it, and said directly, at that time, my father's strength was not the entire ninja world, at least in Konoha, he could be ranked in the top 3, otherwise the village would not have entrusted the theft of confidential documents from the hidden cloud village to my father. Kakashi sighed, feeling a lot of emotion in his heart. If his father was still alive, I wonder if the subsequent tragedies would still happen? Would the third war be better because of an additional top combat force? Would the teacher not have fallen during the Nine Tails Rebellion because of an additional helper? These questions made Kakashi feel extremely heavy and helpless. He hated his father for leaving him alone in this world, and understood that his father chose to escape because of the collapse of his faith. You can't understand. Dai-Tu took a deep breath and tried to calm his tone, but still with strong dissatisfaction. Dai-Tu was a little excited, and his speech speed also increased. You keep talking about the will of fire, what bond, and what spirit of sacrifice, are you talking about it just to maintain your own rule? Dai-Tu's eyes were as sharp as a sword, staring straight at Kakashi. His tone was mocking, as if he was mocking the hypocrisy and selfishness of these people. Konoha White Fang chose to give up the mission because of the bond, and your village is not happy again. Dai-Tu's mouth showed a sneer. He thought that the person who said this might have an underdeveloped cerebellum. The key is that there are still a group of people who are happy with this so-called bond and consciousness. With the bloody history in front of it, it is simply a joke that this consciousness can be passed down. Since ninjas are just tools and don't need emotions, why do we need bonds and fire consciousness? Isn't it enough to be like puppets? Is it necessary to lay the groundwork for fire consciousness? It seems that you villagers have said all the good things, and the final right of interpretation is in the hands of the upper level. When you are wrong, you start to quibble. Dai-Tu's voice became more and more passionate, and his questioning resounded throughout the space like thunder, which moved people. Is it that when there is no mission, people must have bonds, fire will, and sacrifice spirit, so that they can work in vain? And then when there is a mission, everything must be based on the mission, and they must safeguard the interests of their class rule. Dai-Tu's words were like a sharp knife, ruthlessly piercing through the hypocritical masks of those upper levels and revealing their ugly true faces. Kakashi had already stayed where he was. He opened his mouth, but unfortunately he didn't say a word. It seems, there is some truth. Kakashi suddenly wavered a little. That is to say, now Butsu Tensui has been brought into the Nine Tails consciousness space by Nagato, otherwise Datesuka's current mouth-to-mouth ability would definitely not be able to silence people. Kakashi fell into deep thought. He recalled his father's teachings to him when he was a child and all the experiences he had in the village. He began to question the ideas he had always believed in. Have we always lived in lies and deception? Kakashi thought of the war, when countless people had the opportunity to survive, but they ruined their lives because of harsh tasks. Since the village talks about bonds, why do you always say that ninjas can die and tasks must be completed when you ask everyone to complete the task, and never consider the preciousness of everyone's life? Instead, every time the task comes first, and life comes second. Seeing this, Kakashi said while the iron was hot, Kakashi, you have witnessed too many tragedies. If the so-called will of fire is just a shackle to bind you as a tool, then why do we still insist on it? Kakashi's eyes became more and more confused, as if he had lost his direction. And from what you said, was my father's death really that simple? This sentence made Kakashi fall into deep thought. Think about it carefully. Your father was one of the top 3 fighters in Konoha at that time. The mission he completed must have been extremely important. Otherwise, there would not have been so much public opinion in the village because of the failure of the mission. If it was to find a cat-the-dog mission, because of saving a companion cat and dog, it would definitely not cause such a big public opinion. Kakashi continued. But since it is an important mission, it must be a confidential mission. Why can this mission be known to everyone after the war? Who else knows about this kind of thing except Konoha's top leaders? Why can it be known to everyone as soon as the war is over? Could it be that you Konoha have a hobby of publicizing the completion of missions? Faced with Kakashi's analysis and questioning, Kakashi shook his head. No, even failed missions are not allowed to be made public, because no one knows whether the information inside will have a serious impact on the village in the future. That's it. Since the mission is not allowed to be made public, why is the mission about your father known to everyone? Kakashi looked at his silent variant and knew that he had to increase the dosage. I don't know if you have laws here. In our empire, leaking confidential information at will be labeled as rumor-mongering and will be severely punished. The official will come forward to refute the rumor and cover it up. What about you? Your village gives me the illusion that they deliberately fermented this matter to cause controversy among the villagers. Not to mention that this mission is a confidential mission and Konoha did not suffer major losses, just say that ordinary people, who would blame him for saving his companions. Why infinitely magnify the contradiction between companions and missions? Even if someone really blames, why don't you officials protect you official personnel? You are the one, right? The village just lets them do whatever they want without anyone stopping them? Can they talk about ninjas? They complete the mission at great risk, and they are verbally abused by the whole people when the mission fails. Do you really care about the feelings of you ninjas in your so-called village? And I see that people here are a little bit shunning ninjas. Do they really dare to talk about it? After saying this, Kakashi stood up and sat in front of Kakashi, looking serious. So I think there must be a big hand behind all this. This big hand is pushing all this. Chapter 48. Under the moonlight, the Imperial Bridge looked particularly peaceful. The sky was dotted with stars, like gems inlaid on the black sky, emitting a faint and shining light. These stars seemed to be the eyes of the universe, silently watching everything in the world. However, even though the stars in the sky were so bright, none of them could illuminate Kakashi's confusion at the moment. He sat quietly on the ground, looking at the bonfire in the distance without saying a word. The civilians such as Dasna had already retreated wisely, leaving this place to the several ninja masters present. Looking at the silent Kakashi, Kakashi continued. Think about it. Your father saved his companions, which should have been a good thing, and the failure of the mission did not cause any serious impact, but they kept nagging about your father giving up the mission to save his companions. The village did not punish him, but public opinion made your father fall into the trap of mental self-consumption. When the mission failed, couldn't they arrange another team to complete it? But they didn't, which means that at that time, except for people like your father, no one else could complete it. They didn't punish your father because they were afraid of your father's combat power. Because of this, the incident created a rift between them. They said the bond and the consciousness of fire. Now blaming him is just slapping himself in the face. But they are unwilling to let a strong man like my father not be controlled by them. They use public opinion to hurt him and try to make him understand that the mission is above everything else. They are self-righteous and think that all this will definitely be able to firmly control my father. What a pity! He couldn't accept the difference between his beliefs and reality, so he chose to escape. He committed suicide. Kakashi's words hit Kakashi's heart like a heavy hammer, making him feel like his head was about to explode, buzzing. He had never thought about these questions before, but now after Kakashi's analysis, he actually had the urge to return to Konoha village to question the third Hokage. When he remembered that the Uchiha clan had suffered long-term disgust and rejection from the villagers before their demise, a chill surged in his heart. Considering that Naruto's status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki should have been a secret, but his identity as a demon fox had already spread throughout the village, all of this seemed to be inextricably linked to the third Hokage. After all, how could these things happen without the third Hokage's acquiescence? How could no one stop it? Wait. No. What am I questioning? I'm actually questioning the consciousness of fire. The brainwashing skills of these people are really terrible. Kakashi. You were the captain of the Anbu, but you were so easily tricked by others. Kakashi shook his head and shook off these thoughts from his mind. Now that his father has changed, he can't come back, Obito can't come back, Rin can't come back, and Minato teacher can't come back. All we have to do now is to cherish the peace now, even if it's short-lived, and cherish the people and everything we have now." Kakashi glanced at the two people in fear, which made the two people dumbfounded. "Fuck, you don't think we are smearing your Konoha, do you?" Dai-tu jumped up. Kakashi nodded, then shook his head. "Alas, your world is already in ruins, is there any need to smear it? I didn't expect that there are not only many fools in our Kirigakure, but also in your Konoha. I feel balanced knowing that all crows are evil." Zabuza joked on the side. For so many years, if Konoha hadn't cut off its own limbs, the other ninja villages would not have had a good life. If I have a chance to see the top leaders of your Konoha, I would like to say thank you to them on behalf of all the ninja villages. Zabuza's finishing blow made Kakashi feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, I have joined the Empire. Sasuke touched his chest with lingering fear on the side. This stimulated him even more. Once the seeds of doubt are planted, it only takes time for them to take root and sprout. In Naruto's body, the sealed space. Since their consciousness entered it, their five senses were all immersed in it. Da. Da. The two walked step by step in the dim and wet space. Naruto looked at Nagato with confusion. "Brother, where is this place? How did we suddenly come here? Here, why do I feel inexplicably familiar?" Faced with Naruto's question, Nagato patiently explained. "This is the space of the 8-diagram seal, which is the seal on your stomach. To be precise, we are in the sealed space in your consciousness. Is this what I just said, the space where my body is the container?" Naruto was a little surprised and a little hard to accept. "Yes, it can be understood this way." "Then, what about the demon fox?" "Hehe, you can't call it a demon fox here. It's a very cute little fox called Kurama." Nagato smiled gently and spoke. "Kurama?" Naruto was a little puzzled, why the demon fox known for its tyranny had such a strange name. Looking at Naruto's questioning eyes, Nagato touched his yellow hair. "Naruto, in fact, they are also very innocent. They live in an area far away from humans. Unfortunately, humans covet their power, so they use illusions, sealing techniques, and other means to control them and use them for their own use, and for this purpose they do not hesitate to hurt their dignity and deprive them of their freedom. So slowly, they are also full of hatred for humans." Deep in the consciousness space, the nine-tailed fox heard what Nagato said and raised its eyelids slightly, glanced at the place where they were with disdain, and then drooped again. Although it is very proud, it is obviously not as calm as it seems at the moment. Listening to Nagato's explanation, Naruto also expressed his understanding. "They sound innocent, but they shouldn't hurt so many humans anyway, right? At first they also wanted to coexist peacefully with humans, but humans always imprisoned them in various ways, and the contradictions became more and more intensified over time." These are Nagato's speculations based on the information sent by the Emperor. "So where is it now?" "Hehe, follow me." Nagato felt the breath of the nine tails and approached it step by step. Naruto's heartbeat became faster and faster as he approached the nine tails. After a twist, when the huge iron pillar that reached the sky came into view, Naruto's heartbeat peaked. A huge figure could only be seen faintly behind it. It was as tall as a mountain, and its nine tails were like 9 huge dragons. They danced in the air without any rules, covering the sky and the sun. What frightened Naruto even more was its eyes that were like 2 huge lanterns. Those eyes emitted a blood-red light, which was chilling. The nine tails just lay there without saying a word, which gave him great pressure. "You are the nine tails." Chapter 49. Kurama. Kurama pulled the corner of his mouth, and a terrifying aura emanated from his whole body. "Who allowed you to call me that? Didn't you just call me a demon fox?" Kurama stood up and frightened Naruto to death. "Ah! Big brother, save me! You mean this guy has been with me since he was a child? How can such a big guy get into my body?" Naruto wanted to cry but had no tears. The opponent's claws grabbed the pillar fiercely, and the long nails approached him directly. However, when it was still 2 inches away from it, it was finally stopped by the seal. Kurama looked at his Jinchuriki, who looked so miserable, and snorted disdainfully. "Okay, Kurama, you should know the situation outside. I'll tell you directly, I want to cooperate with you." Kurama looked at Nagato, and the opponent's iconic red hair made it start to grin. Unfortunately, this trick did not scare Nagato. "I will give you freedom. You cooperate with our empire to build a transmission channel. All you need to do is to contribute your chakra. Of course, it's not for nothing. When our 2 worlds are connected, you can learn the immortal law from the 9 tails in our empire." The 9 tails did not buy into Nagato's bargaining chips. "You humans are the most cunning. You say freedom, but you tie me up with cooperation." Nagato smiled and did not refute what it said. The tailed beasts are indeed treasures. They are like perpetual motion machines. They accumulate chakra countless times faster than a single ninja. Even the people of the Uzumaki clan are far behind them. The empire is developing rapidly. Their chakra power is naturally a strategic treasure. It is definitely impossible to let them get freedom easily. However, the empire does not requisition them 24 hours a day. The maximum working time is 12 hours a day, and they are served with good food and drink. It is not like being in the body of the Jinchuriki. Not only can they not use their bodies because they are sealed, but they also have to frequently contribute their power for free. "Kurama, have you forgotten the meaning of your creation?" Nagato narrowed his eyes slightly. Kurama was stunned, and then became angry. "You are not qualified to talk to me about this. In that case, I will slowly let you feel the love from the empire in the future." Nagato's eyes slowly turned into samsara eyes. Wait. All of this can be discussed. Say it earlier. Say it earlier. The moment the Kyuubi saw these eyes, it was shocked. It really didn't want to be a puppet. The feeling of being out of control and going crazy was too uncomfortable. "You should have said you had samsara eyes earlier. I choose to join the empire. I join the empire." Kurama nodded repeatedly to show his willingness. Only then did Nagato's expression ease a little. "He who knows the times is a hero, Kurama, you will be honored for your choice today." Kurama didn't listen at all. It was already planning how to escape later in its mind. "Naruto, relax, I'm going to release the 9 tails in your body." The moment he entered this space, Nagato had already deduced a plan to perfectly extract the tailed beast. As long as Naruto relaxes and doesn't make a fuss when the 9 tails comes out, there will be no harm to the Jinchuriki. Yet. Naruto nodded. Outside, Nagato separated a wisp of consciousness and began to unlock the 8-diagram seal on Naruto's stomach. Several people outside stopped chatting and looked at Naruto and Nagato. In the consciousness space, Nagato also followed the hand seal, and the seal inside and outside contacted the seal together to completely remove the powerful chakra of the 9 tails from Naruto in the first place. 8-diagram seal release. Outer path extraction technique. Now Nagato is using the grafting method, and the 9 tails 0 will be transferred into his body as soon as the seal in Naruto's body is unlocked. This is also the main reason why he came to the consciousness space. Naruto watched the door that sealed the 9 tails slowly open, and a familiar chakra began to spread and sweep through his body. That was the chakra that disrupted his training. He. Little brat from the Uzumaki family. You are still too naive. How could I easily fall into your trap again? The 9 tails roared and tried to break through the seal. Nagato shook his head. The 9 tails was really naive. Just as he was about to activate the Samsara Eye, a familiar yellow flash suddenly flashed by, and then the sealed door was sealed again. Naruto and Nagato were both stunned and looked at the man who appeared out of thin air in front of them. This is a spiritual state. He is Minato Namikaze. Nagato glanced at the two of them. A glance, and then consciously left the consciousness space. In the consciousness space, seeing Nagato leave Minato, he was slightly relieved. The sense of oppression on the other party was too strong. I don't know how he came here. Is he planning to kill the tailed beast? Is he an enemy or a friend? Has Naruto been deceived? But if we calculate the time, the seal of the Nine Tails should have been loosened in the past 2 years. And the other party's red hair can be sure that he is a pure member of the Uzumaki clan. The Nine Tails is so important, and there is a village to take care of it. Naruto must be fine. Why? I am a dead person, why do I worry about it? Now the most urgent thing is to take a good look at my son. After glancing at the grown-up Naruto, Minato finally showed a trace of relief in his eyes. Is it Naruto? Minato looked at Naruto with a smile. Naruto looked at the person who came and looked like him, and he was stunned. Are you, the 4th generation Hokage? The other party's Hokage robe and the big words on the back showed his identity. It looks like you already know me. 4th Hokage. The Nine Tails roared and tried to break the seal, but unfortunately Minato locked him up again in the first place. It's too noisy here, not a place to talk, let's go somewhere else. Minato snapped his fingers, and the space they were in changed instantly. The two looked at each other in silence for a while. Minato greedily scanned Naruto's body. He was not tall, but he was sunny and handsome. His clothes were a little faded, but it could be seen that the quality was good. Naruto. Minato spoke. You are, the 4th Hokage? And my father. Minato smiled and nodded gently. Looking at the doting look in the other's eyes, Naruto began to tremble all over. Such eyes, such eyes. I really want to die here. From childhood to adulthood, he has been subjected to hateful, disgusting, and disdainful looks. This is the first time he has seen love in a look. Deep love. Love that no one can compare to. He already has enough experience to face those hateful looks. But to be honest, he has no experience at all with this loving look. Although tears could not stop flowing, Naruto smiled, and he smiled happily. But his fists were also clenched, very tightly. Chapter 50. Land of Fire, Konoha Village. Inside the Hokage building, Utane Koharu and Mito Kato-en sat on both sides, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was in the middle. As for Danzo, he stood in the middle of the three. He stood there, his face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. The one eye on the left was staring at Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes were full of anger, but hidden deeper was a hint of relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt uncomfortable being stared at by him. He put down the big pipe in his hand and slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Danzo, what's wrong? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was full of doubt and uneasiness. He looked at the old partner in front of him who had always given him a headache, and a feeling of worry surged in his heart. After hearing what the Sandaime said, Danzo's mouth corners slightly raised and he sneered. Lord Tobirama! Look at you! This is the Hokage you chose. He cursed the second Hokage in his heart, and then threw a scroll to the three. Hiruzen! You still dare to ask what happened? Danzo's voice was hoarse and full of resentment. You are a Hokage, but you didn't know that you lost all the Jinchuriki in the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, and he picked up the scroll that Danzo threw to him and read it carefully. It recorded a series of pictures, which were the fragments of Team 7 in the Land of Waves. There are 2 Kakashis? No. That should be the enemy from the parallel universe that Jiraiya mentioned. They are captured. Wait. This is... The last picture was frozen at the scene where Nagato's 5 fingers were attached to the Bagua seal on Naruto's abdomen. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression, and he snorted in disdain in his heart, but he was still very satisfied with his expression. I think you may not know yet. One of them is Kakashi from a parallel universe, and the other is his former companion in Minato's class, Obito, who is also from the Uchiha family. According to the report from the spies I arranged in the Land of Waves, this person was seen using the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the person who tried to unlock the seal of the Jinchuriki, he is exactly the same as the apprentice that Jiraiya once accepted in the Land of Rain. He should also be from a parallel world. In addition to the blood-red hair that shows that he is from the Uzumaki clan, he probably also has the sage eye. In Danzo's mouth, Naruto has no name, he only has a title. Jinchuriki. This is Naruto's name. Where did you get these? Are they still in the Land of Waves? Haha, as a Hokage, you are not vigilant at all. This is the news passed on by the intelligence department of the Root. It was you who arranged for them to go to the Land of Waves, right? Danzo's tone was a bit aggressive. To be honest, it was also good luck. He arranged spies in 2 nearby countries to disguise themselves as ordinary people. Unexpectedly, this group of people in the parallel world and Kakashi were seen by the spies in the Wave country, and the spies also sent information back to him. Of course, the spies did not convey the fact that Kakashi was captured. The spies there only played an ordinary role in transmitting information. People of that level naturally could not know Naruto's identity and the situation of Team 7. He saw Nagato falling from the sky, and then built a cross-sea bridge, and Kato's death, which was suspected to be done by Konoha's ninjas. These 2 things were mainly reported to him. Then he recorded what those people looked like. What a coincidence, he happened to see the scene where the Jinchuriki and the seal were discovered. God help me! Danzo was a little excited. The 3rd generation was old, and the 5th generation had been slow to choose a candidate. Now he made such a big mistake. If he volunteered to catch the Jinchuriki back, wouldn't the Hokage give up his position to him? At that time, we will put some pressure on the daimyo, and then discuss it with Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato-en. If it doesn't work, the power of this eye must be restored. The position of Hokage is within reach. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't know what Danzo was thinking at the moment, and he picked up his pipe and took a deep puff. I did approve the mission to arrange for them to go to the Land of Waves. But, it's just a sea-level mission, and Kakashi is always with them. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a complicated mood, and there was no expression on his turbid old face. No one could tell what he was thinking. Sea-level mission? Haha, since Jiraiya passed the message, we can say that the whole village has to be on alert, but you still let them leave Konoha. Hiruzen. If the 9 Tails is lost, you can't blame it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very quick after making a decision. He stood up and said, I will arrange for Jiraiya to protect Naruto now, and Jiraiya will definitely let him return to the village safely. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's opinion, the 8-diagram seal on Naruto will definitely not be removed by the other party for a while, and now there is still a chance to make up for it. Arrange? I'm afraid that the 9 Tails will be in someone else's pocket after you arrange it. When the 9 Tails rebellion broke out, I told you that the Jinchuriki would be trained by me, but you just didn't want to. No need to wait for you to arrange it, I'm on the way with the elites of the Root. Mitaman and Udaten Koharu beside him were relieved when they heard this, and they looked at Danzo with approval. Danzo! Thank you for your hard work. Please make sure to bring the 9 Tails back to the village safely. Danzo nodded. Of course, as a Root, I am the last guarantee of Konoha. But I want to say something in advance. Sometimes, if you sit in a position for too long, you will become numb. Shouldn't you give the opportunity to someone more capable? Danzo said this and turned around. Danzo, your ability has been witnessed by all of us for so many years. I am also old and unable to do it. When you return, I will definitely give the position of Hokage to someone more capable. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice slowly sounded behind him. He naturally knew what his best friend's goals and wishes had been all along. Now that the parallel universe is about to invade, Sarutobi Hiruzen does feel a little overwhelmed. Perhaps letting the ruthless Danzo take the position can better lead Konoha to remain stable in this chaotic world. Of course, a larger part of the reason is that the disaster is coming. I am old now, and it may be difficult to solve any problems I encounter. Rather than being the sinner who bears the responsibility and causes Konoha to suffer heavy losses, it is better to abdicate as soon as possible. My old friend, I'm sorry. I've been in office for so many years, and I've worked hard even if I haven't made any contributions. That's enough. Now I really should abdicate. Danzo didn't have so many thoughts in his heart. When he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's promise, he showed a barely perceptible smile on his face. I didn't expect Sarutobi Hiruzen to be so sensible. It's worth it that I've done all the dirty work for so many years. In this case, the position of Hokage is a foregone conclusion. When he thought that he could become the fifth Hokage legitimately after returning victorious, Danzo couldn't help but get excited. Hiruzen, remember what you said, I hope you won't break your promise. After that, Danzo's figure turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. It turned out that there was only one of his shadow clones here. Cloud Hokage test, how many eyes can be opened on Danzo's body? Chapter 51. Nagato, why did you come out? Is the seal a bit complicated? How did it get unsealed and sealed again? Kakashi had been paying attention to Naruto's situation. If the Nine Tails rioted, he and Dato would naturally help Nagato. Oh! There is a hidden hand left in this seal. Now that Naruto has seen his father, I will come out to avoid it and give them more private space. Nagato. You really? I'm crying. Dato patted Nagato's shoulder. No wonder Nagato is loved by many sisters. This is too delicate. Naruto met his father. Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other in a daze. Teacher Minato. Kakashi's heartbeat also accelerated. Naruto is like this, teacher won't blame me, right? In Naruto's consciousness space. Boom. A silent collision sounded. Minato couldn't help coughing while holding his stomach. Although both of them are conscious bodies can also collide with each other. Don't think about the clash between Kushina and Naruto. I'm talking seriously here. Seriously. Minato felt the pain in his stomach, and he looked at Naruto with a wry smile. Dad. Naruto's tears could no longer be stopped, and his clothes, which were almost faded, were instantly soaked by his tears. Why did you seal the Nine Tails on my son? Naruto's words were trembling. Thanks to you, I really suffered a lot. His hoarse voice with a crying tone conveyed his strong emotional fluctuations. Because of the Nine Tails, everyone in the village treats me coldly. Everyone says that I am the reincarnation of a demon fox. I always thought that I had no father and mother. It's hard for me to have a friend since I was a child. Even if I have been working hard, no one is willing to recognize me. I finally passed the exam of the ninja school, met teacher Iruka, met teacher Kakashi, and had two companions, Sasuke and Sakura. Now I have the opportunity to get rid of the identity of a demon fox. Naruto covered his face. Although he couldn't stop crying, he couldn't get angry with his father. I don't know whether I should cry or laugh now. Minato listened to Naruto's words and put his hand on his head with mixed feelings. Feeling his son's mood at the moment, Minato touched his head. Naruto, don't blame father, the situation was very complicated. On the night of the Nine Tails, a mysterious masked man appeared. He was not killed by me. For your safety, I had to seal the Nine Tails in your body, but my original intention was to make you a hero in the village. Minato sighed. He never expected that his child had suffered so much injustice over the years. But when he said this, his eyes became fierce. Who is that man just now? He. Naruto thought of Nagato. That big brother came to help me remove the seal. He was willing to help me release the 9 tails in my body. Because of the influence of the 9 tails chakra over the years, my body needs to consume several times more energy than others no matter what ninjutsu I practice. Minato frowned even deeper when he heard this. Is this the decision of the village? Minato made this guess because he saw the red hair on Nagato's head. No, this is my decision. Minato stopped talking when he heard this. He looked at Naruto with a smile on his face. Since it's your choice, I think you must have made up your mind. Naruto was a little puzzled. Don't you want to ask? After all, you have sealed the 9 tails in my body with great difficulty. Minato smiled with relief. I believe you. Looking at Minato's eyes slightly curved into a crescent shape, Naruto's pupils couldn't help but shrink violently. Is this, the feeling of being recognized? No matter where you are, you should firmly believe in your children. After all, this is what parents do. Minato's voice was as gentle as water, but it caused waves of shock in Naruto's heart. I can feel that the chakra I left behind is slowly decreasing, so Naruto. I am also ready to go. Minato looked at Naruto with reluctance, trying to remember every detail of him from top to bottom. Naruto was stunned at first, then he quickly stopped him. What? Wait. Wait a minute. However, Minato's hollowness was out of control, and his figure slowly dissipated in this space. Naruto looked at Minato's gradually disappearing figure. He looked determined and shouted, "Thank you, Dad. I will never let you down." In the sealed space, Nagato appeared again. Feeling the disappearance of the strange chakra fluctuation, he immediately entered Naruto's consciousness space again. I originally wrote inside the body, but I was afraid that you would think wrongly, and I have been impure recently. Deep in the sealed space, the 9 tails also began to grin vigilantly. Although he could feel some kindness from Nagato, it was not much. And he came with kindness just now, but now he has some malice. Sure enough, humans are good at disguise. Naruto saw Nagato appear again, and he was very moved by the private space that Nagato had created for him and his father just now. Nagato, thank you for letting me see my father. Naruto's thoughts are very simple now. If it weren't for the big brother in front of him, maybe he would never see his father in this life? The corners of Nagato's mouth moved slightly, but he didn't make a sound for a long time. This kid. So easy to satisfy. That's right. He lost his parents and his clan at such a young age. It doesn't matter. When you go to the Empire, you can live in the home of Minato-san and Kushina. They don't see Akito for many years. They will be very happy if you can go. Faced with Nagato's invitation, he was at a loss for a moment. If it were before, he would have refused without hesitation. Going to the Empire, impossible. But after seeing his father, his heart was in a great struggle. Was it necessary to become Hokage and get everyone's approval? That world looked beautiful, with the family love that he had always longed for. And now he already had his father to approve of him and firmly believe in him, which was enough. Without Jiraiya's training and the subsequent more bonds, Naruto's will was only added by the 3rd generation. He didn't have such a deep understanding of the word bond. How can other people's parents be good to other people's children? I will not betray the village. Naruto choked up and spoke. From childhood to adulthood, he played with other children. No matter what others gave him, it would always be taken away by their parents in a place where they could not see after being discovered. Not only that, they would also be told by their families not to play with them. Mingren's parents are not his parents, they will definitely not be good to him. Right. Don't be brainwashed. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I am going to be the Hokage. Even if I am really taken to their empire due to force majeure, I will work hard, spy undercover, and find a way to save Konoha. Chapter 52. Nagato looked at Naruto, who was still trying to hold on, and said nothing. Facts speak louder than words, and time will always give the right answer. Okay Naruto, let's continue to remove the 9 tails. After calming down and thinking outside, Nagato also came up with a more convenient, fast, safe and reliable method. The Jinchuriki being extracted from the tailed beast is nothing more than the sudden break of the symbiotic relationship. The overflowing chakra of the tailed beast will cause serious damage to the Jinchuriki. Then hollow out the 9 tails first, so that it will not have chakra, and the situation of uncontrolled chakra overflowing and raging will not occur, and Naruto will no longer have to bear this risk. Wait until the 9 tails is sealed in his body, and then he will slowly train and influence it. The most urgent task is still the Empire's conquest. The emotions and attitudes of a tailed beast are far less important to Nagato than the Empire's conquest. After all, the tailed beast is not a human, whether it is willing or not, it can be used by itself. Okay. Naruto responded and made way for Nagato. Wait, I will give you part of its chakra. You can use it in your future life. Remember to keep your original heart. The state described by Nagato is the same as Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Although Naruto will lose the 9 tails, he will also have the opportunity to use the 9 tails chakra freely. Although he has been training his body for many years and is of the Uzumaki clan, he asked himself that he still cannot receive all the chakra of the 9 tails by himself. With Naruto, the reincarnation of Ashura and the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, the two of them can completely drain the 9 tails by dividing it equally. Hey! Damn, are you trying to bribe me? Even if you give me this power, I will not join the empire you mentioned. Nagato laughed and said, you think too much. I'm just afraid that you are too weak and will be torn apart by the turbulence after entering the transmission channel. Tisk. Naruto blushed when he heard this. Damn. I was underestimated. Nagato looked at the 9 tails, and his eyes slowly turned into samsara eyes. Kurama, since you don't trust humans so much, I don't have time to waste with you anymore. In the days to come, you will be used by the Empire for the time being. After saying this, Nagato clapped his hands. Hungry Ghost Path, Diamond Stripping Technique. Countless chains drilled out of his body and then fiercely inserted into the 9 tails through the seal. Even though it was controlled by the illusion of the samsara eye, the 9 tails still roared in pain. Soon, the chakra in his body began to be transferred to Nagato's body through these chains. This is a new technique developed by the Uzumaki clan in the Empire, which can be used to extract the chakra of the tailed beasts or other summoned beasts to quickly replenish themselves. And with the power of the hungry ghost path of the samsara eye, this extraction technique is like changing from a straw to a water pump, and a large amount of chakra is lost, causing the 9 tails to roar naturally and instinctively. Naruto. Get ready to receive this chakra. Remember. Keep your heart. Nagato felt that his body was like an inflated balloon, which was at risk of exploding at any time. He spoke quickly. Ah! Before Naruto could react, several blood-red chains appeared on Nagato's body. They quickly attacked Naruto and inserted into his body. Chakra transfer technique. Nagato's low voice sounded, with a hint of irresistible power. A stream of violent and powerful chakra was instantly introduced into Naruto's body along the long and hard chains. Naruto felt more and more chakra pouring into his lower abdomen. These chakras were like a surging torrent, making him feel uncontrollable. As the chakra continued to pour in, Naruto became manic. His body began to tremble, and his eyes revealed a trace of struggle and brutality. As the chakra transfer technique continued to work, more and more 9 tails chakra was injected into Naruto's body. These chakras gradually gathered into a powerful force, causing Naruto's body to undergo great changes. His skin began to become rough, and red hair grew, and at the same time a thick coat of tailed beasts gradually emerged. 1 tail. Naruto's face was still somewhat calm, but his eyes had been affected by the power of the 9 tails and became a little blurry. 3 tails. Naruto began to show a ferocious expression, and a low roar came out of his mouth. As his body was gradually eroded by the power of the fox demon, his skin also became rough. 7 tails. The chakra in Naruto's body surged wildly, and the 7th of the 9 tails had completely emerged. At this time, Naruto had completely lost his self-consciousness, his eyes turned blood red, his mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs. Naruto is now completely out of control, and the whole person, both his movements and appearance, were like a ferocious beast. He desperately wanted to attack the enemy in front of him, Nagato. He wanted to pounce on Nagato with his teeth and claws, trying to destroy everything he could see. 8 tails. Just when Nagato was about to attack, he felt a familiar breath sweeping over again. The 9 tails had been drained now. He sighed and made room for Naruto again. Kushina felt that Naruto was about to lose control because of the power of the 9 tails, and the seal set by Minato in advance was activated, and she also appeared. Then Luduo. Kushina spoke with a gentle face. This sentence immediately restored most of Naruto's sanity. What's going on? Besides me and Nagato, why is there a strange voice here? And why do you know my name? Naruto glanced around with a confused look, and Nagato had disappeared. Strange? Wasn't I fighting the evil power of the 9 tails just now? Why suddenly? Hearing Naruto talking to himself, Kushina smiled and said, I see. Naruto, guess who I am? Naruto looked at the strange woman in front of him in confusion. When Naruto's eyes slowly swept over her body, looking at her bright red hair that was 3/4 similar to the 9 tails hair, and an extremely familiar feeling, Naruto already had the answer in his heart. The other party noticed his gaze, lowered her head and laughed softly. The laughter was as warm as the spring breeze, and it was also a little playful. Naruto's eyes were slightly fixed, and listening to the other party's pretentious laughter, he felt a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. Masaka. Naruto whispered softly, and a thought flashed through his mind. Kushina saw that Naruto had already made a judgment, and she couldn't help but start to jump for joy in her heart. It seems you know it. Kushina looked at Naruto with expectant eyes, waiting for him to call out the name she had been waiting for and eager to hear. Seeing the other party like this, Naruto also showed a look of understanding, pointing at the other party without hesitation and telling the truth. You are the true body of the 9 tails. The answer of the previous issue, 13, the one with hemorrhoids also counts. This issue's reading comprehension, why did Nagato sigh when he saw Kushina appear? Chapter 53. You are the true body of the 9 tails. Kushina looked at the answer that Naruto hesitated for so long before coming up with, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Naruto was more determined about his inner thoughts. It's you, 9 tails. You laugh so rudely. You actually want to turn into a woman to deceive me? Humph, I will stick to my original. Bang! Kushina's fist hit Naruto's head hard. She was furious, it's wrong. Feeling the ice cream cone rushing straight to the top of his head, Naruto covered his head and couldn't help shouting. A bag! But soon he looked confused again. What? Will the 9 tails say such a thing? Seeing Naruto's face full of pain, Kushina couldn't help scratching her head, showing an apologetic expression. Sorry, I got excited all of a sudden. I'm naturally impatient, and I talk fast, so I have a strange catchphrase. Although I usually try to control myself, I can't help but say it when I get excited. Kushina explained, and then looked at Naruto with concern. Are you stupid? Then you'll do it. You don't have a strange catchphrase like me, right? Hearing Kushina's words, Naruto's face turned red. Do you? No. You're going to fall. Then. Kushina looked at Naruto with a blank look on her face, and she couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that Minato didn't say anything. Really? At this moment, Naruto's lips couldn't stop pouting, and he tried to hold back the sound of his teeth shaking and hitting each other. Yes, I'm yours, Before Kushina finished speaking, Naruto had hugged her tightly. A punch for dad, a hug for mom. This is my ninja way. Feeling Naruto's whole body trembling, his two hands have already hugged her tightly, but it seems that he dared not use force because he was afraid of hurting himself. Shina's expression calmed down, quietly enjoying this rare moment of peace. I always wanted to see your mom. Naruto finally couldn't help it, and tears burst out. Kushina hugged Naruto gently, and Naruto also cried in her arms like this when he was a child. Naruto has grown up. The mother and son met here. Kushina glanced at the already depressed Nine Tails, and seeing its appearance, she did not use the diamond seal to control it. This time, there was more chakra, and the time she spent with Naruto was slightly extended. Naruto talked a lot with her here, from the relationship between his parents, the bitterness of the Jinchuriki, to the situation of the masked man in the Nine Tails rebellion. Is he still alive? Naruto listened to the secrets his mother told him, thinking that he must investigate the truth of what happened back then when he had the power. As for becoming Hokage, I'll think about it later. Naruto had been shaken unconsciously. If the Nine Tails hadn't been sealed in his mother's body, if the village hadn't insisted on letting her mother bear all this, he wouldn't have been alone since childhood, right? Naruto was shocked by his own dark thoughts. After all, he is now just Naruto of Konoha 64, who has just graduated from the ninja school and become Naruto of Team 7. The fire consciousness in his heart is not as deep and firm as it will be in the future. Suddenly, Kushina wiped the corners of her eyes, and tears could not be stopped. She already felt that she didn't have much time to stay here. Naruto. Naruto came back to his senses from his thoughts. There are still many things I want to say to you. Kushina's tone was full of helplessness and regret. I want to live with you. Naruto. I love you. I'm sorry, forgive me. I can't live with you, I can't give you more love. Listening to his mother's crying voice, Naruto couldn't hold it anymore. His eyes quickly turned red, and tears kept pouring out of his eyes and sliding down his cheeks. He first wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his fingers, but the tears kept flowing, as if he couldn't stop. He tried to wipe them with his hands, but the tears still flowed continuously. In the end, he could only cover his eyes with his sleeves, not wanting his mother to see him crying. Naruto, don't cry, boys, be strong, take your hands away quickly, let mom see you again, okay? Naruto's hands trembled slightly, and he slowly moved his sleeves away, revealing his bloodshot eyes. He tried to control his emotions, but he couldn't help but shed tears. Mom, I love you too. Naruto said with a sob, his voice full of grief and reluctance. Kushina reached out and gently pressed Naruto's arm, looking at her son without blinking, as if she wanted to deeply engrave his appearance in her mind. Her voice was gentle and trembling, thank you for being my child. Naruto. Every word here is full of deep love. Thank you for letting me be a mother. Tears fell from the corners of her eyes, but her eyes were still full of warmth and love. Naruto listened to his mother's words quietly, as if something was blocked in his heart was like a knife, and his lungs were torn. His tears flowed uncontrollably again, across his cheeks. As a child, you can come to my side, red bean paste. Arigato. Kushina's voice was choked with a little sob, and she expressed her love for her son in the most sincere language. She still had a lot to say. She hadn't had time to ask Naruto if he had listened to her instructions to eat on time and be obedient. Unfortunately, there was not enough time, and these words could only remain in her heart forever, and could never be conveyed to Naruto. She felt extremely regretful, but she was powerless. How she wished she could hug Naruto again and feel his warm body temperature. But when she stretched out her hand, she found that her fingers had begun to turn into powder and slowly floated in the air. Kushina realized that she could no longer stay in this world. This was her last chance to contact Naruto. She tried to grab Naruto and give him a hug, but her body was not obedient and gradually dissipated. Her body gradually became transparent, like a wisp of light smoke, slowly disappearing in the air. She turned into the purest energy, carrying her blessings and concerns for Naruto, and slowly disappeared in this space of consciousness. And Naruto stood quietly in place, silently watching everything in front of him. Tears fell from the corners of his eyes, and his heart was full of pain and reluctance. He knew that this was the last time he would see his mother. From now on, they would be separated by the yin and yang and would never meet again. He remembered the loneliness and solitude of his childhood, and the days when he was discriminated against and ignored. He had imagined countless times how great it would be if he could see his parents one day. Now, this wish has finally come true, but why is happiness so short? So fleeting? Naruto closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. Masked man. He suddenly felt relieved. Join the Empire. Since Naruto in the Empire is so strong, I can be like him. At that time, I will have enough power to explore the truth of my parents' death, and protect the people I care about. Chapter 54. Outer Path, Tailed Beast Extraction Technique. Nagato's Samsara Eye appeared, and he used a more convenient technique than the Phantom Dragon 9 seals. Chains appeared on his body and instantly inserted into the seal on Naruto's stomach. Then Nagato untied the 8-diagram seal on Naruto, and the 9-tails seal was completely opened. Unfortunately, the poor 9-tails was extradited into Nagato's body before it could do anything. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Nagato, with his own powerful strength, did not need to use the 8-diagram seal like Naruto. He simply put on the 4-symbol seal and put the 9 tails in his body. When the 9 tails woke up and found that it was sealed again, it felt extremely aggrieved. After all, I am the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts. How come I get broken and sealed at the hands of humans? Humans are full of lies. The 9 tails cursed, but it was a pity that it had no effect. This time, he was even less free than when he was inside Naruto. Outside world. Kakashi looked at the red-tailed beast coat that appeared on Nagato's body, and he knew that he was finished. The 9 tails in Naruto's body was indeed pulled out. As for Kakashi and Dato, they were excited. This is a milestone progress. Unfortunately, at this moment, Nagato frowned. What's wrong, Nagato? The two saw that something was wrong with Nagato. Although I have never bound the 9 tails in the Empire, I can feel that the 9 tails in this world lacks the power of yin attribute. Nagato looked at Naruto. Naruto, do you know what's going on? Ah? This. Naruto began to think, and he was still immersed in the sadness of leaving his parents. The sunny and cheerful boy in the past was gone, and even Sakura was amazed. This is the first time I've seen such an emo Naruto. Oh. I remember. Just now in the sealed space, my mother told me. Naruto told Nagato everything about the fact that half of the 9 tails power was sealed in Minato's body. Sakura and Sasuke beside him were amazed. Kakashi was having a hard time calming down. Naruto, have you seen your Minato teacher and Kushina? Yeah, it's a pity that it's just a wisp of incarnation. Naruto spoke again with his head down. Nagato showed a look of understanding when he heard it. Daisuke showed a look of surprise. Really? Minato teacher is so worried about you? Just one 9 tails and you divided it into 2 parts and sealed it. And you took away half of its power. Kakashi. Daisuke was a little annoyed. The 9 tails only had half of its power, so wouldn't it be enough to collect another tailed beast? Kakashi patted Daisuke on the shoulder and signaled him to calm down. Calm down? No, Kakashi, let's just ask the Emperor and let the 3 of us take down this world. The self-proclaimed strongest Konoha village has to sacrifice its top leader to control even one 9 tails. What kind of strength is this? The sealed space in Nagato's body. The Nine Tails was furious when he heard this. What's wrong with half of my power? Let me show you my strength. It tried to use chakra to influence Nagato to vent its dissatisfaction and tell them that half of its power was also terrifying. However, no matter how hard it tried, there was no response, and finally it collapsed on the ground helplessly. Kakashi hesitated when he heard what Dato said. It seems. It's not impossible. Dato laughed, and it seemed that he could finally show his skills. This weak world. Prepare to be severely invaded by the Empire. By then, I will be the god of the new world. But it's too late tonight, let's ask the Empire tomorrow. Kakashi and Zabuza saw that the two seemed to have decided the future of this world with just a few words, and they couldn't help but feel sad. Nagato? What do you think? The two looked at Nagato, who had a layer of tailed beast coat on his body. It must be said that the Nine Tails was still very powerful. Even in the sealed space, it condensed the chakra power of another tail in a short time. I feel hostility. Nagato looked at the groups of civilians surrounding them nearby, and he didn't understand. That person was quite malicious, otherwise he wouldn't have sensed it. What? These people are too ruthless, right? Nagato. Kill him! Dato shouted. Of course, he was just talking, he knew that Nagato would definitely not be willing to do it, Nagato was the softest. Okay. Dato was stunned, and even Kakashi looked at Nagato with a puzzled look. This guy. Instantly, Nagato clapped his hands and instantly used ninjutsu. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. A hand-sized Earth Dragon Bullet flew towards a group of people in the distance. The civilians were still talking about the joy of the bridge being built, and they didn't notice the Earth Dragon Bullet at all. However, there was one person who seemed to be always alert here. When he saw the Earth Dragon Bullet flying towards him, he couldn't sit still and jumped to avoid it. Unfortunately, the Earth Dragon Bullet seemed to have spirits, and it turned in the air and shot towards him again. This person showed even stronger skills. The people around were first stunned, why did Nagato attack them, and then they were shocked that their companion suddenly became so skilled. Now they all understood that Nagato couldn't be wrong. There was something wrong with this person. Earth style, Earth flow wall. This person finally couldn't help but take action, and he used the Earth flow wall to block Nagato's Earth flow bullet. Nagato shook his head in disappointment, and the next moment the Wangxiang Tianyan was activated. He struggled, but it was useless. The next moment he flew in front of Nagato, and Nagato's hand tightly grasped his neck. At this moment, he was like a chicken, being picked up. Just, the strength of a genin to a chunin. Nagato muttered to himself. Dasna next to him had already accelerated and ran over. Duan? You are a ninja. Dasna's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Kakashi turned his head and looked at Dasna. Do you know him? Dasna said bitterly, yes, he came to the land of waves 4 years ago. At that time, we took him in because we felt sorry for him. After that, he has been working hard and is willing to do dirty work. I didn't expect that such a thing would happen. At this time, a feeling of being deceived surged in his heart, and the faces of Dasna and the people around him became extremely ugly. You are actually a ninja. We thought you were a poor person blown by the sea. The people on the side spat. Duyan had no reaction to this, just laughed coldly. He stared at Nagato and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. However, the next second, he suddenly died, his head tilted, and he died. Nagato frowned, and when he noticed that the other person's mouth opened unconsciously after death and the things inside, he suddenly realized. The seal of the root of tongue disaster? There is also a seal of sacrificing life attached? So cruel! Nagato muttered to himself. Nagato. Kakashi and Dato looked at Nagato. Nagato shook his head. I can no longer feel the malice. If nothing unexpected happens, this person should not be from the land of waves. Nagato made a judgment. The other people didn't care about it. Nagato looked at Kakashi and said respectfully, "Hey, do you want to keep this guy and return him to Konoha?" Kakashi was alert in his heart. Good boy actually cheated me. But his face was confused. Why should I leave him to Konoha? I don't know him. The answer of the previous issue, one Nagato sighed that as a parent, he had to use this method to see his child. 2. Why are you still here? It's never going to end. This issue's Turing test, who is Dian? Chapter 55. SAS. You said you wanted to revive Uchiha, shouldn't you start by creating offspring and filling the population? Sakura looked at Suzuki with affection. At this moment, she was wearing a swimsuit. As long as Suzuki wanted, he could carry out the great project of human reproduction in the next moment. Suzuki swallowed his saliva. Although it felt a little weird, he also understood that it was impossible for him to revive Uchiha by himself. The best way is to spread the branches and leaves and let the blood of Uchiha spread throughout the ninja world. But I haven't taken revenge yet. Suzuki struggled. How much time can you waste on me? Suzuki, come on, don't resist, we are not 3 or 4 years old anymore, even without you, I can raise your child for you. Suzuki felt a wave of electric shock all over his body, and Sakura had already started to operate without explanation. Suzuki didn't struggle anymore and let the other party fiddle with him at will. He also thought it through. As the only son of the Uchiha clan, he should leave an heir. Otherwise, if he died, wouldn't the Uchiha clan be extinct from then on? As the young patriarch of the Uchiha clan, he would never allow such a thing to happen. It's just a pity. Sakura is wronged. Wait! Sakura? Sakura! Seeing that the swimsuit Sakura just disappeared, replaced by a yellow-haired kid with an evil smile, Suzuki was dumbfounded. Fuck! Naruto? What the hell are you doing? Suzuki looked at Naruto sitting on him, and he was completely disgusted. What did he do just now? What the hell is going on? Ugh! Suzuki retched, picked up the kunai and stabbed it at Naruto in front of him. Naruto ignored it and was still swinging there. That's too much! A harsh voice came from inside the house, and Naruto, who was still feeling the nine-tails chakra outside the door, looked puzzled. Hey! What's wrong, Suzuki? Suzuki sat up, rubbing the cold sweat on his back, and the whole person was still in a daze. What's wrong, Suzuki? Sakura's sweet voice sounded, but Suzuki avoided her like a snake and scorpion. Don't come over! Suzuki yelled. Sakura was at a loss for a moment. Suzuki! What are you doing? How can you bully Sakura? You're going too far! Naruto complained, and then continued to control the nine-tails chakra to walk on the wall. Sasuke's mind was a little clearer at this time. He glanced at the surrounding environment, hugged himself tightly and breathed a sigh of relief. So, it was just a dream. I was indeed a little dizzy after drinking last night. I fell asleep in the room arranged by Dasna. I didn't expect to have a nightmare. But this nightmare... Why did I dream about myself and Naruto? Was it because of that kiss? Damn Naruto! Outside the door, Dato was washing up, and Kakashi came over and patted his shoulder. Hey, Dato, are you going to drive him crazy? What kind of illusion did you cast on him? Dato muttered before he had spit out all the foam in his mouth, this is just the beginning. As my apprentice, he is far inferior to others, so he must make up for his shortcomings with hard work. I am doing this for his own good. Don't worry about it, I know what I am doing. Kakashi rolled his eyes when he heard this. You know what I am doing? There is no other person in Uchiha who is less reliable than you. The Empire's call is connected. Nagato's voice sounded in the open area outside. Let's go. Kakashi urged Dato. Dato wiped his mouth quickly, threw another illusion at Suzuki while he was not paying attention, and then hurriedly joined the new meeting. The Kingdom of Waves can be used as an outpost for our empire. The civilians here have basically been conquered by us. The only thing is that they have no ninjas to use. The Nine Tails has been sealed into Nagato's body. Unfortunately, there is only half of the Nine Tails here. The remaining half was sealed into his body by the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze using the Shiki seal, and was taken to the land of the end. The reincarnations of Ashura and Indra have no great resistance to joining the empire. The only pity is that they are at the most suitable age for cultivation but have not achieved anything. This is related to the cultivation system of this world. Our next goal is to go to the Kingdom of Wind, first seize the One Tails, and see if we can use the Nine Tails to build a communication channel first. As the captain, Kakashi reported some recent events. Uchiha Senju nodded over there. Based on the information you provided, I have also formed some judgments about that world. Next, the main goal is still to build a communication channel first, and then to gather as many ninjas from that world as possible. I have compiled a list of some important figures on it. You should try your best to complete it. Remember, don't kill their people and put them into the Pure Land world easily unless it is necessary. Okay, if you need any support from the Empire, please contact us in time. Wait. Dai Tu said. Master Qian Shao, this world is too weak. I think the three of us can take it down. The Empire doesn't need to spend any more energy on this world. Qian Shao couldn't help laughing when he heard it. It's good that you have such an idea to contribute to the Empire, but the unification of any world does not rely on high-end combat power. What really affects a world is the combat power of the six paths. At present, there is insufficient intelligence. You should keep a low profile as much as possible. After the short communication, everyone's bracelet had a new message. Dai Tu looked puzzled. What does it mean not to kill and put them into the Pure Land world easily? Nagato, who studied the six paths ninjutsu and sealing technique, was more clear about this, and he gave Daitsu an answer. After death, people will enter the Pure Land world. Only those in the Pure Land world can be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation or samsara reincarnation techniques. Can you understand this? You can understand it as the heaven and hell mentioned in the Empire. The Pure Land is such a world. Oh. Then I understand. What the Emperor meant is that if you want to kill them, don't let them enter the Pure Land. Daitsu spoke uncertainly. Nagato nodded. Fuck. Even the souls of the dead are not spared? Sure enough, my Emperor is still cruel. Kakashi, who was standing by, just came out. He stumbled and almost fell when he heard this. Fuck, this empire is too cruel. People can't die without their heads touching the ground, but you don't even let the souls go? What should we do? If we can't put them in the Pure Land, won't we be very passive when killing people? Dato has a way. Just push the people into Kamui. Nagato should be able to seal it. What about Kakashi? Look at the information the Emperor gave us. Not everyone can be killed. But I don't advocate killing. Faced with Nagato's words, Dato was not surprised. Nagato was too soft. We can capture them. As ninjas, as long as they are alive, their bodies will naturally absorb and refine chakra. We can imprison them. I will use chakra extraction and sealing techniques to make them the container for the Empire to descend, or let them become the energy supply source for the transmission channel. Nagato. You have changed. Isn't this the same as the evil cult that once appeared in the Empire to raise people and draw blood? Facing Dato's gaze, Nagato remained calm. They did not join the Empire, nor did they want to be captured, so they are not protected by the Empire's laws. It is their honor to let them be the energy source and carry the arduous mission of the Empire to enter this world. Chapter 56. Land of Fire. Name, Uchiha Suzuki. Importance: Indra's reincarnation, can awaken the samsara eye, and has the blood of the Uchiha clan. Cannot be killed. Name: Uzumaki Naruto. Importance: Ashura's reincarnation, nine-tailed Jinchuriki, and has the blood of the Uzumaki clan. Cannot be killed. Name: Sarutobi Hiruzen. Importance: the third Hokage of Konoha village, proficient in the 5 styles ninjutsu, and knows the big and small secrets of Konoha. Prioritize capture, then kill, and capture souls. Land of Wind. Name: Cho. Importance: puppet master, proficient in medical ninjutsu, can resurrect, consultant of Sand Village. Prioritize capture, then kill, and capture souls. Name: Gaara. Importance: the 5th Kazekage of Sand Village, one-tailed Jinchuriki. Prioritize the capture, then kill and capture the soul. The above information is for reference only. The 3 of them took a quick look, and found that the people here were mainly some ninjas from Konoha and Sand Village. This Gaara, is Hirosa's son? It seems, yes. Is this Cho Scorpio's grandmother? The province of Wind, is proficient in puppetry, so it should be the case. Kakashi and Dato looked at each other and nodded. Although the emperor said to kill and capture the soul second, it's better not to do that, right? Dato's heart was beating fast. If Scorpio and Rosa knew that the variants of their grandmother and son in the parallel world were killed by them, would it have any impact? You have to know that one of them is the founder of the Red Sand Machinery in the Empire, and the other is the governor of the province of Wind. There are also social etiquette in the Empire. Dato expressed his concerns, and Kakashi nodded to indicate that it was not necessary to keep them, and selling them to the 2 of them would be a favor. Nagato was silent on the side. He had never bothered to listen to these things before, but now he remembered what Dato and Kakashi said in his mind and analyzed them word by word. Practice is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly affairs. This sentence inexplicably appeared in his mind. What about Sarutobi Hiruzen? Nagato asked. Dato and Kakashi looked at each other, and then shook their heads. That guy has no background or power in the Empire, and he was beheaded and displayed to the public because of his different ideas when the Emperor unified the ninja world. Although he is a figure, it doesn't matter to us. We can catch him if we can, and kill him if we can't. Kakashi was terrified to listen to the 3 people defining their future as Hokage, and he felt a burst of fear in his heart. This plain tone was just like whether to kill chicken or fish for a meal later. Naruto frowned and tried to explain for the 3rd generation. Grandpa, 3rd generation is very good, can you not do anything to him? Nagato looked at Naruto and he nodded. If he knows what's good for him, we will naturally spare his life. If he insists on stopping us, Naruto, then we can only suppress him with iron-blooded means. Naruto was relieved about this. Grandpa, 3rd generation is very considerate and he loves peace. If you explain it clearly, he will definitely consider it carefully. After bidding farewell to Desna, the group set out again on the road to the Kingdom of Wind. On the way to the Kingdom of Wind, several people's impressions of this place seemed very bad. Kakashi and Dato had never been to the province of Wind, so they could not judge whether the environment here was good or bad for a while. Here the wind was howling and the yellow sand was all over the sky. In the endless desert, the sand dunes were undulating like a turbulent sea. The strong wind and sand eroded everything, making this land look particularly desolate and harsh. In the sky, the sun was blocked by the yellow sand, with only a faint light, as if imprisoned in this chaos. The dry air made people feel suffocated, and every breath was filled with the smell of sand and dust. Walking in this desert, the sand under your feet is soft and hot, as if it would burn your feet. The strong wind occasionally stirs up sand waves, making it difficult for people to walk. Looking around, there is nothing but yellow sand around, without a trace of life. It is hard to imagine that the people of the Kingdom of Wind can survive tenaciously in such a place. As an exchange student of Konoha University, I have been to Sand Village University once. During the long journey, Nagato said some information. Although we used airplanes at that time, we could still vaguely see from the sky that there was a big river running through the province of Wind. It's not as green as the grass, but you can see scattered drought-resistant plants everywhere. It's not like here, where it's hard to find an oasis within 100 miles, and there are few cacti and bushes. Several. Nagato's words made several people think of a picture. How can there be a river in the desert? Naruto narrowed his eyes and was still playing with his tailed beast coat. Since he got this powerful power, he has been familiar with using it every day and night. It is said that it was opened up from the Rain Province, which not only solved the problem of excessive rain in the Rain Province, but also provided a source of life for the Wind Province. Nagato would remember the words that the person sitting next to him introduced to him when he first saw the big river in the Wind Province. Sasuke saw that Naruto had already used the Nine Tails chakra like an arm, and he was also a little impatient to strengthen the operation of the chakra refining technique in his body. Puff! Sasuke lost control, his cells exploded, and his body was covered in blood. Damn, you stupid boy is too stupid. I know you want revenge, but you can't force yourself like this. What if you damage your foundation? Dato cried out in distress, you work so hard, what will you do if you surpass me? Nagato slowly put his hand on Sasuke, and soon Sasuke's face returned to color. Hell Road, life-weaving technique. Under the effect of Nagato's chakra, Sasuke felt that the damaged cells in his body were repaired like clothes. Not only that, the regeneration ability of the recovered cells also showed a tendency to accelerate. The wind and sand around were smaller, and gradually became a little quiet. Dato looked at Kakashi, opened his Sharingan and glanced around. Kakashi, do you feel that this place is suitable for ambush? Kakashi nodded. Well, the chakra here is very thin, and the 5 ninjutsu will be affected. Swoosh! The next moment, 5 beacons in the 5 directions of the crowd shot straight into the sky, and then a huge barrier rose up. A few hundred meters in radius were tightly sealed by a barrier wall stained with dark purple. The sky inside suddenly became dark, and even the sky above was sealed. 5 seals of red sun formation. Danzo's figure slowly appeared outside, with his hands behind his back. The seal on his right hand had been lifted, but it was only wrapped in a circle of bandages. It can be seen that he made a ruthless determination to become Hokage this time. He glanced at Naruto and found that the power of the Nine Tails chakra was still surfacing on Naruto's body, and he breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that the Nine Tails was not extracted. Then his eyes fixed on Kakashi, and he said in a low voice, "You are even more useless than your father White Fang. At least he can rescue his companions, but you can't even take care of the Jinchuriki. Kakashi, if I were you, I would commit suicide to apologize." The answer in the previous issue, Dane is a spy arranged by Danzo in the Land of Waves. This issue's Turing test, where can Orochimaru be killed? Chapter 57. Danzo has always been a little depressed about the death of Konoha White Fang. He originally just wanted to suppress the young and talented Konoha White Fang through some means to let him know his own strength. However, the development of things was beyond his expectations. Konoha White Fang actually chose to end his life in such an extreme way as suicide. This made Danzo feel very puzzled and helpless. It can be said that the death of Konoha White Fang was completely planned by him. He patted his chest and promised that after this incident, Konoha White Fang would become a dog in the village and be obedient. But he never expected that he would commit suicide. Because of this matter, the third generation did not stop and suppress himself during that time. Now, when Danzo saw Kakashi in front of him again, he couldn't help feeling disgusted. Kakashi is the son of Konoha White Fang. His existence seems to remind Danzo of the mistakes he had made at all times. Looking at Kakashi's cold eyes, Danzo felt the hostility from the depths of his heart. However, as the leader of the root, there are so many people who hate and despise him that Kakashi is not even on the list. Hey! You old man! What are you talking about? Kakashi-sensei has been trying his best to protect us. Naruto looked at Danzo indignantly. Kakashi-sensei? Who is he? Is he also from Konoha? Kakashi looked at Danzo and shook his head. He is the leader of the root and is responsible for maintaining the peace and order of the village. Sasuke also looked at Danzo. For some reason, he felt extremely disgusted with the man in front of him. An indescribable feeling of disgust from the bottom of his heart. Is it because he insulted Kakashi-sensei? No. Just when Sasuke was still thinking about why he had such a serious emotional reaction to a person for no reason, Kakashi had already moved. Kakashi made seals with both hands, and chakra quickly gathered in his hands, and then he enchanted this power on the white fang blade. Purple lightning, thunder fang slash. This is the technique that Kakashi combined with swordsmanship after mastering the advanced thunder release ninjutsu of purple lightning. He swung the white fang blade in his hand, and purple lightning was immediately wrapped around the blade, forming a huge thunder fang slash. This thunder fang slash not only has the speed and destructive power of Chidori, but also has stronger penetration and paralysis effects due to the special properties of purple lightning. Accompanied by Kakashi's sword-swinging action, a blade strike like a natural moat suddenly lifted up a large piece of yellow sand, and slammed into the barrier shield with a fierce momentum. At the moment when the thunder fang slash hit the barrier shield, the purple lightning suddenly exploded and began to rage wildly in that area. But unfortunately, the red flame swallowed the thunder in the blink of an eye, and then the thunder was absorbed by it, which added another layer of thunder power to the barrier, becoming one of its defense methods. Outside the barrier, Danzo laughed loudly. I admit that you have some strength, but it is still far from enough in front of my root. He looked at the 10-member root group that maintained the seal, with a smile on his lips. He had already seen the position of Hokage waving at him. Since I knew of your existence, I have strengthened and transformed my bottom-of-box sealing technique. Just surrender, I can guarantee that you will not die. At this moment, Danzo was still thinking about capturing a few people alive and torturing them to obtain information and data about the parallel universe. Kakashi? Can you do it? If not, let me do it. Dato looked at Kakashi with a smile, and couldn't help but hit and teased. Sasuke originally thought that it was over and he couldn't enter the great empire, but when he saw that his master didn't take it seriously, he was slightly relieved. Shut up, no one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Kakashi was a little annoyed. He had just consumed his limited chakra to release such a big move, but it was actually absorbed by the opponent's barrier. However, he also knew that this was not the time to act rashly. It seemed that the other party knew the information of the three of them, but they still dared to ambush here, which meant that this group of people must have a way to check and balance them. Although he had relaxed his vigilance a little bit for this world, he never underestimated it. Shadow Clone Sword Dance Formation. Kakashi made seals with both hands and used the Shadow Clone technique to create multiple clones. Although the Shadow Clones would take away chakra, for him, physical skills and swordsmanship were his forte, and the reduction of chakra had little effect on them. Each of Kakashi's clones held a white fang blade. They scattered and attacked to cover the entire barrier. Each shadow clone began to perform intensive and rapid sword dance attacks in a carpet-covering manner. This attack method is not only is the coverage wide and unpredictable, but it can also strike the barrier from all directions. Want to take this opportunity to find a flaw? The captain is an old man from World War II after all. Even though he has fought only a few times in the past few years, his fighting consciousness still exists. He saw what Kakashi was up to at a glance. After discovering that ninjutsu can be absorbed by the barrier, did you switch to swordsmanship? You are much more alert than our Konoha's Kakashi. Danzo admired Kakashi in his heart, but as an enemy, he would not be soft on him. After a burst of covering attacks, although the barrier shook, it did not hurt it at all. Instead, many shadow clones were shattered by Kakashi's thunder power and red sun power just now, and dissipated as white mist. Kakashi retreated and looked at Nagato. "How is it? Did you figure out what it was?" It turned out that what he did just now was just to create a piece of data for Nagato's reference. Kakashi was self-aware. Although he was at the level of a shadow, that was because he was considering fighting alone and wasting time. He could easily fight against others who used ninjutsu for a day with his swordsmanship. But now they have arranged it in advance, and the people who come know some of their information, and this barrier can always extract the chakra inside, so his advantage cannot be brought into play here. I have already made a judgment. This barrier is formed by the combination of the red sun array and the 5 seal barriers, which are activated by the 10 jonin outside and with the help of the power of the seal talisman. The space and chakra here are blocked, and the barrier also comes with the chakra extraction technique. Nagato thought of the space blockade before, and the one here is a bit similar. Normally, the 5 seal barrier is created with the help of a seal symbol, and it can be easily opened by destroying the seal symbol, but they moved the seal symbol outside the barrier and engraved it on people. Nagato looked at the 5 people in the 5 corners outside. They carved this barrier formation. It can be said that they are the moving eye of the formation for their entire lives. There is no possibility of any progress in the future, and they have to feed their own bodies all the time. In addition, this barrier also adds the red sun formation. Not only will any of our ninjutsu and attacks be eroded by the power of the red sun, but we will also be burned if we touch it. To unlock this barrier, in addition to relying on brute force, the only thing left is for me to find a way to slowly crack it from the inside. Chapter 58. As the root of Konoha, Danzo still has a lot of treasures. This time, with sufficient preparation, it caused some trouble for the 3 people. Daisuke opened the kamui, and the whole person disappeared completely after becoming hollow. He appeared again and returned to Desuna's house in the Wave Country. This is also the place where he marked the kamui for the last time. He was relieved in his heart. If Nagato really couldn't solve it, he could still lead everyone out by relying on the kamui. That space was restricted, but not restricted by the kamui. Damn it, I wouldn't have been lazy if I had known, and I marked a few on the way. Daisuke complained and was about to go back, but the next moment a scream rang out. Ah! Tsunami appeared naked in front of Daisuke, and she screamed. "Ninja-sama, can you turn around?" Daisuke knew that it was indeed presumptuous for him to appear here suddenly, and he left this place of trouble without saying a word. When he appeared inside the 5 seals of the Red Sun formation, an evil idea emerged in Daisuke's heart. I first activated Kamui after class when I wanted to go into the woods with Lin, but was discovered by the teacher and classmates. I almost went in that time, but was discovered. I had a cerebral hemorrhage and wanted to have a space that I could control without being disturbed, so I awakened the Kamui Manjiki. I didn't expect that my Kamui could have this function. If I use this trick on Lin, I can steal. No, not peep, I just want to care about Lin and check if she is in danger anytime and anywhere. Dai 2 is already thinking about whether to find an opportunity to go to the Empire and mark Lin's bathroom and bedroom. Then, hee. But Dai 2 shook his head and denied this idea. No, it's too evil, it doesn't fit my style of a sunny and cheerful big boy. It's mainly because it's hard to explain if Lin finds out. What if she gets angry with me? But I think I can turn into Kakashi? Lin doesn't have a Sharingan, so it should be difficult for her to see my true and false. Danzo outside is already dumbfounded. Damn, what's going on? How come the people inside disappeared, and they really disappeared? I spent a lot of money to make the ceiling barrier unable to trap them? Nagato was still deducing the magic circle, and Kakashi looked at Daisuke speechlessly. What are you thinking about? Ah? Oh, no. Daisuke didn't dare to look into Kakashi's eyes. The idea just now seemed to be feasible. Brothers are here to take the blame. I'm analyzing this barrier. Just now Nagato said that it can be broken by brute force, then it depends on me. Suzuki. Open your eyes. Let me show you the true divine power of our Uchiha clan. Susanoo. Huge and surging blue chakra covered Daisuke's whole body, rows of ribs appeared, followed by 2 huge blue chakra arms. Suzuki. Look. This is the initial state of Susanoo. Although Susanoo did not cover the whole body at this moment, it could also provide a large range of defense for the body. Next, is the first form. As Daisuke's voice fell, his chakra surged again, instantly covering his entire body. His body turned into a huge skeleton, and this skeleton was several times larger than the previous form. At this moment, Daisuke seemed to have transformed into a giant half-body heroic spirit, exuding a powerful aura. Suzuki was excited and his heart was filled with desire for power. Is this the power of our Uchiha? It's so powerful. Second form. Daisuke's voice sounded again, and then the skeleton's body began to change. The originally empty bones quickly filled up, grew flesh and skin, and in the blink of an eye, a half-body human body was formed. Although all of this is made of chakra, Susanoo at this time is no different from a real person, and even exudes the breath of life. In this form, the caster is completely protected by Susanoo, giving people an unshakable sense of security. Then it's the third form. Daito took a deep breath and exerted all his strength to release his chakra. A layer of hard armor suddenly appeared on Susanoo's body, wrapping it tightly. This layer of Tengu armor made Susanoo look more majestic. Under the blessing of Tengu armor, Susanoo, which was originally just an ordinary skeleton, now looked more like a warrior fighting bloody battles, giving people a feeling of being invincible. Suzuki held his hands tightly clenched into a fist. This fascinating power. Teacher Daito. Continue. Daito's face froze when he heard this, but soon he said naturally, in the current situation, the third form of Susanoo is enough. This 5-sealed red sun formation can absorb ninjutsu chakra. Kakashi can't do anything with swordsmanship, so the best way to break it physically now is his own Susanoo. Ha! Uchiha Obito controlled the huge Susanoo giant, and a sharp sword appeared in the giant's hand, slashing fiercely on the 5-sealed red sun formation. The 5-sealed red sun formation suddenly became wildly turbulent, and the entire space seemed to be shaky and seemed to collapse at any time. And the ninjas who performed this technique outside couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood, and their internal organs were trembling, obviously suffering a great backlash. The veins on Danzo's forehead were throbbing. Although the power of the red sun was burning and diluting the chakra sword of Susanoo, if he continued to do so, his formation would probably be broken. Eat that thing for me. From now on, gather the 5 seals of the red sun formation as quickly as possible. Danzo ordered, and the root ninjas immediately obeyed and ate a few things similar to the soldiers' food pills. Suddenly, the chakra power in their bodies exploded several times, but their skin wrinkled at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their hair began to turn pale one by one. This is a pill for a short life boost in exchange for burning life force. Daito was just showing a proud expression to Kakashi because his attack was much stronger than Kakashi. The next moment, his sword was completely melted in half, and the 5 seals of the red sun formation was several times stronger, and it began to slowly shrink towards the center circle. Teacher Daisuke. Show them the strongest power of our Uchiha. Suzuki looked excited. Teacher Daisuke should be using all his strength now, right? As far as he knew, the real perfect form of Susanoo was more powerful than the wood release of the first generation. Daisuke turned his back to Suzuki and said nothing. Kakashi quietly approached Suzuki and whispered in a voice that Daisuke could hear, "Your teacher can only open to the 3rd stage." Daisuke staggered, but soon he gritted his teeth. How could he admit his weakness in front of his apprentice? And this damn Kakashi! Can't you not let me hear it? But now I have half of the power of the eternal Mangeki, so I should be able to open the 4th stage, right? Damn! If I had known I would have worked harder before, I shouldn't have donated so many small generations. Kakashi. I have been hiding my incompetence just to relieve you of the pressure, but I didn't expect you to think I was such a loser. Sasuke. Watch out! The 4th stage of God's power. Susanoo. Last issue's answer, Dual Arena. This issue's Cloud Shadow test, is same had a male or female. Chapter 59. Evil Uchiha. Danzo narrowed his eyes and stared at Dato in the 5-sealed red sun formation with greed in his heart. The opponent's unfathomable space-time ninjutsu and this powerful Susanoo. In the 5-sealed red sun formation, Dato once again showed his powerful talent. With the help of the power of an eternal kaleidoscope, he successfully opened the 4th stage of Susanoo. His body was surrounded by a huge blue skeleton, which flashed with mysterious light, as if it had infinite power. The head of Susanoo showed a hideous face, and its eyes flashed with fierce light, revealing a chilling breath. Its body was tall and majestic, holding a huge Susanoo sword in its hand, as if it could easily destroy all enemies. Dato stood on the head of Susanoo, and he felt the powerful power brought by the 4th stage of Susanoo, which gave him the confidence to defeat any opponent. Ha ha ha! Kakashi, how's it going? After saying that, Dato swung the Susanoo sword again and slashed at the 5-sealed red sun formation. Now the group of ninjas outside suffered a greater backlash. The 4th stage Susanoo has a more powerful chakra power package and is not so easily eroded by the red sun power. However, the 5-sealed red sun formation is still shrinking slowly. It won't be long before several people will be completely wiped out in it. That's right, Danzo gave up the idea of capturing them alive. Dato struggled to urge Susanoo, and the powerful pupil power and chakra were rapidly consumed as he swung the Susanoo sword again and again. Kakashi was not idle either. The two of them didn't need to speak, and they attacked a place tacitly. Both of them planned to destroy this place with a point-breaking surface. The 10 elite jonins outside who were sealed were already dying, and their current state was much weaker than that of the 4th battle Nagato. Danzo knew that he should leave. He had already formed 2 seals with his shadow clones, but after glancing at Daitsuki and Kakashi, he saw that they had consumed a lot of chakra, and he was determined. If I miss this opportunity, I may never have the chance to be Hokage in my life. My roots are out in full force. I don't believe I can't deal with these 3 people. Danzo struggled for a moment and made a decision. He missed the position of Hokage last time because of cowardice. Should he be cowardly again now? What's more, he still has that eye that can change everything. With this thought, Danzo's eyes became sharp. The 5-sealed red sun formation has been reduced to 100 meters, and Daitsuki's Susanoo Titan has been exposed to the power of the red sun all over his body and then consumed and worn away bit by bit. The 5-sealed red sun formation has been reduced to 100 meters, and Daitsuki's Susanoo Titan has been exposed to the power of the red sun all over his body and then consumed and worn away bit by bit. Just as Dato was about to activate Kamui and take everyone away, Nagato opened his eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Deep, no emotion could be seen, and the lines in the white and purple samsara eyes could not outline any emotions. Seal, Chibaku Tensei. Nagato clapped his hands, and a special sphere compressed by high-density chakra that was both evolving and collapsing slowly rose into the air. After getting rid of the gravity, this black ball began to absorb all the energy in this space crazily, including the red sun power and seal power on the 5-sealed red sun formation. And those sealed ninjas involved in this formation began to be reversely absorbed by the barrier. Danzo watched as a sealing genius of the Uzumaki clan, who was only in his teens and whom he had carefully cultivated, was drained of all his vitality and turned into a skeleton, and he couldn't help but feel a pity and pain in his heart. He narrowed his eyes slightly and clapped his hands gently. Get ready! Instantly, more than 20 ninjas appeared, and they took steps to form an encirclement, completely covering the barrier here. As long as the barrier is broken, they will go all out to prevent the people in front of them from escaping. The situation seems very dangerous. Daito has put away Susanoo, and his divine power is flowing continuously. Zabuza, Kakashi, Sasuke, and Naruto, all 6 people, were sent into the divine space by him. At this moment, there is no one on the battlefield, and the real war is about to break out. The Chibuko Tensei began to shake violently, becoming more and more unstable, and the entire space was torn apart. Immediately afterwards, the 10 ninjas who controlled the sealing technique died of bleeding from all 7 orifices at the same time, and the 5 sealed red sun formation was completely broken. Tianyin! Nagato roared, and released this domineering power unique to the Samsara Eye without hesitation. Suddenly, the dozens of people at the root rushed uncontrollably towards the sky that was about to explode. The Chibuko Tensei flew away. Danzo only felt that he had escaped the gravity in an instant, and the next moment he was about to fly towards the Chibuko Tensei filled with the power of the red sun in the sky. He was shocked and no longer considered the exposure of his right hand. The bandages all burst open, and then a giant tree began to grow from the ground under his feet. Wood style, violent spear tree. The giant tree blocked in front of him, so that he would not fly uncontrollably towards the sky because of the loss of gravity. After he was able to pull his hand out, he did not hesitate to use wood style to entangle several root members to avoid giving them up directly before the battle began. Wood style, seed of life. With a light shout, a masked root man quickly formed seals with his hands, and then countless green seeds fell like raindrops. The moment these seeds touched the ground, they took root and sprouted at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye they grew into thick vines. This masked man actually mastered the wood-style ninjutsu. These tough vines tightly entangled several people, but many people were still unable to be saved and continued to rush into the sky. At the same time, the bodies of 2 root members wearing black robes suddenly began to decompose and turned into a group of dense black insects. These insects quickly scattered around, thereby getting rid of some of the influence of gravity. However, this is only a stopgap measure and cannot be maintained for a long time. Super Beast Fake Painting Bird in the Clouds. Another root member performed a unique ninjutsu, and he quickly outlined a huge cloud bird in the air. The cloud bird flapped its broad wings and slowly pulled him down and returned to the ground. At this moment, the Chibuko Tensei finally exploded completely, and the remaining dozen or so root elite ninjas could no longer escape this powerful force. They were ruthlessly torn apart by the power of the red sun, and before they even had time to let out a scream, they had all turned into ashes and dissipated in the air. Danzo watched this scene with bloodshot eyes. This reduced the number of root members he brought with him by 2/3. Tenzo. Sai. Yamanaka Fu. You deal with that Uchiha. Chapter 60. Kogen, Ryoma, Hongyi, Kangyu, you deal with that Kakashi. The rest of you, come with me to deal with the Suzumaki clan. Danzo gave orders quickly, and soon the people present were divided into 3 teams, each finding their own opponents. It must be said that Danzo is worthy of being the leader of the root. His arrangement at the moment is completely aimed at the opponent's lineup. Tenzo was specially transferred from the Anbu to control the 9 tails. He is also the best at using wood release in Konoha and the only one who can use wood release. His wood release can play a good role against Daisuke who has Susanoo. As for the remaining Sai, a person who uses the Super Beast false painting to attack from a distance will not be easily controlled by Uchiha's Sharingan. Yamanaka Fu is a member of the Yamanaka clan and is proficient in the secret art of the spirit. The Abarame clan is against Kakashi. Their insect-like bodies can prevent Kakashi's swordsmanship from being fully utilized. In addition, there is Naramomiji, who is proficient in shadow binding techniques, and Kazama Sogetsu, who is proficient in various ninja tools and physical techniques. As for himself, Danzo is under great pressure, but he is not too nervous. Even there is still some expectation. If he can get the position of Hokage, what does it matter if all the members of the root are sacrificed? Over there, Daisuke looked at the Sharingan in Danzo's hand with red eyes. Fuck. Who is this grandson? How did he get so many of our Uchiha's Sharingans? Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Daisuke's Susanoo power began to cover his whole body again. It seems that they arranged those people to deal with Daisuke and me, Nagato, then you will deal with this person. Kakashi drew out the white fang blade and then posed as a samurai. Since the other party only arranged 4 people to deal with him, let's give it a try. Just to see how strong the real organizational power in this world is. Kakashi looked at the scene in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a little bit of anticipation. He was not panicked at all. Even if he didn't have any chakra now, he could still fight hard all day. After all, his physical skills were not low. At this moment, Abarame Ryoma and Abarame Ichigen both formed seals and performed ninjutsu at the same time. Secret technique, parasitic insects. As their voices fell, countless insects flew out of their bodies, like a black torrent, sweeping towards Kakashi. Shadow binding technique. At the same time, Naramomiji also controlled the shadow to follow closely, trying to restrict Kakashi's actions. Shuriken Thousand Shadow Clone Technique. Finally, Kazama Sogetsu used the summoning scroll to instantly launch thousands of shurikens and divide them into countless parts. For a time, the entire space was filled with these weapons, forming a dense attack network. 1 control, 1 blocking position, and 2 output. More importantly, the latter 3 are poisonous. The environment here became extremely complicated at the moment, and any small mistake would lead to fatal consequences. However, Kakashi seemed unusually calm, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the 3 kunao in his hand shot out like lightning. The 3 kunao passed through the blockade of the 1,000 shuriken with unparalleled speed, one of which landed accurately beside Abarame Ryoma and Abarame Ichigen, and the other 2 fell beside the other 2. Then, Kakashi's figure disappeared in an instant, and when he appeared again, his white fang blade had mercilessly pierced Naramomiji's body. Naramomiji's shadow still tried to approach Kakashi through the 1,000 shuriken, but it was too late. Her chest was pierced, and blood quickly stained her clothes red, and she didn't even have time to perform the substitute technique. How is it possible? Fengjian Kangya was shocked. He didn't expect Kakashi to have such a method. His heart was alarmed. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly performed the substitute technique. The next moment, as he expected, the sharp blade pierced into his substitute body at the same angle and force as a replica. Just when Fengjian Kangya breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Years of combat experience told him that this was a signal of danger. He didn't have time to think about it, and immediately summoned a huge shield at the fastest speed to block behind him. Almost at the same moment, 2 crisp collisions sounded. It turned out that Kakashi threw out 2 shurikens before inserting the white fang blade into his body. Fengjian Kangya widened his eyes, looking at the shuriken deeply embedded in the shield, and a layer of fine sweat beads appeared on his forehead. His heartbeat accelerated rapidly, and his breathing became rapid. What kind of technique is that? Kazama Sogetsu muttered to himself, with an unbelievable look on his face. This Kakashi, who kills people without being seen, is too terrible in both ninja quality and strength. Although Kazama Sogetsu escaped by luck, his heart could not calm down. He knew that if he had not reacted quickly enough, he would have become a corpse now. Thinking of this, his hands could not help but tremble slightly. This is the 4th generation's Flying Thunder God. Abarame Ryoma saw the basis of Kakashi's instant body technique. He used the bug to throw the kunao far away, and he did not dare to get close to Kakashi again. Secret technique, poison dust technique. Abarame Ichigen began to cover herself with a layer of poisonous fog. Secret technique, insect evil tool technique. Abarame Ryoma also cooperated to cover the poisonous fog with a layer of insects that blocked perception. The two of them disappeared without a trace in the poisonous fog. They began to infiltrate Kakashi. Kakashi sneered. A trifling trick. Wind style, blade wind tornado. The terrifying sword energy raged out, and the group of insects was crushed into powder in an instant. On the other side, Daisuke also faced Yamato and Sai. Wood style, thorn killing technique. Yamato made seals with both hands without hesitation. At this moment, Daisuke's Susanoo giant had been worn out by the 5 seals of the Red Sun formation. The huge body was also instantly entangled by Yamato's wood style. Wood style, woodman technique. The giant wooden bodhisattva was created by Yamato, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a wheel made of wood escape on her head and hundreds of giant hands behind her. Compared to the first generation of wooden man technique, Yamato's is more like a giant root sculpture, similar to the Buddha on the top, but it can still release the 5 escape ninjutsu. Sealing technique, tiger eyes and bullets. Sai also took out his scroll without hesitation and began to paint. The ink tiger of the Super Beast fake painting began to tear up the Susanoo giant of Daisuke. Sai knew that he would definitely not be able to seal all of Daisuke's Susanoo at once. With Yamato's thorn-killing technique entangled with the Susanoo giant, he could tear off part of Susanoo's flesh and blood and seal it in the scroll. Hard turn technique. At this moment, Yamanaka Feng had already accumulated enough energy. He used both hands to launch the powerful secret technique of the Yamanaka family towards Daisuke and Susanoo. There was a slight smile on their faces. In their opinion, Daisuke, who was controlled by Susanoo, was powerless to save the situation and was now in a life-and-death crisis. The answer in the previous issue, female, many big guys gave the answer, so I won't explain it. This issue's UNIFYING test, is Sasuke's Chidori direct current or alternating current?